Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to this morning's keynote deep dive on how we're going to help you future-proof your workplace. My name is Lawrence. I'm the general manager of the Cisco wireless and network platform business, and I'm excited to go deeper than what you just heard in this morning's keynote. So, as you heard from G2, we're coming together across as one Cisco, really to deliver incredible outcomes that our customers tell us they need help with. Whether it's modernizing your data center, not just for the workloads of today, but for those AI-powered workloads today and well into the future. To digital resiliency across the complex ecosystem of your digital infrastructure, across that owned as well as unowned infrastructure. But today, we're going to focus specifically on how Cisco can help you modernize your infrastructure to future-proof your workplace, not only for this year, but well into the next decade here. So we have a unique opportunity here at Cisco. You already know that we have a wide and deep portfolio across networking, security, collaboration, and observability. But sometimes the sum, the total, is not greater than the individual pieces. And the reason for that is we haven't always taken a platform-centric approach to the way that we build products, the way we deliver outcome for you that you can deliver to your end users here. And so at Cisco, as part of the way that we're doing things differently together, we are taking an AI-centered, platform-centered approach to how we go help solve the problems that matter for all of you here. And of course, through all these investments, imbuing everything that we do, not with AI as an afterthought, but imbuing it into every single capability that we think of bringing to the market for each and every single one of you here. Now, why are we doing these things? There should be a good reason for it, right? It's not just because it feels great, but it's because we are living in times of change here. Now, just a show of hands, how many of you were around during the internet transition? Mobile transition. All right, great. So I think, like many of you, I'm a little bit older than I would like to be, but I have lived through each and every single one of these transitions. And time, what comes across as surprising, but not so surprising, is it all feels like it comes out of nowhere. But then it just accelerates so rapidly, right? And then the pace of change only increases. Well, we are sitting in this moment in the next transition. And while they say that history doesn't repeat itself, that it rhymes, the rhythm is telling us that with each and every single one of these transitions, the things that we learn is that you need to rethink how you build, design, and deliver the infrastructure and outcomes for your users. This moment is no different. And so at Cisco, we believe that this moment requires us to rethink how we build infrastructure for the age of AI. And really, this shouldn't come as a surprise to any of you. The trends that many of you have been telling us about, the challenges that you have where you are expected to deliver more for your organizations with less, how the scarcity of talent isn't getting better. And if you were in this morning's keynote, you heard how the proliferation of AI means that there's going to be more AI agents out there doing machine-scale work than there are humans to go tackle that. So ultimately, we have to figure out how do we actually build our infrastructure in a way to help respond to these changes that we're seeing in the broader marketplace here. And so rather than have me speak for the whole session, I do want to bring up some special guests, and really what we're going to be talking about is how Cisco is investing in three major areas to help do just that. How we're helping build new network devices, not just simply a refresh, but really network devices that we think are going to be future-proof for the next decade and beyond. How we're infusing security into our infrastructure, and then of course, our perennial favorite, the evergreen thing that many of you ask for, which is how do you actually simplify your network operations? Because we know this continues to be a challenge here. So let's get into it. I'm going to welcome up our esteemed panel here. Austin, Lee, Lizzie, and Nick, please join me on the stage. All right. We have an esteemed panel across many of the exciting announcements from our network platform, how we're bringing the platforms together, to our secure routers, to our campus switching technology, and of course our investments in AI. But maybe we'll start a little bit at a higher level here. AI has taken center stage. It is not surprising that this is the topic on everyone's mind these days. And I'm curious to hear just, from this panel, like, how do you think our customers should think about what this means, not only for their organizations, but for their infrastructure? And maybe, Lee, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so certainly, we're known as a hardware company, and it starts with building great hardware, right? So that's our big focus on making sure we've got amazing devices, but more and more you'll see the focus consistently across the company around how do we ensure that those hardware devices are not standalone, that we have a broader platform. And I know Austin will talk a little bit about that as we go along here as well. G2 loves to use the iPhone analogy, and I think it's a fantastic analogy because we look at the iPhone, it's an amazing piece of hardware, it has a really powerful OS, and it has services from an iCloud perspective that are all intrinsically linked. We don't separate those pieces in our head. We think about the sum of the parts being greater than the whole, right? So that's really where I think we're focused on, is making sure that these amazing devices have amazing management plans on top of them, very powerful ways for you to address and integrate and implement them, and just make sure that they're very easy to use. So you'll see a lot of we've come together under G2 to do that in a much more consistent way than we have in the past.
And that sounds spot on. And maybe Lizzie, I know your team has been focused a lot on how do we drive more simplicity into everyday operations.
Yeah.
What do you think about this?
Yeah, so I'm working on the software side, and when my team talked to customers, we heard a couple themes of how do we make things simple, like how do we scale across multiple data sources and bring them together, as well as how do you hand off, right? Many people tend to work on networks, right? So how do you have a single source of truth where you can look when there's a problem or all look at the same page? And then lastly, looking at purpose-built AI is great, but also a concern to keep the human in the loop, but make it efficient, right? So those were the themes that we heard when we were looking at research in our product development.
Yeah, I think this idea of keeping the human in the loop, building trust, this actually makes me think of this idea of, as we build AI and it becomes more pervasive in enterprise operations, maybe I'll ask you this question, Austin, how should this audience think about, the architecture, the security, all this without compromising on trust, because trust is such an important part. We know that the feedback from customers is they want to have trust in the systems that we're building.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that you've heard a lot from G2 and even Kevin from OpenAI, and that the workforce and what we think about as work today is foundationally going to change in the next few years. And this change is going to happen faster than we think, where we're now all of us are leaning on AI in our tools every day, and our businesses are pressuring us more, and our leaders are looking for more demonstrable progress towards productivity gains and how we actually show ROI on that. Now, all of that comes with new ways of work, whether this is AI assistants or AI agentic workflows, and in the future, you could very easily see how we're going to augment our workforce with many, many AI agents doing many of the things that might be more repetitive or things that we can use to augment our teams. Now, with that comes with new challenges from a security perspective. So making sure that the AI agents, what's happening on your network. You can see the types of traffic, the communication. You can actually do the segmentation to actually secure your network, as well as protecting your network perimeter from new types of attacks that are AI-enabled that will affect our networks in different ways than we see today. Beyond that, I also think that it changes how we operate as IT leaders and IT operators, where we have to think about more ways we can scale our own teams, right? And so this is where AI embedded directly into the network allows you to pinpoint issues, to move from GPS to self-driving on your network, right? So not only guiding you to where you find issues, but being more autonomous to actually spot and prevent issues from happening in the first place. And these are all technologies that we're deeply embedding in our operational models to help you be more productive as IT teams.
Yeah, so it feels like it's layering on levels of trust, and increasingly over time more automation as that trust is earned.
Exactly.
We've talked a lot about during the keynote, the lineup of new products, the refresh products, especially built in the age of AI. And so maybe I want to transition to a little bit about this. So we talked a lot this morning about this idea of smart switches. It's a category of its own, right? That's what G2 said. So Nick, maybe I'll come to you. Is the idea of smart switches, like what exactly is it? Is the word smart and hyperbole? Like, tell us more about that.
Yeah, well, I think with smart switches, it starts first with the customer. Customers need switches that can still deliver all this high capacity, bandwidth, throughput, scale, low latency, but they're also looking for the network to solve additional problems and use cases, and that's where the smart comes in. There's additional compute on these switches that have nothing to do with the forwarding plane and control plane that gives the ability to deploy capabilities for better telemetry, for observability, better logging management, integrating with Splunk, and ultimately additional AI capabilities that can reside resident on the hardware and future hypershield readiness. So I think it delivers more capacity that augments not only the forwarding and the throughput, but addresses additional use cases powered by the network.
Yeah, I really like this idea that it's not just building the next-gen switch for higher network throughput, but building in capacity to build programmability into it. Because ultimately, I think it's true that no one in this room can truly forecast what's coming over the next few years here. I also know the industrial IoT team has been busy. It wasn't just about building new products for the enterprise environment. Nick, do you want to touch upon that a little bit more?
Yeah, so the IoT environments, the industrial world is moving as rapidly as traditional campus and carpeted office space with more demands for the devices, IoT, autonomous vehicles. I was talking to a customer this week where they have these deep mines and they have these boring devices that are going through there and they're transitioning those to this automation, fully autonomous type of vehicles. And with that, they need the same things that we need in traditional carpeted office space. They need high throughput, high scale, but they also need the ability to address the flexibility required in these environments where low latency is critical and some of the Wi-Fi use cases may not address everything they need. So with the ultra reliable Wi-Fi wireless broadband, it gives the backhaul, it gives the ability to have better functionality all in one box because it combines Wi-Fi and the URWB, so there's one device that gives the operators maximum flexibility, and it really addresses their use cases as they look to future-proof their own investments in the industrial environment.
I got to hand it to you. You almost got through the CURB acronym without stumbling.
I was programmed with CURB. I was ready, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
But also, we've done a lot of Wi-Fi 7 announcements here. So what does that mean for the large venue type of customer profile?
Yeah, with the wireless portfolio, you're asking me questions. Okay.
Back at
we did announce Wi-Fi 7 back in November, but at this Cisco Live, we also introduced the Campus Gateway. So those who want cloud management at campus scale, solving use cases like fast layer 3 roaming, that's all now available. But I think the large venue and the stadium access point, it really is the industry's first Wi-Fi 7 access point for the enterprise for those type of deployments here. And of course, building in a lot of programmability into the radios to provide custom beamforming depending on the type of radio configurations you need. These are things I'm excited about. Okay, maybe I'll go back to the panel here. Lee, secure routers. Aren't all routers secure?
This one's extra secure. So a few things there. There's two big trends we see universally. One is that security is everybody's job now. I think gone are the days where you were just the networking admin and the security is somebody else's problem. So more and more our customers are saying we need to have an integrated solution, and perhaps NetOps and SecOps are still two separate personas, two separate operating identities, and we need to be able to address both of those. And it's obviously much better to do that in a single box. Less equipment to install, less things to go wrong. So that's sort of trend number one. The other big trend is just the explosion of both the availability of bandwidth and also the need for that bandwidth. So I tell people this story to usually some jealousy. My place in the Bay Area has a 10 gigabit per second symmetrical fiber connection for $40 a month. I remember getting my first 128 kilobit per second DSL and just thinking, well, this is so much speed. Why would I ever need more than this? So the speed is available, but also the need for that speed, particularly as we're getting into branch locations now that there's more AI getting pushed to the edge. And lots of applications there that are very bandwidth hungry, but also too, we need to be able to do this in a way that's consistent from a latency perspective, from a reliability and just survivability perspective as well. So those are the two trends that, as we think about how do we build the right devices for that. Now, to hit on the points within this actual product itself, we're introducing within this next generation of products, it's an evolution of the current product. So you would expect the generational improvements that come with that in terms of speed and throughput. And that's all done by what we call the secure networking processor in this device. So that's a piece of silicon with Cisco intellectual property in there, solely focused on how do I accelerate cryptographic workloads. And that has a number of benefits. One of those, though, is it allows me to run NGFW firewall services on this box without a massive penalty from a throughput perspective, so being able to do the inspection there in the device itself and have the firewall rules apply within this box. It also allows me to be ready for a post-quantum cryptography world. Well, imagine a quantum chip comes out and its ability to parallel process essentially obliterates any of the techniques we're using today to secure either the devices themselves, data at rest, or data in transit. Being able to actually run higher order encryption on these devices does need a special type of processor, and that's going to be available in this product as well. And finally, we need to manage this, right? So the other big innovation here is making these devices able to be managed via the cloud. So we're following the beauty of the platform in terms of how we build from an operating perspective is that Nick and the switching team have done a lot of great work, as have the wireless team on, on getting these devices manageable by the cloud. And we're able to inherit that work because we use the same underlying operating system. The third of that, G2 talked a lot about the security cloud control today. So what we're able to do with that is have that be the single point of policy policy definition, and then distributed enforcement, including these devices as well. So you can have a common policy that applies to cloud devices, applies to the Cisco Secure Firewall, but also applies to the Cisco 8000 series secure routers that we're launching here at Cisco Live. And these are available now. You can order them, shipping in July and August.
So, Lee, I think you may have a customer video to make this, bring this home, right?
Correct. So we have lucky enough to have one of our amazing customers, Nestle. So Nestle's mission is to use the power of food to enhance life, which really resonates with me, and we're very honored that they trust us to power their business as they go pursue their mission. So why don't we throw to the video?
So could you share a little bit about the size and scale of Nestle in your business?
It's massive. We're talking about 275,000 employees around the world. We're talking about 188 countries. We have more than 300 factories. All of them need to be connected to support our business every day. At Nestle, we are not adapting to change. We are engineering for it. As we enter the area of agentic AI, I believe that complexity will only expand, demanding even smarter, faster, and more resilient networks. And with Cisco, we've built a network that's agile, resilient, and ready to meet the demands of the world's largest food and beverage company. Our factories are not where the networks are. Our factories are where our raw materials are, where the farmers are. We have come up with solutions in the branch office where they just have to plug it in and it works. Anchored by Cisco's next generation secure WAN solutions, including advanced routing, a unified SD-WAN fabric, and a global cloud backbone. We can dynamically route traffic across multiple clouds and providers. With Cisco, we've eliminated MPLS. We manage everything securely from a single dashboard. This gives us centralized visibility and control across thousands of sites without needing multiple point tools. I remember when a major undersea cable was cut in Africa. Other businesses were offline for weeks. We were back online just under a day. And today, we are maintaining 99.97% availability. Our mean time to detect and resolve issues is at record lows. Cisco brings it all together and makes sure our heart is beating every single day.
That's great. I always love hearing directly from our customers, and we'll definitely bring up more customer examples in a bit. But Lee, you mentioned this idea of quantum, and Nick, I know with the Smart Switch announcement, one of the things I heard from your team is this idea that we want to be ready for the post-quantum compute world. What does that mean, and how should the audience think about that as a potential risk that they need to think about for their infrastructure?
Yeah, I mean, I think at a high level, just the risk is that adversaries and nation states are looking towards the notion of harvesting traffic now, storing it away, then when quantum computers are ready, they'll decrypt and they'll have all the secrets of the known universe, all this kind of thing. Now, the reality is that these customers who are looking at this problem space, they really haven't had standardized way of addressing this problem. And NISTs and standards bodies are now just getting to the point where they're ready to put pen to paper and put these things in ink. So as we think about our switching portfolio, our routing portfolio, our hardware portfolio, customers look to make long-term commitments and bets with these products. So the products that we're shipping are going to be PQC ready when this world evolves. And so starting at the hardware layer all the way up to connectivity, control plane, and transport, these products are going to have this ability so customers can make this bet knowing that as it gets ready and ratified in EU and America and APAC and all these places, that their investments in hardware will be ready for them as they get these deployments out in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's interesting. I mean, this is one of those topics where I don't think a lot of our customers think about this on a regular basis, but it feels like this could be one of those step function changes for the industry when it becomes, front and center here.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, as we look at the switching and the routing and the overall network infrastructure in general, like networking has been a way that we help customers solve security problems. And we refer to that as secure networking. This has been something we've done for a long time. And the bad guys know this, so they're attacking the infrastructure to get in. Yes, they'll still do the phishing attacks and all these things and the downloads, but they're really hitting the infrastructure itself. In 2020, there were roughly 18,000 CVEs published. 2024, there are over 44,000. So this volume is going up. So if the network infrastructure is doing the watching, who's watching the watchers? So what we're introducing, and you heard G2 talk about it today, is this notion of Cisco Live Protect, which is a technology that will look at the product itself and provide real-time security as we understand that attacks are coming in, targeting the infrastructure. So maybe we can cue the demo here, and I can kind of start to walk you through some of the problem space. And essentially, as you look at your infrastructure, I was talking to a customer last week about this. When they try to solve these CVEs that get announced, security teams involved, networking team, they're trying to look through all the networks they have, what devices are impacted. First, we are leveraging the context that exists in the controller, whether it's Catalyst Center or the Meraki dashboard, and we're providing that context to the customer directly. What the CVE is, what the CVSS score is, are their products susceptible to that? And we're giving them the ability to then manage this workflow themselves. As they click through, we show all the context associated with the CVE, what the scale is, what the impact is, what it's addressing, and then we're going to give customers the ability to deploy a compensated control to protect that device from that particular issue. Now, the alternative is wait 45 days, download the patch, upgrade your network. That requires time and then downtime in the network. And sometimes you might still not understand exactly the scope of what's being impacted. Well, in this scenario, you can pick the specific device that needs it, you can deploy it. We give you the option of just putting it in observation mode so you can see what the impact is if someone is trying to trigger that particular CVE, or you can deploy it in full protect mode. And then you can have it in your network, ready to go. And the thing that's really critical is, with this technology, we can then give this full visibility into what is actually attacking that network device. So part of the Cisco and Cisco advantage is you can use this type of tech to not only protect your devices, but then you can follow it all the way through to see, it looks like there's a compromised endpoint in my environment that is actually attacking this particular piece of network infrastructure. And all this logging will be resident in Catalyst Center or Meraki, and it can also go straight to your Splunk instance so you can have that type of visibility and control. So it's one of the things that we're doing to really try to upgrade the overall defense posture of our customers' networks as they rely upon this infrastructure to deliver better security for applications, users, and devices.
I really like that. I don't know about smart switches, security switches, I definitely buy. This compensating control thing, that's really amazing. I think about the stat G2 shared, right? The 45 days on average it takes to patch something, the 3 days to exploit the vulnerability. I buy it. Hey, I also want to transition a bit to this idea of unified branch. I mean, Lee, don't we want a unified branch? Like, I thought we already had it.
Absolutely, and so this is when we talk about the power of the platform, so the idea that all the products we announce work better together and they're able to operate very seamlessly. And we do that by taking that very platform approach to how we build the management layer and what sits on top. What that allows us to do is a few things. One is that that's a consistent area where we can apply intelligence, so being able to run AI, whether it be specific to the individual domain you're troubleshooting or some of the stuff that Lizzie's working on in terms of doing that across multiple domains. It's very important to have consistency there. But secondly, the other piece where we're putting a lot of investment in right now is how do you as a user interact with that platform. So you can use the UI. The UI works great, click ops as we sort of refer to it. But what we're developing and announcing here and developing documentation around, we're using the Cisco validated design process, is the idea of how do I use infrastructure as code to interact with this platform and be able to do things at the right scale, with the right level of security, the right level of consistency, both from a deployment perspective, but also from an ongoing management perspective. So leveraging the power of Terraform as an open standards-based way to do this. We have a lot of material that you can pick up, and if you're already comfortable with DevOps and operate yourself, but also working with our partners at CX can help you do this as well if it's a practice that you want to get up and running, and being able to leverage our partner community to go and essentially use infrastructure as code to go deploy and manage the network configs the same way you manage software.
I love it. So CI/CD type model, modern software development, workflows. This is really how you help scale these branches in today's era.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Why don't we transition a bit? Austin, there was a lot of focus that G2 talked about. Hey, we're bringing together our platforms. We've been talking about this for a while. Like, where are we exactly? Like, tell me what's real.
Yeah, absolutely. So even today, we have the industry's most highly used platforms in both Meraki Dashboard and Catalyst Center. And we've been on this journey to actually bring these platforms closer together to deliver a more unified management experience. And we have a number of amazing accomplishments and proof points that I'm really proud of that the team's been working on, starting with things like the user experience. So we've unified on the look and feel of both platforms. We've started working on actually converging the back-end systems so that the AI systems that power things like ARM on the wireless access points are powered from the same machine learning back-end, the same AI/ML models on both platforms as well. And we're going beyond that with delivering things like a consistent marketplace, a consistent API, as well as unified hardware and licensing across the whole portfolio now with all of the next-gen products. And beyond that, on the management experience side, you're going to see starting to see more of the workflows that bring the power of Catalyst to the cloud, as well as the simplicity of Meraki to Catalyst Center as well. A great example is the Live Protect workflow that Nick showed, but also things like bringing large campus switching features to the cloud, things like VRFs and BGP, Fabric we're bringing to the cloud, as well as bringing more simplified workflows to Catalyst Center. So there's a number of things that we're super excited to announce this week and then continue rolling out going forward.
I love it. So really a lot of enterprise class features that many of you in this room rely on. Now, bring it to the cloud managed model. Okay. Hey, the AI assistant and this idea of agentic ops, we've been doing a lot of work here. How does this fit into the broader vision?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I'd love to actually illustrate that with a demo. So if we could switch over to the demo here. So we made a lot of capability improvements onto the cloud, like I mentioned, bringing large campus capabilities, but also enhancing this with powerful assurance and AI ops capabilities. So here you can actually see our brand new organization summary page that gives you a guided perspective on where you need to be spending time in your entire deployment, what's working, what's not, and really drill down very quickly to any hotspots or where you need to be taking action. So you can actually dive here directly into a client view, see if there's a client that's having issues. And Cisco is the only provider that can actually look from that client all the way out through the LAN, through the WAN, into the applications, right? This is powered through the Thousand Eyes integration, and you can see that entire path visibility in a single place to really pinpoint and diagnose where that issue is happening. So not only can we do that, we can actually look historically at that client to see if there's any kind of connection issues or any failures that have happened. And so you can actually go back in time and pinpoint, here's a time where one of my end users called in, here's the type of issues that they were seeing. So maybe it's connecting to a Wi-Fi access point was the issue, but we're actually able to do the heavy lifting with AI for you. So we're actually doing the correlation, looking across all the things that happened on the network, including any changes that you've made on your network, and pinpointing, here's actually a change that we believe is correlated to this outage. So really pinpointing that and doing that heavy lifting for you. Now you can diagnose this in the UI, as well as if you want a more guided flow, or say that you have a help desk or a NOC team that really wants a more guided workflow, we have a bunch of new capabilities in the AI assistant that we're launching this week as well. So here you can actually go and you can ask, help me find the networks that are having issues, whether it's authentication, whether it's other issues that you want to diagnose on your network. And the assistant will go out, fetch all the data, provide a very simplified answer to you that's summarized for your role. And from here, you can jump off into troubleshooting flows directly from the assistant. So you can click troubleshoot. The assistant's actually going across all the events, all the logs again, providing you not only what's happening, making sure that we continue to give you the control and visibility of what's happening in your network, summarizing any kind of actions for you, as well as giving you some recent changes. So here's really important context on what happened on the network that otherwise would have taken maybe multiple round trips or multiple log sessions to actually understand what's happening. You can really quickly follow up with more detailed questions, so understanding who made the configuration changes, what the other things that happened around that network around that time, and the assistant really gives you a comprehensive answer to that as well. And one of the great amazing parts of the assistant is actually it blends not only all of the network telemetry that we have, but also things like our best practices, our CVDs, our documentation. So for customers that want a more guided workflow, you can actually pull in that knowledge as well, and that provides a very summarized answer. So here I can ask, how to actually go revert these policy changes, and it actually pulls in the documentation, gives you a very clear, here are the steps that you would go to summarize and take action on that to resolve that issue. So hopefully that shows you an interesting example of how we can actually take a diagnostic flow that might have taken maybe hours to trace down from a wireless issue to actually a policy change and turn that to just an order of minutes.
That's great.
Yep. I was going to say, this is we're just getting started here, and this is kind of the foundation for how we're going to advance this with things like the deep network model, as well as more agentic workflows.
Yeah, I really like this idea that you showed even in the troubleshooting scenario, this idea of continuing to build trust in why the model's telling you why they discovered an issue. I also noticed it happened to look like dark mode, by the way.
Yes, dark mode is coming very soon.
All right, fantastic. Hey, Lizzie, this morning, G2 and DJ, they talked about AI Canvas, and that really seemed to, raise a lot of curious looks from the audience, as far as I can tell. Can you explain what AI Canvas is? I just worry that, people aren't grokking it, and yeah.
Well, I can explain. It's a troubleshooting and execution workspace with multiple data sources. We wanted to bring in collaboration, and then we also wanted to bring in our deep network model, which is purpose-built, built with Cisco data, so that it's better than base models at actually solving problems. And we're at the beginning of this journey, but let's jump into the demo, and I'll walk through some of the things you may have seen in the keynote and some other surprises that we have. So let's assume there's a ServiceNow ticket, and here's what you're seeing. It's pulling all of the information from ServiceNow and then talking with our deep network model to actually go in and auto-generate a dashboard of things that a tier 1 engineer might want to look at. The tier 1 engineer can also add in an email to create a single source of truth, and then also can look at different things on the board. We want to be really transparent and share it with another user. So that she's going to share it with Will, generate a summary, and hand this off, because it turns out it's a network issue, and Jackie, our tier 1 engineer, may not have permissions. So when Will comes into the board, which you're going to see in a moment, I hope, he's going to have a completely different Canvas experience in terms of he's going to have the auto-generated UI, but his assistant is going to be different, and it's going to include the summary. He may decide that he wants to go in and look at some additional statistics and compare some application logs with availability. We will auto-generate a graph, and he can decide what he wants to do here. So he's going to add this to the canvas, which is a single source of truth. And you can see he's using different data sources with Meraki and Thousand Eyes. And then lastly, he's going to go in and ask, what could I do to solve this? Now we're going to come back with our deep network model and talk about that there's 3 options. Keeping the human in the loop, he's going to decide to implement QoS, and it's going to do that. And then we're going to put another card on the board, understanding what was actually done, where Will also has the option to revert it. Because again, we want to be transparent, keep the human in the loop. And then lastly, Will may decide, I want to monitor this. In the keynote, you saw we had 2 cards. We have live cards as well as static cards. In this one, he's going to update the static card and bring in and see that he's actually solved the networking issue here, because you can see that his availability the packets are no longer being dropped, and it appears that the network is back to normal. Lastly, he can generate a report. We heard from our customers, like sometimes sharing this out, making sure it doesn't happen again is time consuming. So we auto-generate a report, and then he can pass that off to his leadership and his team, and they can analyze what happened and ensure it doesn't happen again.
That's amazing. The idea of even just generating a report for executive consumption, like, that is huge. I will say the part that I'm most excited about, by the way, is that it's not a separate product, right? It's like integrating into our network platforms deeply. Like
yes,
that's
what's integrated into our network platforms.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, maybe just final 2 seconds here. We obviously have a lot of exciting things happening at Cisco Live. Just quickly, what are you all most excited about?
I'm just stoked to be able to engage with all these customers and hear what use cases they are that can drive our roadmap. Like, our source of truth starts with you, so thanks for your participation.
You took my answer, but I'm excited too. I'm excited to hear the reactions and solve customer problems, because that's why we're all here to help you.
I'm excited because these are checkpoints for us, right? We announce things and we launch them and we get this instant feedback. That feedback loop is really important. I think hopefully you all feel, because we certainly feel that the vision is coming together, and our ability to do things as one Cisco, it puts us in a great position. But to Nick's point, that doesn't happen without all the people in this room. That doesn't happen with the people that are willing to put the time in here with us. We really do appreciate it.
Yeah, and I think the most powerful thing is, watching all of these different announcements that we're making and how the portfolio is coming together as one across security, networking, observability, and collaboration. That's, I think, a super powerful message, and shows you kind of how Cisco can offer a innovations and portfolio that's greater than the sum of the parts.
Fantastic. Well, hey, let's give this panel a round of applause. And while they exit, I do want to bring up a special guest here. So Jacob, if you could join me up on the stage here. Jacob here, he leads infrastructure for Novo Nordisk. And so we're going to have a short conversation with Jacob.
Thank you.
Please join me. All right. I don't think many of this audience know who you are, so maybe just a quick intro about who you are and a little bit about Novo Nordisk.
Yes, my name is Jacob Mølholt, and as you can see on my hair, I have also seen the internet involvement. We are a company, Novo Nordisk, based out of Denmark. We live in Copenhagen. And if you don't know Novo Nordisk as a company, then maybe you know some of our products. We produce Wegovy and Ozempic. And over the last 5 years, that have at least brought the brand of Novo Nordisk to a lot more patients than we used to have in the past.
I didn't realize that. Maybe we could talk about discounts on products. All right. Hey, why don't we just start with the first question. You've been with us for a long time, really investing in Cisco to invest in your infrastructure, grow your infrastructure. How have you seen your business change and grow during this time? What are some of the network challenges that you've seen during your tenure there?
Yes, we have been with you for a long time, and thank you for the partnership. You said that we've been on the 2K switch at some point back in the days. I didn't even know that. But we have had this growth, probably, if you can imagine, that when you produce and suddenly you get this product that everybody wants to have. So our biggest challenge in that sense was that we went from a production that runs 5 days a week, maybe 16 hours a day, onto 24/7, 7 days a week, zero downtime, whatever that is. And that has, of course, put some challenges on our infrastructure and on our network services that we need to overcome. And there has been challenges on the way, but it's a nice, fun journey to be on, where you can really feel that if you build out the systems right, it's a very nice place to be. And,
yeah, it's amazing seeing how you went from a 5-day-a-week operation to 24/7. I'm curious, in this age of AI, it's a big topic at this conference and outside. How are you and your teams preparing for AI in your network, not only now but in the future? How do you think about how AI can support innovation at Novo Nordisk and really, the cutting-edge research that you all do?
Yes, it's true that our scientists, they love AI. And for them, AI is getting, as somebody said, unlimited CPUs, unlimited bandwidth, unlimited access to all data. And that's, of course, a challenge in our environment that we cannot provide that. We all know that even cloud is somebody else's data center somewhere. So they were using cloud as the first place to run some of all these large language models and so on. But now we are really seeing them that they are also pushing us in the infrastructure departments to deliver some of these AI capabilities in the data center to train the models and run the models. And that's a big challenge for us, right? First of all, to understand what is it that they're talking about when somebody said suddenly H100 and we know something about Cisco switches. So it's also been a learning for us to understand what is these new products and what is these new capabilities that we need to deliver. I'm pretty sure that we will deliver them, because in the world of pharma, using AI models to train and figure out what the next molecule for us is going to be, that's a huge game, right? We have 15 years to market a product before it runs out of patents. And that means that we will love to get a new one out every 7 to 10 years. And today, the research time is 20. So it's not very important. It's very important for us to be able to use the AI capabilities. Yeah.
That's great. I think understanding the business context obviously helps you and your team be much more effective at your jobs. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, definitely. And of course, I should say, also in networking, we're very excited that something that was very large computers a couple of years ago now comes into a network where we can see and use the AI capabilities to troubleshoot. That's amazing.
Yeah, and you talked a lot about how Novo Nordisk is growing and expanding. Like, how do you think what you and your team do with the network can help support that scale?
Standardization.
Standardization.
So standardization. So even though we have this era of AI, right, standardization is still the way for us to go. So we can wake up any network engineer in the middle of the night and get him to troubleshoot something that he already knows. That makes it easier still. So we have branches with the Meraki setups where there is 2 users assigned to. We have sales offices with maybe 50 or 100. We have large campuses with more than 1,000 users or 5,000. And we also have production facilities. And all of them is somewhat equally important for the end user if they have a problem. So standardization across all that platform is extremely important for us.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it seems like, I imagine that, the branch of a handful of sellers to the manufacturing side, to your corporate campus, like standardization is a must.
Yes.
And I guess like you think of the touch points your team does to simplify that complexity. Can you touch a little bit upon that?
Yes. So as I say, it starts for us by building these standard designs. And they actually go also outside the portfolio of Cisco products because it's also standardizing across our out-of-band management, our UPS system, and everything else. So we all know that when we are building something that is to a certain important level with a certain SLA attached to it, then we know that we can deliver that as an IT organization.
Got it. Yeah. The other thing we care deeply about, and I'm sure you do as well, is securing your infrastructure. And given this wide dynamic range of network infrastructure that you have to help secure from the compliance requirements, I'm sure are very prevalent in your industry. How do you think about that?
You're absolutely right. Let's start backwards because compliance in pharma is a must, right? We have FDA regulations and we have the EU regulations and whatever all these are called around the globe. So using AI to actually make sure that we can live up to these requirements is one of the things that we are investigating in a lot and making that simpler. When somebody, the report you just showed on the AI canvas, right? If I could get that on my compliance system, that would be fantastic. So what are we doing to securing that? So of course, we are using a lot of the traditional things in terms of firewalling, but we are also very keen on OT security, like looking into what is happening in the OT network. That was not a thing you did 5 years ago, right? So it's definitely a thing on our CISO's radar today to understand what is going on in those environments and how can we keep those compliant and secure. Yeah.
I'm curious, and do you think about, I hear you may also, look at things, observability tools as well as to help you with that. Like, where does that play a role here?
But it does play a role because one of the important things about being compliant is also that you must all the time be able to prove that you are compliant, right? So if somebody comes in and asks us, what is it that is going on somewhere? What change did happen here? If we cannot prove it to them instantly, they actually have the capability of shutting down our production, and that means that we can't sell any product in the end. So that's, of course, the extreme case. But that is what we are working towards in this pharma-regulated industry.
Well, hopefully, some of the integrations that we're doing with our portfolio with Splunk will be able to continue helping you with that as well.
Definitely. I can say I have a wish for you in terms of the AI canvas, right? You did a change and implemented. I'm hoping it's documented in ServiceNow when you do it. That's our requirement.
All right, Lizzie, there's a feature request right now. All right. I love how this works here. All right. Hey, we're running short on time, but I'm curious to hear, just like the panel here, what are you most excited about? What do you want to go check out on the show floor after this?
Yeah, so
Hi there, everybody. Welcome back to the Cisco TV studio. We have just wrapped the first of our Tuesday series of keynote deep dives. We are going to go directly into the next one. Now we're about to see a new approach to digital resilience. How can we get ahead of issues? How can we minimize business impact? We've got Cisco product marketing leaders Raja Mukhopadhyay and Kevin LeBlanc here with us today, along with Michael Brand from Honeywell. let's head straight out to that next keynote deep dive. Here we go.
President of Product Marketing at Splunk, Kevin LeBlanc.
Great, thank you so much. In today's world, digital resilience is the ability to keep your organization securely up and running in the face of any disruption. Now, disruptions can include things like cyber attacks, bad code pushes, technology failures, or even network outages. Now, ideally, you want to prevent these things from happening in the first place by modernizing your infrastructure, keeping it up to date, and of course, you want to have the latest security measures in place. But even with all that, we know sometimes things just go bad. Being resilient is all about getting ahead of those issues and being able to respond quickly when and if they do occur. Now, that seems like a daunting task, but you're not alone. We have pegged that problem. We've pegged the problem of digital resilience to be a $400 billion problem across the world's largest organizations. Recently, we conducted some research on the cost of downtime with the Global 2000. And what we learned is on the direct cost of downtime is for those companies, on average, $200 million per year per company. Now that seems like a lot, but when you think about lost productivity, regulatory fines, and lost revenue, it all adds up. But there's an even greater cost. It's the hidden cost of downtime. 94% of the respondents indicated downtime incidents have a negative effect on the velocity of continuing to innovate. What we're talking about here is a data problem. The ability to detect, investigate, and respond requires that you have access to the right data in the right hands at the right time. But we all know across our organizations, data is typically in silos. And the tools and systems that we use don't always talk to each other. So it makes it really, really hard to be able to be proactive in finding those issues before they cause business impact. We also know that the digital environment that we live in is growing increasingly complex. We have a tangled web of endpoints and infrastructure, ranging from various flavors of public cloud, private cloud, hybrid, all the way to on-premise compute environments. And also, look at all of us here. We're all mobile. And what do we expect? We expect anytime, anywhere connectivity. And when something goes wrong, we know what gets the blame. It's always the network's fault, right? Now, traditionally, the problem was relatively straightforward. Find what's broken and fix it. But in today's world, it's more complex. You need to, yes, find what's broken amongst the multitude of things that are broken. Then you need to prioritize what needs to be fixed and fixed quickly to avoid business impact. And now, AI. While AI presents an amazing wealth of are the possible opportunities for every one of us here, it also introduces new and unique complexities. AI brings opaque, non-discriminate behavior, and that is challenging the traditional observability model. So what that means is we need a new approach to how we monitor data pipelines, how we model performance, and we inference accuracy spanning our entire infrastructure, application, and our AI stacks. So, what that means is the problem is that when you don't know the business impact of problem A versus the business impact of problem B, you have to chase everything with the same degree of urgency. But that's really, really tough to do because you can't prioritize when you're not able to understand the visibility and context, which results in a lot of firefighting, which a lot of wasted time, which has a direct result to revenue and can also have negative implications to customer experiences. So what do we need to do about this? Well, only Cisco can give you the complete visibility and the context that you need to be able to do this by bringing together assurance, observability, and security. We are the only vendor that can provide the depth and breadth across data, analytics, and domain subject matter expertise to help you build greater resilience for your organization and also build awesome digital customer experiences. While other tools do a pretty good job at red, green, yellow system health status, Splunk Observability provides deep critical insights into the business impact of every problem. And we excel at doing fast and focused troubleshooting. Now, we've heard some things about resilience today in the keynote. We've talked about resilience here. Resilience is critical for business success. In some research that we've done across 1,800 IT professionals and engineering practitioners, those that have cracked the code on being more resilient are able to find and fix problems almost 3 times, 2.8 times faster than others. They can spend 38% more of their time, their precious time, on innovation, and they've seen a 2.6x times annual return on their observability solutions that they use to make sure they meet their reliability goals and are able to deliver awesome digital customer experiences. Over the past 12 months, we have taken Splunk at Dynamics and Splunk Observability Cloud and brought it into a single cohesive solution. And we are uniquely able to provide complete visibility across any environment in any stack, spanning applications, infrastructure, and your AI environments. Also, what's more important is we've built it into a unified experience. And so while Splunk App Dynamics is the solution for hybrid third-party tier environments, we also have Splunk Observability Cloud, which is the solution for cloud-native environments. We leverage the power of the platform advantage, which brings in common experiences. We use the common data set, common UI, and all of this comes together to help you make faster insights and smarter insights. Also, this is all supported by Splunk ITSI, which gives you that bird's eye view across your entire environment. Only Cisco and Splunk is able to help you cut through all of that complexity. That allows us and you to help your executives, IT, security, networking, and security practitioners hone in on what matters most in a matter of seconds. Now, to help you understand more about how we get this done, I'd like to welcome Raja Mudapadri, our Vice President of Product Management Observability, onto the stage.
Thank you, Kevin. There are 3 primary reasons why customers choose Splunk. The first, we give them complete business visibility into any application, any technology stack. Second, we make it really easy for teams to find and fix issues in their environment and then tie those issues back to their impact on the business. And third, we make it really simple. We give teams a lot of control, a lot of visibility into their telemetry data so that they can better manage the costs associated with observability. Let's look into these in a bit more detail. With Splunk's offerings, we are able to bring together IT teams, engineering teams, security teams, with a shared context around the entire environment in a way that no other solutions can. Now, we of course provide composite, vertical visibility into individual applications, the front-end application, the server-side application, and the underlying infrastructure. And we do this across all application architectures and across any environment, all the way from a mainframe that may be running on premises to a newer application running in Lambda on AWS. But in addition to such vertical visibility into individual applications, we also provide horizontal visibility into higher order business processes that cut across multiple different IT systems, multiple applications. So for instance, with Splunk, a manufacturer can not only monitor their SAP environment, they can monitor the higher order, the business process around the efficiency of their supply chain, when the supply chain cuts across not just SAP, but Kinaxis and other IT systems. Similarly, if you look at a bank, they can not only monitor their core banking application, their mainframe application, but they can also monitor their credit card issuance business process. They can get deep insights into where users are getting stumped in the sign-up flow, why getting cards out to new issuers is taking long and such. So let's look at this in the context of one of our customers, Travelport, how they are using these capabilities. They are a distribution, technology, and payment solutions provider to the travel and tourism industry. And prior to getting Splunk, their monitoring environment was fragmented. They had lots of monitoring tools, and when they would have an issue, all of those different tools would be screaming alerts. They had upwards of 20,000 alerts per day, and they had zero context into what an individual alert meant in terms of its impact to the business. And that is exactly what they were trying to solve for. They wanted to bring the noise level around alerts down and to be able to better quantify what individual alerts impact were to the business. And that is precisely what they have achieved with Splunk. They have brought down the alert volume by 95%. They have done this by leveraging Splunk's capabilities to automatically group thousands of alerts into a much smaller number of human relatable incidents that their operations teams can then chase down. And in the process, they have brought down the mean time to detection by 75%. Not only that, now they have high-level dashboards that have summary roll-ups into their business-level KPIs. So things like call volume, things like the number of abandoned carts, things like their overall booking. So really deep visibility into the business, not just their IT systems. Now, the second reason why a lot of customers choose Splunk is that we make it really simple for teams to find and fix issues in their environment. And we do this primarily by giving teams a unified view of their full environment, a full stack view, if you will, across logs, events, metrics, traces, so that users can quickly search and correlate across all of this data with ease. We also provide out-of-box monitoring dashboard for standard infrastructure component, so it's a really plug-and-play experience for users. Now, in addition to automatically grouping alerts and reducing the alert noise, we also provide for automated anomaly detection. And then when engineers are troubleshooting because of an alert, we provide automated root cause analysis summaries, all to make sure that they're able to troubleshoot issues quickly. Developers, they're able to inject tags that inject their specific business context into the telemetry data. And so that when they are troubleshooting, they can use those tags to do the troubleshooting analysis and be able to answer questions like, hey, this outage that we are having, does it impact all of my customers or only particular segments being impacted? If users are having a bad experience with your service, are users in all geographies impacted or only particular geographies? So let's look into how one of our customers, Repay, they have been taking advantage of all these capabilities. They're a payment technology and solutions provider with an omni-channel platform. They have billions of transactions that go through their platform, and the stakes of service availability are very high, both in terms of what it means for the business in terms of revenue, but also in terms of their regulatory obligations. Now, with the solution that they had prior to Splunk, it was patchy. Teams would take a long time to find and fix issues because the monitoring tool gave them only limited piecemeal visibility into their environment. They've switched over to Splunk, and now they have a comprehensive view of their overall environment in real time. And in doing so, they have been able to bring down the total number of incidents, as well as the amount of time it takes them to fix it. They have been one of the earliest adopters of our AI assistant capability, and using that, they have been able to bring down the transaction, the amount of time it takes for them to triage incidents by 50%. The transaction latencies, they have been able to bring it down by 30% by optimizing their services. So a lot of operational efficiencies that the team has gained using Splunk. Now, with the shift to public cloud and the shift to a microservices-based architecture, technology stacks have become more heavily instrumented. And that has led to an explosion of telemetry data volume that comes out of digital environments. And that is why we see a lot of customers struggling with the costs associated around observability. And this is where Splunk, we help our customers stand up flexible telemetry data pipelines. And we do that in a way that is open standards-based way with open telemetry. And the great thing about open telemetry is that you instrument your environment only once, and then you don't have to touch it, even though you retain the freedom to have multiple different observability solutions over time. And the thing here that makes Splunk solution unique is that we give our users a lot of control into the kind of processing a particular piece of logs data, metrics data, trace data will have, all with the goal of ensuring that the teams are always able to get to the most optimal observability posture that their business can afford. So let's look into how one of the customers, Travelport, they have been getting deep visibility into their business in the face of massive data volumes. As you may know, Progressive, they are one of the largest insurance companies in the world. And they have upwards of 15 million web requests coming into their platform every day. And it was crucial for them that they be able to zoom into any one of those requests and find out exactly what is going on in there. With their prior solution, they had a lot of blind spots. They didn't know when users were having a frustrating experience with their digital offering and were falling off. And that led to a significant loss of revenue. And coming over to Splunk with our full fidelity tracing solution, we now process upwards of 50 million spans per day for Progressive. That is upwards of 8 million traces. And what that means for the Progressive team is that they now have the flexibility that out of the millions of insurance codes that's floating around in their system, they can zoom in and they can find exactly what is going wrong with one individual code. Talk about finding a needle in a haystack. And this has really increased the level of confidence that the business has around the digital offering. So lots of deep visibility into the business, even in the face of massive data volumes. So these are some of the primary ways that our customers are getting value out of Splunk and why they keep choosing Splunk as a strategic partner that can help them improve the overall resilience of their digital environments. Now, let's get to the fun part. I'm really excited to share with you some of our latest product innovations. Now, when users are having problems with a digital service, IT teams don't know a priori whether the problem is in the application, the underlying infrastructure, or in the network that connects the users to the application. This is because there is no single tool that spans the entire gamut and can present a summary view across the network and the application. And this is where Splunk's IT Service Intelligence, ITSI, comes in. ITSI integrates with application monitoring tools, infrastructure monitoring tools, network monitoring tools, and is able to provide to teams a high-level visual map across your application and network, so that when a problem happens, IT teams can very quickly go and rule out, look, we don't think this problem is the network. Looks like it is the application. So that they can then engage the appropriate team so that the team can then use their specific, domain-specific monitoring tool to troubleshoot further. So let's look at all of this live in a demo video. Could you roll the video, please?
Digital resilience starts with knowing, is it your system, your network, or somebody else's problem? With new integrations for Splunk ITSI and Cisco Catalyst and Meraki, as well as Splunk Observability Cloud with Thousand Eyes, you don't guess, you know. In ITSI, you see the health of your entire environment in one glance. You see your network, Catalyst, Meraki, as well as your applications. Red lights indicate an issue. But when there's a few, how do you know what's the symptom and where's the cause? Using the new content pack, ITSI pulls data from Catalyst and Meraki. One click shows you critical services in Catalyst. One more takes us to episode review, where the new advanced AI feature in Splunk ITSI called Event IQ autocorrelates alerts. No manual rules needed. It flags store SJC12 as the root cause, and the events timeline reveals just how much noise Event IQ cut through, all without lifting a finger. Another click lands you with context in Catalyst Center, reviewing critical metrics. A key access switch is in fact down. Now you know it's the network edge and can focus on the fix. And by the way, Meraki managed branches also show up in your ITSI environment. We've got you covered regardless of what you use. Now, if you're a Thousand Eyes user, you're used to proving the network isn't at fault. But now with Splunk APM integration, you don't just clear the network. You see what's actually wrong in the app. When a test fails, like here in Oregon, you check the network path. It looks clean. But the new APM service map shows up red. This links us to a corresponding trace in Splunk APM, which shows a 500 error in the app stack. You can pass that down to the dev. No back and forth, no waste of time. Whether you're a network engineer or app owner, Splunk helps you say not it or fix it. That's digital resilience with Cisco, now supercharged by Splunk.
That's pretty cool, right? As you saw in the video, with ITSI's integration into both application infrastructure monitoring tools and the network monitoring tools, teams can now quickly identify when they have a problem. Is it the network? Is it the application? Is it the infrastructure? Because the network is not always the problem, even though, as we all know, the network team always gets the blame. And we already have available ITSI's integration with App Dynamics with Observability Cloud, and we released the integration of ITSI with Thousand Eyes a couple of months back. I am super excited to announce that we are extending that with ITSI's integrations into Catalyst Center and Meraki Controller. These will be available in September, and we won't stop there. We will be extending that with integrations with Nexus ACI, as well as Cisco's SD-WAN offering, so that you have that visibility. When you know that the network is a problem, you are able to quickly isolate it to the subdomain. Is the problem on the WAN side? Is the problem on the campus side? Is the problem on the wireless, wireline, the data center switching side? All of that. Now, in addition to ITSI's integration with these products, as you saw in the video, we have done pairwise integration between Observability Cloud and Thousand Eyes. The whole idea is that if there's a team that is using Thousand Eyes synthetics test to test their application, and if the test fails, right there in the Thousand Eyes console, as you saw, the network team would get a summary view of the application. Again, the point is to let them know, look, is this the network? That's why the test is failing? Or do you think it's the application? And if it is the application, with one click, the application owner can get into Observability Cloud, where they can pull up the traces corresponding to that failed test. Now, as you heard earlier in the keynote this morning from Jeetu, a lot of applications are becoming AI-enabled, and newer applications are being stood up in an AI-native way. And that has led to the emergence of an AI infrastructure stack for applications, all the way from the hardware with GPUs, to the language models, to vector databases, to language model orchestration frameworks. We need to provide visibility into this new AI infrastructure stack for applications. But not just that, we need to provide visibility into the application code so that developers can look into individual prompts that are going into the models and the responses coming back so that they can make sense of it all. And that is exactly what we are doing with Observability Cloud. We will be providing out-of-the-box monitoring dashboards for all the way from NVIDIA GPUs to language models like Azure OpenAI, to Amazon Bedrock, Google Vertex AI, to vector databases like VV8. We'll also be integrating with language model orchestration frameworks like LiteLLM, LangChain, OpenAI, so that developers can get the right hooks into their code so that they're able to look into the prompts and the responses coming back. We'll also give you an idea of the costs associated with the model. We'll look into things like the number of tokens you have used and give you a sense into the quality of responses coming back from the model, the percentage of responses that are hallucinations and such. We will be having all of these capabilities available in Observability Cloud by July end, and then for our App Dynamics customers, we'll have similar capabilities to monitor LLM-enabled applications as well. Now, that is how we are thinking of providing observability for AI-enabled applications. The other side of the coin, if you will, is how we are using AI to really help our users in their observability practice. And the key thing to realize there is that observability products, they're products of necessity. Our users, developers, SREs, IT, operations teams members, no one really wants to be in an observability product. They're there because they have to. And that key insight is what animates our broader vision of what AI can do for observability. We imagine a completely different product experience in observability powered by AI, where the human toil involved in running and maintaining digital environments is brought substantively down. Whether it is detecting anomalies, whether it is troubleshooting, whether it is taking remedial action, or whether it is generating summary incident reports, we'll be automating all of these flows with AI, with the human always being in the supervisory loop. And that is exactly what you see us doing all across our portfolio. Within App Dynamics, we have always had anomaly detection for business transactions. We are going to be extending that to databases. Similarly, we have root cause analysis support for business transactions. We are bringing it down from the application layer into the infrastructure layer. And for customers of App Dynamics that use the self-managed form factor, we would be introducing automated transaction diagnostics in the virtual appliance offering. Within ITSI, we have had this capability where you can group thousands of alerts into a smaller number of human relatable incidents. Now, in the past, in order to do that, users had to specify rules that governed how different entities are related so that the software could group the individual alerts together. No longer. Now, we'll have AI do that for you. And that's the capability called Event IQ that we have released in preview a couple of months back. And then finally, earlier this year, we have released the AI assistant in Observability Cloud, where developers, SREs, can just ask questions in natural language and get quick responses around what's wrong in their environment, all with the goal so that they can get to the root cause faster. Now, we will be extending that and directly embedding AI in the workflow so that when an alert goes off and the SRE team comes in, they will have right there a summary view of what software thinks, what the AI thinks has gone wrong, and what could be the root cause. So a lot more stuff here to come from us. Now, we have always been big proponents that you need unified observability through your environment. And what we mean by that is that you want a full stack view across the front-end application, across your server-side application, across the underlying infrastructure, and across logs, events, metrics. But not only that, you want a view of the security profile of the application as well. All of this so that the human beings who are troubleshooting, they're not trying to look at individual pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. They can look at the entire frame all in one go. And that is why I'm very excited that we have brought together the best capabilities of App Dynamics and Observability Cloud into a single unified observability experience. And through that, you can cover your entire application estate, whether it's 3-tier applications or whether it's microservices applications running on the public cloud. We have also integrated between App Dynamics and Observability Cloud so that if you have a 3-tier application that you are using App Dynamics to monitor and it's running on Kubernetes, you can use Observability Cloud to monitor the Kubernetes infrastructure, while still making sure that the developers that are in the App Dynamics console, they get a view of what's happening in the Kubernetes infrastructure right there within the App Dynamics console. Now, another capability that we are very excited is a secure application capability within Observability Cloud. What this does, it gives engineering teams a view into all of the security vulnerabilities that exist in their code and from a runtime lens. We know a lot of engineering teams, they are overwhelmed with the number of security vulnerabilities that exist in the code. And so they need a prioritization framework, which ones to fix first. And getting that runtime view that these are the vulnerabilities that can be invoked in runtime is a crucial signal that will help teams get on top of their backlog around security vulnerabilities. And last but not least, we have the session replay capability in App Dynamics, where whether it's mobile sessions, whether it's browser sessions, developers, product managers, designers can get really granular insight into how users are interacting with the digital offering. So you can see lots of innovation that has come out, lots more to come in the next few months, and we're going to keep continuing on that momentum. Now, of course, we have been recognized by the industry analyst community for the work that we do for our customers. But even more, it makes us incredibly proud to get the validation from our customers to see what we do for them and how we help them make their digital environments more resilient. And to hear one such customer story, let me invite back on stage Kevin LeBlanc and Michael Bryan, leader for observability at Honeywell.
Welcome to the stage, Michael, and thank you for taking out some of your Cisco Live experience to be with us. Really appreciate it.
Happy to be here.
Awesome. I'm wondering if you could just briefly tell us a little bit about Honeywell and the functions that you serve, and a bit about your team.
Yeah, so Honeywell is a fairly massive corporation. We do a lot of stuff, but for me, I'm specifically over the observability and monitoring section for application performance monitoring. So making sure that our applications are performing, staying up, and running correctly.
For such a large organization, how are you ensuring consistency across what you deliver for your internal customers?
It's all around setting up GDMs and SOPs, helping enforce adoption of those standard processes to ensure that we're actually having, the processes followed correctly. We have our guidelines set up. We have what we need to happen all identified, and we have to make sure that our teams are using those runbooks.
Perfect. Thank you. Can you talk to us a little bit more about your main observability focus in terms of how you're using the Splunk tools today?
Yeah, so a lot of our focus is on synthetic browser testing. We like to simulate our customers accessing our sites. That way we know what experiences they're getting. Above and beyond RUM. RUM is fantastic, but synthetic testing lets us identify those really intermittent issues that might be popping up like you just said, intermittently, yeah.
Can you share an example of how synthetic testing has helped you? Maybe describe how you're using that tools.
Yeah, so we use synthetic testing, synthetic browser testing to simulate critical user journeys, test what our users are going out onto our sites, the specific key functionalities that we really require to be up and running in order for our e-commerce platforms to actually be functional.
Great. Now, metrics. Metrics are really, really important. Can you tell us a bit more about how some of the most important metrics that you look at, investigate?
For us, it's mostly uptime and performance. So we have a set of performance metrics that we've identified between business and DA. We've identified what is most important to our customers to ensure that our sites are functioning appropriately. And then we really look at how each individual function on our e-commerce site is. Is it up and running? Is it impacted? Is there degradation in the performance of it? We want to make sure that we see how our customers are experiencing our website.
Great. When you think about the journey that you've been on to help your internal customers, the external customers of Honeywell, what is some of the biggest value that Splunk has brought to you?
It's allowed us to get a single pane of glass, which allows us to troubleshoot faster. It allows us to consolidate our tools. It really lets us find the issues that are impacting our customers and then resolve them quickly and accurately. It's really all about the customer at the end of the day. We want to make sure that they have a great experience on our e-commerce platforms. And so that's what it allows us to do.
Great, thank you. And then when you think about how has your team changed their day-to-day processes, their day-to-day life with Splunk being involved in the mix?
It's really allowed us to put a lot more focus on issues that we may not have seen in the past. It's allowed us to be more proactive rather than reactive. We can identify potential issues that might be coming up and then actively work to resolve them before they have impact on our customers.
Great. So you talked about this cultural shift from proactive and reactive. Can you tell me more about how that's impacted your teams and ability to do what you do?
I think the easiest way to respond to that one is it's allowed our teams to put more focus on improving the platform stability of our product rather than trying to chase down a number of various issues on it that are reported from our customers. So it's the idea of removing repeatable instances of failure and instead proactively improving the platform stability.
Great. Yeah. So in the keynote this morning, we heard a lot about detection investigation. We talked about it here as well. Can you tell us how Splunk has helped you get earlier detection investigation?
Yeah, so we use APM and synthetic tests to generate alerts that allow us to identify when we have failures occurring on our site. It also allows us to proactively identify when failures might be occurring in the future. So it allows us to hop on those issues, quickly resolve them, and really bring a better customer experience to our customers.
Great, great. Can you describe something that you could catch now that before you just would have missed, would have never seen?
Yeah, so we had a PIF service, a backend APM service that had a node that was intermittently failing. It was something that only impacted a couple customers here and there, but with our synthetic tests, we were able to see it in real time, identify where the node was, and then resolve that issue permanently.
Perfect. Business impact. We've talked about proactive, reactive. Can you describe to me having a proactive state? How has that helped the business?
Well, it's allowed us to ensure that we have fewer P1 and P2s. It's made our platform more stable, and it's really increased the CSAT for our customers. I mean, it's provided a better experience, and in doing so, we improve how it's perceived.
Perfect. And when you interact with your executive stakeholders and leadership, what are sort of the metrics that you review with them?
Well, for us, it's all about performance and uptime. They want to make sure that the site is up and running, that the various functions inside of it are up and running, and that they're performing up to snuff. We want to make sure that it doesn't take 30 seconds to check out. We want that to be lightning fast.
Perfect. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you do prioritization of alerts for critical path situations?
So for us, we really put the most amount of focus on our actual critical user journeys. So we've worked with our business teams to identify what are the core functionalities of the site that have to be up and running in order for us to have a successful site. Cart, search, checkout, those are all portions of this critical user journey. And so when we get alerts, we're actually only getting alerts on things that are impacting the ability for our e-commerce site to actually bring in revenue.
Perfect. How has synthetic testing evolved overall for you at Honeywell?
Well, we went from bare bones tests, pretty much just uptime tests, to now doing a full critical user path. So we go step by step through everything that the user would touch, and we make sure that we are testing out each piece of that functionality.
Great. So in the keynote this morning, G2 talked about it's not just about the network, it's not just about security. It's heavy dose of collaboration. Can you speak to how you and your team collaborate across the technology individuals across networking and security?
Yeah, so we work with our BRM team in order to bring together everybody who needs to be brought together as soon as we identify that there's an issue occurring. And what we found is that we get faster root cause analysis, we get fewer escalations because we're actually identifying the key members needed on these calls before the calls happen. So it ends up being a cleaner BRM altogether.
Great. And BRM for the audience, what does that stand for?
Business Resilience Management.
Business Resilience Management. Great. Can you describe some of maybe the metrics, performance? Like, how do you engage? Is it dashboards that you share with this team?
Primarily, it's dashboards. We have dashboards set up that share the key critical metrics for business. And then we also have an IT operations dashboard, which is more of a command center level dashboard. Lets us know how the systems are working, whether there's performance degradation, and triggers alerts based off of predefined settings, thresholds.
Could you describe to us how observability has improved this cross-team dynamics?
I think it's allowed us to talk more freely to one another, to be honest. We aren't blaming one another for any specific thing. We already know where the issue is. We just have to find out how to fix it.
Perfect. Can you describe for us how you're bringing some of these challenges across insights to business? How are you showing up in front of your key stakeholders' mind, not just visibility? We've talked about the importance of visibility and context to business.
Okay, so for us, it's really about sharing the metrics that matter to them. So we share the metrics. We were able to show them how the site's performing. We're able to identify those performance metrics and connect them with the CSAT scores that we're seeing on the business side to really show just the uptime and performance in a clear, quantifiable method.
Great. And as you traverse from one key stakeholder group to the other, what are some of the main metrics that are resonating with your line of business, the business individuals?
It's all about performance. It's how fast is our website running? Are the key functions up and running? What is our uptime status? It's everything that drives, our site's ability to bring in revenue.
Well, this will likely vary from one company to the next. What sort of cadence do you recommend with business alignment?
It's really going to be based off of the business that you're working with. We have multiple SBGs. We have some SBGs that we meet with weekly, some that are monthly. And usually they're looking at these dashboards that we've created daily. I can't tell you the number of times I'm getting pings on Teams going, hey, what's going on here? So it's really allowed them to see things in real time. And so while I would love to say that there's a set cadence of, we meet every 2 weeks, they're very active in reviewing these data points. And I think that it's helpful.
Great. And for the audience, SBG is what's definition?
It's one of those acronyms that I don't actually know. I think it's sub-business group.
Very good, very good, cool. Look, in the keynote today, we talked about it here as well. Is Honeywell using AI? Is your team using AI in the context of observability? What are you doing?
Yeah, so Honeywell's gone all in on AI. We really believe in democratizing it. So we've put AI in the hands of every single Honeywell worker. But we're also utilizing the Splunk Observability AI Assistant, which has really helped us drive faster root cause analyses. We dive into fewer rabbit holes, and we've actually been able to use it on occasion to build smarter dashboards.
Awesome. Why do you think AI is important to your operations?
I think it's important because it's really about shifting the focus onto resolving issues rather than trying to hunt them down and find them. The less time we have to spend finding where the issue is, the faster we can resolve it, and the happier our customers are going to be.
Perfect, perfect. We've talked a lot about this, that observability, it's not just about tools, it's a practice. Can you tell us a bit more on where are you going with your journey and your practice?
So our next step is really going to be based around unifying our dashboards. I come from the e-commerce space in Honeywell, and we've recently expanded, and we're really pushing for full deep observability across all of our applications in Honeywell. And so what we're going to want to do is unify out our dashboards. We want to be able to have a single pane of glass across all of Honeywell, and then really start maturing the use of AI to resolve and find these issues.
Great. And then maybe a narrow aperture, say in the next 12 months, what are some of the biggest growth areas or critical priorities you have?
It's going to be standardizing the use of observability across all of the applications that Honeywell has. That's going to be our biggest growth area. We're setting up the GDM and the SOP in order to really push and drive that. Because we don't want there to be separate silos of how people use observability. And that's something we're changing.
Perfect. Well, Michael, I really appreciate you spending time with us here this week.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, in closing, I'd like to leave with just a couple things that we talked about today. We talked a lot about needing the visibility, but it's a lot more than just visibility. It's about visibility and context. That gives you the insights to be able to prioritize and take actions. Michael talked about trying to move from reactive to proactive. A reactive state is the only way that you're able to get ahead of issues to avoid business impact. One of the things that we truly believe is observability, it's much more than tools. Observability is a practice. And just like weights in a gym, if they sit on the corner and you never visit the weights, it doesn't do anything for you. It's about the practice. It's about the discipline. It's about the cadence of putting these things to work. And we worked a lot with people, with companies like Honeywell and Michael, and we've learned and experienced what IT operations and developers and engineers are doing. And I'd like to leave you with a couple things that we've seen that top teams that have cracked the code on resilience do time and time again. Visibility across the environment is critical. The visibility gives you the next piece in terms of the context. To get the business impact and context, you got to cut through that noise. You got to reduce the noise. And we found that teams that are highly, highly successful in doing all this, they're leveraging AI, machine learning, to get deep inspection and quick inspection understanding of root cause analysis. And so really that's about obsessed with minimizing downtime. And the last one is collaboration. It's not just tools. It's not just an observability team. It's not just the network team. It's how do you bring all this together through standardized practices, shared data, and shared workflows. If anything I've talked about today piques your interest to go deeper on whether it's observability, security, the combination of both in a DevSecOps world, I would encourage you to download and hit this QR code. There's a discount code to join us at .conf in Boston in September. We would love to see you there. So thank you so much.
So 4 years ago, we wanted to change two things. We wanted to change the way we worked, and we wanted to change the sport of golf forever. And the solution to both was WebEx.
My name is Cameron Pollard, and I play golf. When I first started competing, playing in front of people wasn't my thing. Being autistic, it was hard at the start. Then came the WebEx Players Series.
The idea was one tournament, one course, one title, one prize purse, men, women and all abilities together. Golf is a game that's hardly changed in hundreds of years, and it took some doing. WebEx was showing things that we didn't know we could do in our sport, and it enabled us to connect our athletes all over the world to get our athletes ready for the global game, and it's working for them. We've seen athletes such as Grace Kim start in the WebEx Players Series to go on and win on the LPGA.
Do want to show them that you're actually good and you belong there. I'm not just a bloke with autism. It's just because we're good enough to be there. It's a pretty awesome feeling.
Since the inception of the WebEx Players Series, female participation has grown 25%. Participation in general over the last year has grown from 3.4 million to 3.8 million golfers in Australia. That is phenomenal. As for the team, WebEx changed the way we worked, and WebEx's AI has been amazing. People Focus is a great feature for us. It allows for everyone in the meeting to feel included and be seen and heard on the one screen. Real-time translation is very valuable for us at the PGA. We talk with global tours on a regular basis. Things used to take twice as long with our team out in the field. We began this journey thinking two things. We would change the way we work, and we would change the sport of golf. What we never imagined is that we'd actually be changing people's lives.
The best customer experience is the one your customers never have to think about.
Hi, Sam. Sorry about your train cancellation. Let's get you booked on the next available train.
Because you communicate proactively, anticipating their needs before they become needs. Because you deliver 24/7, always-on service with AI agents that offer personalized experiences. Because you can scale with agentic AI that completes tasks and resolves customer issues in the languages and channels customers prefer. Because you empower customer-facing teams with AI tools so they can stay engaged while providing higher touch support. Because you harness AI to turn insights into action and enhance every part of the customer journey. Experiences so effortless and engaging, your customers keep coming back. That's the power of WebEx, and AI-first customer experience. WebEx Calling Customer Assist enables your local and regional employees to deliver seamless customer assistance with AI-powered features in the collaboration app they already use. Click to Call allows your customers to get in touch with one click. No login required. Once they've reached out, any team member can answer and help. With AI Assistant, they'll have efficient tools at their fingertips, like real-time call summaries that can be shared when transferring a call. And with the Call Sentiment for Supervisors feature, supervisors can assist team members whenever they need support. Enable your local and regional employees to deliver seamless customer assistance, empowered with AI, in the collaboration app they already use. WebEx Calling Customer Assist.
Cisco and SAP have agreed on an ambitious milestone for the migration of our more than 250 offices globally. Right now, we are planning on having upwards of 350,000 devices on the network, including IoT devices. We have more than 100,000 employees. They need best-in-class IT infrastructure to work wherever, whenever, and however they choose, with the devices they prefer. With Cisco, we've made our network simpler and more secure. Cisco SDA also enabled us to improve our Zero Trust access policy, ensuring only trusted devices can access corporate resources. With the Cisco Spaces, we could leverage this foundation, establish a global platform for smart offices. A first experience confirms our hopes and expectation that we can manage everything in one place together with a professional partner like Cisco.
Tribeca has always been curious about technology. I feel that so much of WebEx and Cisco specifically have done for us is help us lower the barrier of entry so that all artists can participate and be involved in the festival.
We're using WebEx events in order to make the experience of DeNiroCon much more interesting, immersive, and connected for our audience. A frictionless experience was key. We don't want our fans and customers worrying about how to find things or where to find things. All we want them to worry about is how do they have the best possible experience. We want to continue to tap into the broader suite of capabilities that WebEx has, including a lot of the AI capabilities that they continue to build out.
It's important to work with companies that have shared values because it's a partnership. It helps us amplify our voice, and to a certain extent, it's a shared mission of Cisco to be able to amplify diverse storytelling. You need to have global partners if you're a global festival, so we're truly honored and proud to be partnered with Cisco.
Meet AI Receptionist for WebEx Calling, your always-on virtual receptionist that can answer questions, book appointments, and transfer calls so your business can boost customer satisfaction without adding staff.
Thanks for calling Florissa Dental. I'm your AI receptionist. How can I help you today?
Hi, yes, I have a toothache and I'd like to schedule an appointment. But first, I want to make sure that you accept U.S. insurance.
Yes, we do. U.S. insurance is covered 100%. Would you like to speak to an insurance specialist, or are you ready to schedule an appointment?
I'd like to go ahead and schedule an appointment. Thank you.
Great. I'll transfer you to a nurse who will give you an initial consultation and help to schedule your appointment.
Thank you.
Deliver outstanding customer service. AI Receptionist, available later this year as an add-on to WebEx Calling. Take your business into the new era of customer experience with WebEx AI Agent, which answers questions and fulfills customer needs, all while delivering personalized conversational experiences. With WebEx AI Agent, you can engage your customers through the channels they prefer, using natural language and human inflections.
Sounds like a special occasion. Okay, based on your description and our stock, I would recommend daffodils.
Oh, and I want a dozen, please.
Understood. A dozen. Coming right up. Okay, I think we have what you're asking for. I've sent it directly to your phone.
Even if your customer changes their mind mid-conversation.
I've got it. Miami. That's the destination.
Of course. I found several flights that fit your preference.
And with reliable guardrails in place, the conversation stays within the AI agent's capabilities.
Could you also book me a taxi by chance for when I land?
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, that is outside of my scope. Anything else I can help you with?
You can be sure that your customers' needs will be met, their problems resolved, and that all-important transaction completed.
Let's get that payment arranged. I've sent a text message with a confirmation. Have a great day.
Welcome to the new era of customer experience with WebEx AI Agent.
Thank you for calling. You're caller number 25. Your estimated wait time is 37 minutes.
I'm Blossom, an AI agent.
Hey, how are you?
For your rush delivery, I can help you find the flower you were looking for. We have...
Hi, yeah, it's my grandma's birthday and I need her favorite flower, but I have no idea what it's called. It's bright yellow with like bell-shaped center, very thin stem.
Sounds like a special occasion. Okay, based on your description and our stock, I would recommend daffodils.
Oh, and I want a dozen, please.
Understood. A dozen, coming right up. Okay, I think we have what you're asking for. I've sent it directly to your phone.
Yes.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you so much for being our guinea pigs for this new silent presentation. This is new for me as well. So first and foremost, if you can hear me and you're excited to be here, the coolest, most powerful session at Cisco Live, raise your hand. We can hear? Okay, all good. All right, I have to tell you, a couple of years ago when we kicked off engineering sustainability across Cisco, I was trying to convince people why energy was such a big deal for this portfolio and for our work. I don't think I have to explain any of that today. So I'm not going to explain why it's such a big deal. What I am going to tell you is help you with some numbers so we can start to see and understand the magnitude and the urgency. And pick your poison. If it's the stick with compliance and regulations that are still happening around the world, or if it's the great big opportunity in front of all of us. One of the most recent studies I stumbled upon that I wanted to share with you is a McKinsey study that's forecasted between 2023 and 2030. The amount of data center energy consumption spend is going to threefold, going to a projected over 150 gigawatts of power by 2030. Just so, for comparison, 1 gigawatt is 1 nuclear power plant. Right, so we're looking at forecasts of demand that our grid simply cannot support. No change in how much data center spending is going. The change is how big can you dream, how large are those numbers? It's not just in the billions, they're talking trillions of dollars. Right? We're talking leaders around the world saying we're going to re-rack and redo every data center in the world, and now we're building new ones. If you go over to the campus side, the regulatory pressure to look at energy buildings and bring in from a real estate perspective, we still have a vacancy problem around the world of refreshing campuses, office buildings, centers to make sure that we have not only the power needed, but bringing renewable energy and the right experiences to those employees. You add on top of that a world shortage of skilled electricians. Anyone who's done any work in a building will know the most expensive labor you're going to pay for is those skilled electricians. And so this is where we're going to focus. And where we have been focusing is around energy on both the networking side and the cooling solution. And I have to tell you, this year, there are so many new exciting things that we have gotten across a milestone finish line to bring to you here at Cisco Live for the first time. So let's start to first understand, across Cisco's entire portfolio, we've had the pleasure and the opportunity to build this foundation around energy management. We know on both the campus and the campus future-proof workspace side, as well as our digital resilience with the acquisition of Splunk, all of this data is going to need to pervasively come together. And what we've been doing very quietly behind the scenes is standardizing across an energy management platform. This energy management platform, we've taken 5 key metrics across our portfolio. We've standardized it. We've made it available for free in visibility. Across our major controllers, you can now see how much energy you're using, the greenhouse gas emission footprint, the carbon intensity, and the mix of that energy. So by location, you can see how much of that energy is coming from renewable, not just any renewable, how much is coming from wind, solar, thermal. And then we look at the cost of that energy. We have taken our data and telemetry, we've overlaid it with electricity maps and IEA data, and now you have geotagging. And the only people in the world who have access to this data are Cisco and the end customer. So as you think about how we can build platforms and services and where customers are going to begin, it's really important to understand credible measurement. You have energy management as a foundation, and then we look at, well, you can turn off all the light switches you want, You can try to go on standby mode as much as you want. That's not going to move the needle for our energy capacity needs. What's going to move the needle is new innovation. And if you've seen maybe or heard some of this in the past, you may be familiar with the old current wars between AC and DC. You may have heard of fault managed power. I've been talking about it for a couple of years now. If it's your first time learning about it, let me simply tell you, there is a new class of power called fault managed power. It was introduced into our National Electrical Code in 2023. And it's what comes after PoE. Power over Ethernet tops out at 100 watts. When we introduce fault managed power, Cisco is leading the charge in terms of IP. We are working with industry alliance groups to bring together partners in the industry and start to really educate what this new technology is. It is not only smarter and more secure, it is safe to touch, up to 450 volts DC. I'm going to say that again for making sure that everyone's hearing that okay. It's not just arc safe, it's not just ground safe, it is touch safe, up to 450 volt DC. And for the very first time at Cisco Live, we have a live demo for you. With Panduit, transmitter and receiver, powering Cisco switches, powering PoE endpoints. It is also cheaper and faster. When you think about the deployment, you no longer need certified electricians to do everything end to end. You might have low cabling labor to do the cabling and then maybe your certified electricians for that final fixture. But this is a tremendous way to save on cost. It's more efficient, right? When you think about the end-to-end power loss of distance and delivery and line loss, all of that gets fixed because this is DC. So imagine, what would you do with touch-safe DC power up to 450 volts? Would you go to the data center? Would you go to the campus? Would you take it to EVs? Right? The art of possible with FMP is something that we're still just starting with, and we encourage all of you to dream with us. So that's the power side. What's new on the liquid cooling side? For the first time at Cisco Live, we have a rear door heat exchanger, direct to chip, and immersion, all on the back wall right over there. And what's exciting about this is you can start anywhere on wherever customers on their journey, whether it's a basic refresh and they're trying to simply contain their air with hot and cold aisles and rear door heat exchangers, or you want to start to introduce smart direct to chip. If you want to start sprinkling in immersion cooling, that is also possible in the same exact space. So we're going to double click a little bit into the data center, because with some of these new innovations, we want to understand, well, just how effective is this, right? When we think about data centers being such a large expense, electricity represents the largest expense in data centers today. And we know that rack consumption, on average, data centers, legacy data centers, are around 10 megawatts a rack. Sorry, 10 kilowatts a rack. That was a catch, just to make sure everyone was still listening. So 10 kilowatts a rack on average today, data centers. New data centers for AI are being architected starting at 100, 150. We're now seeing hyperscalers look at 400, 600, 800 volts to the rack. Who's going to service those, right? So we think about legacy. What does it mean when you have a legacy install and you're starting to add like bubble gum and sticky tape, all of these different systems working together? You no longer will be able to service the rack without a certified electrician wearing an arc flash suit. That's an arc flash suit. If you've never seen one or wore one, think about going into a hot aisle wearing that and then hiring a certified electrician just to swap out a server. So what we're trying to introduce is this concept around more integrated systems. An integrated rack design allows you to take those silos and remove the inefficiencies from the get-go. So we're partnering with a variety of ecosystem vendors to make sure that we have validated architectures and reference designs to make it easier for customers to say, give me that block. We know it works and we know it's optimized. Right? The thermal cycling and the signal integrity that happens on those GPUs, which are the most expensive part of that server, will go away when you architect in systems that are designed to work together with maximum efficiency. And so the concept of taking power and cooling, and think about, sometimes we're referring to it now as L11, taking wherever customers are in their current design and making sure we can transition them to the future. And if there's a brand new data center build, of which there are many, how are you designing these new data centers with the maximum efficiency, with power and cooling in mind? So, hopefully some of this is starting to make sense. The thing that really gets me really excited is tracking and measuring it. As I said in the beginning, that foundation of energy management is where you have to start for credibility. And so we put numbers on this. We took a rack design that has 128 servers. And we designed what a legacy data center would look like, air-cooled. And we found 65% of that power is non-useful power. Can you imagine 65% of the cost that you're doing is going to just cool the systems or being lost by power, the distribution line loss, right? AC to DC, distance delivery, it's inefficient. Then imagine combining all of this, putting it in an integrated rack system, throwing on fault managed power, 380 volt DC, and getting down from 65% to 22% of non-useful power. Raise of hands, who gets a little bit excited about over 75% energy cost savings in a data center? Yeah. This is just for a smaller data center. If you put these numbers to an AI data center, we've also run those numbers. Those costs for a legacy data center, energy costs for about a 5 to, let's say like a 10 megawatt data center, $350 million an annual cost of energy. That's the far left column, right? So we have these numbers and we can model them based on the designs. And that's what's really exciting about these reference architecture designs. So now let's look at where has Cisco done this in the past. With routed optical networking, we combined layers in the network to bring more efficiency, better performance, less space. Right, this is not new to Cisco. Many of our hyperscalers and web scalers have adopted routed optical networking. And what's very excited about that is we continue to innovate across the entire portfolio. And so routed optical networking has been around. We've seen tremendous savings in service providers. The numbers weren't even believable. We ran them. I think Deutsche Telekom was citing over 90% in energy reduction, bringing this technology because, again, they're converging layers of the network. So we've continued to re-architect and design, and we know that for AI-ready data centers, optical is very important. And so with Cisco's linear pluggable optics, LPO optics, it basically eliminates that need for the digital signal processing on both the transmitter and receiver side. So again, we're consolidating, and simplifying the architecture. And by doing that, we are seeing 50% less energy compared to retimed optics. That's 30% energy overall on the networking side with LPO. And we have that to display and show you how all that works together on that back wall. So when you compare and you start looking at legacy, where are we losing all of this power, right? The numbers seem sometimes too good to be true. But if you actually take into account and you follow the power all the way through, you can see that whether it's power factor loss, AC to DC conversion, loss in chassis just for the fans itself, a lot of these are lost in current data center metrics, right? PUE does not measure all of that wasted energy inside of every one of those boxes. So when you take a look at what we're trying to design and how we're working with engineering across the architectures to simplify from the get-go, there is a lot more that can be unlocked in terms of energy savings. For those who are trying to imagine, how in the world am I going to get FMP in this data center and what do those architectures look like? There are a lot of ways we can start to do that. The first phase gets fault managed power to the rack. Just removing those copper bus bars, removing copper bus savings material cost alone is huge, right? What we hope to envision in the future is simplifying that with cable trays. And why is that possible? Well, we see in the campus cable trays with PoE simplifying that architecture. Maybe it's the sidecars where you have an entire rack of power at the end of a rack. So we are reimagining, and we are looking and we are working with a lot of these new data center design builds for brand new data centers getting ready for AI. And we're doing that working with an ecosystem of partners. We have a new program called Engineering Alliances that you'll see peppered in a lot of our solutions behind you, working with key partners across storage, cooling, power, immersion, and non-traditional partners to help customers make it easier for reference architecture designs. And we're going to go validate that, third party, and then make sure you have the technical briefs and the technical solution guides to deploy much easier. When I think of all of the things that are happening and how you can sort of dream, how does all of this come together? And what is an example of where all this comes together for, one instance with the customer example? I had the opportunity to visit SoFi Stadium. For those who have not seen or visited SoFi Stadium, it's not too far from here in San Diego, but we have a video that we'd love to share to walk you through a real customer deployment.
This story is not about buildings, but redefining how people build things. Big things, like reimagining the once iconic Hollywood Park racetrack into a world-class destination for living, working, sports, and entertainment.
Architecture used to define spaces. Now it's equally about IT infrastructure. Partnering with Cisco, we've built a single, powerful, secure network that connects everything from broadcast systems to ticketing, security systems, and HVAC.
We have a converged network of intelligence with unprecedented control and visibility over our 298 acres. Since 2020, we've tapped into nearly 1 petabyte of data. We've solved problems even before they exist.
When guests visit and millions of people watch from home, the experience needs to be unforgettable. Everything behind the scenes must work flawlessly, and it does. This isn't just smart, this is revolutionary.
This story is about building revolutionary things, like SoFi Stadium, the most technologically advanced stadium on the planet. It's where 70,000 fans scream and stream at the same time.
At our big events, fans consume 32 terabytes of data without slowdown. And Wi-Fi powers everything, from the essentials to the innovative. It helped us improve navigation, reduce bottlenecks, and more.
The network empowers our broadcast team and our partners to seamlessly control and route thousands of video feeds throughout the Hollywood Park campus. This connectivity is truly transformative.
This story is about transformative things for the people behind the scenes.
With Cisco, we have the network and compute to scale operations and fan experiences. We're pivoting easily from intimate events to the world's most notable experiences. With full coverage through the network for both front and back of house, we could do anything for concerts, game days, and events. We're creating a dynamic environment while blocking 150,000 malicious threats annually.
The network has saved us millions, including reducing energy costs. We also cut our infrastructure data center footprint in half with Cisco. We can keep building.
This story is about building and building.
We started with SoFi Stadium, then YouTube Theater, followed by 900,000 square feet of retail space and 25 acres of communal space. Expansion used to mean new networks and countless days of work. Now it takes hours, and everything is routed and ready. We keep building without missing a beat.
Or a championship.
Or a medal. With Cisco, we have a partner and a blueprint to build the future.
One of the things I love most about this example is Cisco's entire portfolio coming together and optimizing an experience. And whether you're a sports fan or an entertainment fan, I encourage you and invite you to go see this. And if that's not enough, we have been in more and more getting ready for the Olympics at Hollywood Park. And so the idea that you can continue to build is something that we're seeing at campuses across the world. Not only because of the data center moving closer and closer to the edge, but because we know that AI is going to make a huge impact on the requirements of where data and power need to go to every edge of the network. And so these low deployments of DC and then looking at real estate and how all Cisco's portfolio can come together, we are building in and continuing to expand our ecosystem partners. And what's exciting to me is when we see these projects, we're getting earlier and earlier in the process. So the design in, the architecture firms, hey, there's going to be an Olympics here in LA. How do we build? And again, it's not a new network. It's just expanding on something existing. So one of the things I would encourage everyone to think about is, for all of the projects you're doing, how early in the process are you actually considering IT and the network? And how has that changed from before, where IT is either an afterthought or IT gets built in after the building is built? That's no longer happening. We're getting invited earlier and earlier in the process. And there's so many partners in that ecosystem that we can do. And so when you take something like future-proof workspaces and you take PoE and you take FMP, for the first time, again, I mentioned, first time ever at Cisco Live, we actually have fault-managed power with Panduit, powering Cisco switches, powering PoE, endpoints and devices, all across the campus in our sensors and endpoints right behind you. And energy management is sitting underneath all of that. So when you look at, well, what does that after effect look like in the campus? In our own Penn 1 offices, with PoE only, we are saving 36% in our annual electricity costs, just PoE lighting. Panduit had a customer that was deploying 3 different buildings across 20 different remote locations. And what was fascinating is they saved 22% upfront in their capital costs and close to 80% in their operating costs for energy. Instead of weeks and months to deploy it, it took a matter of hours. So when you start to compare all of the differences in how we build, how we design, and this idea of an end-to-end microgrid, DC end-to-end microgrid. For those who aren't aware, solar and wind are also DC native. 380 volt DC is where we already have an existing ecosystem today. And so as we start to think about deployments where we can put fault managed power, 380 volt DC is effectively FMP ready, right? And so these ecosystem partners are who we are working with to design buildings and reference architecture designs. And if you know of a smart building or an intelligent building in your vicinity or area, I would go and ask, how converged or integrated are your IT and OT systems? And if not, ask a question, is there a smart or intelligent building in your area that's connected to the grid and can do on and off loading? Do any of them have on-site generation? Do any of them use a DC microgrid today? And these are questions that we're continuing to ask and continuing to design in across all of our customers. The Engineering Alliance program is one that I would encourage everyone. It's still fairly new, but what's exciting is the partners that we're partnering with to design in are seeing pipelines, and we know the pipelines for building are longer, but the conversations that were happening are quite exciting. And the mega projects that we're seeing globally, bringing in all of these various partners, allows Cisco to build solutions and validated solutions with these partners and get them to market much faster. Some of the ways that we're continuing to do that and leverage Cisco's larger industry thought leadership is the industry groups where we participate, we lead, we're founding members and board members. And so when you think about the changing landscape and how rapidly the environment for regulatory is changing, standard is changing, the cost of labor, raise your hand if you're familiar with LEED certification for buildings. Raise your hand if you know something similar for data centers. So ASHRAE and the US Buildings Green Council is looking at how to do something similar to LEED for data centers and standardize on that. That's not something Cisco is going to do alone, right? We're going to work with these industry groups to start designing how we do things like that. And that's going to help us all get a little bit faster deployment, safer deployment, and things that are better energy efficient wise and better for the planet. On the right-hand side here, we actually have a consortium that we've come together in London. So we're starting in the UK region. These partners are global, but it's a reference architecture design for what might be the most intelligent ready building that we've seen and we've built, partnering with Schneider, Ideal, and Sidara. So when we take these architecture firms and we take these validated designs and we take something like Schneider's BMS and their systems and Cisco's architecture, it makes it that much easier for a hospital, a stadium, a school, a university, a new campus to say, let's leverage that reference architecture design and that ecosystem blueprint. There are a lot of themes that have come up, and when I think about the innovation that we're bringing to you here at Cisco Live, and yet you're at the beginning of your Cisco Live week, I want you to take a look at some of these new innovations and ask the questions. For every project that you see, for every demo that you see, standardizing across power and cooling is a necessity, and it's something that often we've taken for granted. There are three key themes that I've sort of tracked and measured between the last time I was here and today. One of them is how we're getting designed in earlier and earlier. I mentioned we're now talking to the MEP systems themselves, right? Think about the BlackRocks of the world for data centers, the Turners, I mean, there's so many and they're very local, but the manufacturing, electrical, and plumbing, we're now talking about to make sure whether it's the primary loop in a data center or it's how to do, on-site generation for a campus. Designing in early is a huge trend that is very different than just a couple of years ago. The second theme is around building these ecosystem of partners. There are so many cool innovations that we can bring faster to market if we can go validate those reference architecture designs. And if you happen to be in San Jose in the coming months or weeks or months, I would invite you to a new living lab that we're putting together, leveraging some of the great things you see here at Cisco Live in San Jose so we can actually have the technical conversations with customer design in. And that third theme is around the thought leadership. Like the industry groups, the alliances, the consortiums, where you start to see companies privatize and coming together and trying to steer where we need the policy and the regulation and where we need private sector to be able to lead. And all three of those themes coming together are so important for the speed and scale at which power and cooling can no longer be taken as a given, but now need to be re-engineered, re-architected, and new technologies need to come a lot faster for adoption if we're going to have a hope and a prayer of getting this new technology responsibly built for the future. Cisco Live is a long week. You have a lot of choices. I am so glad that you've chosen to kick off center stage here at this session. And I really look forward to conversations that are happening between the AI-ready data center space and the future-proof workspaces. Have a great week and thank you.
Well, welcome back, friends. Those were some powerful insights from Denise Lee, I tell you, on shaping the future of energy. I tell you, Cisco, we're not just talking about it, we're being about it. You know what I'm saying? First off, Cisco is leading the charge when it comes to innovation in this. When we talk about this discussion of energy, we are in it. We're not just participating in the conversation, we're actively transforming, hear me guys, transforming how we think about energy, how we think about how we use energy in this digital world. First of all, I want to really express how I believe we're future-proofing is so essential, and we're doing that here at Cisco. That means we're reimagining how we are designing our energy grids. We are thinking about how we are designing our buildings, our spaces, our networks, our data centers. We're thinking about that, and we're thinking about how that's going to impact tomorrow's demands. And whether it's the future of AI is changing, we are thinking about that, and we're making those changes right now, right here at Cisco. And finally, Cisco isn't just about thinking about long-term. We recognize the urgency. We heard the message of G2 and Chuck that things are changing so rapidly, and we're not just thinking about today. We're thinking about tomorrow. We're looking around corners. We're thinking about all those things that you may have questions about. I know you're here. You're coming to us because we are your trusted advisor, and so we're thinking about what you're thinking about even before you think about it. Say that 3 times. Bottom line, Cisco is more than just a tech leader. We're driving force in building a smarter and a more resilient energy future. Now, Michelle, she had the opportunity to have a discussion with Denise when she came off stage. Michelle, we're going to look at that interview and see some more insights and see what's top of mind for Denise as she had that interview. Let's go over to Michelle right now.
Hey everyone, I'm on the show floor with Denise Lee after her excellent speech. I was taking some notes, I loved what you said, and I have a couple questions that I want the viewers to see. What are the new trends driving changes in technology and building future-proofed systems in the campus and in AI centers?
Thanks so much, Michelle. It's great to be here, here in San Diego.
Yeah, you're right. There were a couple of really big themes that have come out in recent months, especially with the explosion of AI. The first is bringing IT traditionally an afterthought for buildings earlier and earlier into the design process, all the way up with even the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, so MEP firms. We're talking about brand new data centers. We're talking about upgrading campuses, and they're bringing Cisco earlier and into the process, saying things like, where should we build based on access to power? How do we design the envelope of the building and the power requirements and the cooling requirements? And that's just a brand new trend. So design in early is one trend. The other trend, second one, is around the ecosystems that we're thinking about. There's a whole plethora of new ecosystem partners that traditionally Cisco would just assume we would go into and everything would plug in and work together. But what we've learned is when you design these systems earlier in the process, you validate them, you have reference architecture designs, it just makes it that much easier for the customer to say, I want that solution, and I know it all works together.
I love that. That makes a lot of sense, and I'm so glad folks back home get to see this as well. All right, I heard you talking about energy management as a foundation. Can you elaborate on that, and how are we helping customers integrate this into existing IT environments?
I'm so glad you asked that question, because I have to tell you, it's not always the easiest thing to do, but it's the easiest thing to take for granted, which is you want access to good data that tells you how much energy am I using. You would think it's an easy question, right? And an easy answer, it really is not. So there's actually a tremendous amount of work our engineering teams have done to standardize the measurement of energy across all of our devices and actually give it away for free in our platform. So the visibility of this data is simplified, standardized, and free visibility across our entire platform.
I love that answer. Okay, one more for you. Strategy behind working with large ecosystems of partners to bring end-to-end solutions together. How do we do this?
We do this through a number of different programs. I mean, anyone who's worked with Cisco will know, our partner program is world class, right? And the number of partners and the kinds of partners we continue to bring in give us a fresh perspective, give us access to new markets and new technology and new innovation at speed and scale. And it's really bringing, our partners are part of the team and that extension. So we just have to continue to make sure we're bringing in the right partners. And there are a number of new ones, both in the campus and the data center. They're very different. For us to be able to offer our customers the best solutions, we need the best of breed vendors.
That's incredible. Thank you so much, Denise, for your time. Now back to the studio.
Wow, I don't know about you, but if I were you, I would be feeling a little FOMO right now because you're not here and you're missing it. And I'm here with my phenomenal co-host, Rob.
That's me. Yeah.
Rob, tell me, what have you been feeling? And let our audience know what they're missing out on because they're not here.
Well, it's conversations like we just heard here. And this is one thing I like about Cisco looking around the next corner, because yes, we want to put gear in all of these places, but I think there's one on the data center side, there's been a huge understanding of, wow, these workloads are not traditional workloads. They have much different power requirements, and then the trickle effect of everything that happens beyond that, which is how do we dissipate that heat? How do we get it? But what I love what Cisco's doing is saying, well, there's even a bigger ecosystem that this needs to fit into, because AI is pushing us into whole new areas, but it's also requiring whole new demands on infrastructure faster than our infrastructure traditionally has ever had to keep up with. And so I'm glad that they're thinking about that, because it's everything from liquid cooling at that kind of level to how do we coordinate across countries in such a way that we can also monitor, be responsible, and grade this stuff. So I'm excited by the stuff we're doing. The demonstrations on the show floor are second to none. There are incredible things, many of which we featured on the show here. But yeah, being here, everyone I've talked to, it's really about the people that you interact with. And yes, the technology's there, but I love the people.
The people. I was going to you took the words right out of my mouth, because I was going to connect back to the people, and I feel like a broken record, but we can't do what we do without the people. They're the ones that's thinking of the things that others aren't thinking about. And so they're looking to us. I see the tea leaf. I can read the tea leaves. Cisco is looking up. I made that reference to the bat, the bat in the sky.
Oh, yeah.
I see the bridge in the sky, and people are like, where is Cisco? And we're showing up in ways that, people can't even imagine. Yeah. What's the one thing that you saw on the showroom floor that really stood out to you, Rob?
Oh gosh, because so first of all, I don't feel like I've seen the whole showroom floor.
Yeah.
I've been a little bit focused on the areas that they wanted me to be halfway smart in, and so I'd focus on those things, and that's been the knock and the sock. And so just to stick there for just a moment, since it was what I was working on, it's fresh in my mind. But I love the focus on, they're using AI already in the Network Operations Center, and the reason why I love that is because it's not a demonstration of what a network could be, it's a functioning network that is supporting what I would easily say is the pickiest, smartest audience you could possibly have to build a temporary network, which is something most engineers are smart enough to say, I don't know if I want to be on that project unless it's funded and staffed well enough, and we do it on a regular basis like that, consistently improving it. So the knock and the sock, the teams that support that, that's still one of my favorites.
So what have you had the opportunity to notice the looks on people's faces? Had that caught you? Have you saw some wows or some, some come to Jesus moments, excuse my reference, but they're where the light bulb is actually going off and people are like, wow. Are you able to see some expressions from some people's faces?
I feel like there's that element is there. I feel like it's more on my face and maybe I'm not able to see theirs because I have this this imposter syndrome where I figure that I'm constantly surrounded by people who know more than I do. So I'm like, that was a big surprise to me, and I'm like, should I let them know, or do I need to hide that? So I think it's happening at all different levels, and maybe some of us are holding it back to a certain extent, but I love the move from generative AI to agentic AI because it's really hard to stay ahead of this curve right now. It's running hard on all of us, but I feel like we've got a lot of movements in the right place. Hardware, software, control plane, management, and the way we're integrating clouds and the tools that have been announced. I think those are good wow moments.
Wow, wow. Well, Lauren, I know she's going to share with us. Lauren, over to you.
Hi, everyone. It's Lauren, and I am here in the showcase area talking all things digital resilience. And let me tell you, being resilient in an IT world is not easy. But Cisco and Splunk are better together and showing you that it really could be. So the three things we want to think about, we think about resiliency and how hard it is A, there's more and more attacks. The surface is expanding. We have a number of different pieces and areas and mobile workforces that makes it really tough to secure everything. And then there's the downtime that we see with applications and how costly it is to businesses. I'm reading up to $200 million a year in some cases. And then it's like, what's the root cause of it all? And don't forget about how AI just really accelerates all of those things. And so what we're doing here at Cisco Splunk is looking at it into three components. A, let's look at how we can power the SOC of the future and really start finding a unified way to see threats, find the mean time to resolution quickly, and understand what happened quickly. We're also looking at applications. How can we start being proactive and understanding unplanned downtime before it comes up? And then that third piece is all about the network. How can we have more of a way to see if there is a problem, where that problem is within the network? So there's a lot of cool things that you'll learn about here. Check us out, Digital Resilience, here in the showcase. We will be here all week.
Wow, there are some exciting things, special things that are going on in the showcase. And I know Michelle, she's out there. She's seeing some phenomenal things as well. Michelle, what are you seeing out there on the showcase floor?
Z, thanks so much. The showcase floor is exciting as always. I'm here in the Purpose Pavilion, and right here is the Sustainability Showcase. There's a couple things that I'd love to show the audience at home, or if you're here, please, this is a call, come check this stuff out. It's awesome. One thing I want to start talking about is the circular design score that we use at Cisco when designing products. It's every product that goes to market is built, or it has basically scored on a 100-point scale, and they need 75 points to bring it to market. And you may be asking, how do you get to 75 points? Well, you start at 100 and points are reduced and taken away if they do something, if they build something that isn't sustainable. For example, if there's paint on it, if it's made with something that's not recyclable, those things may decrease your score. So we have competitions for each of these teams designing things, and I think that's what keeps things fun and everybody wins. What I want to point you to right here is the smart switch that G2 introduced and announced this morning. It is Energy Star certified, reducing plastic usage, and is up to 96% efficiency. This is incredible and showcases Cisco's commitment to sustainability. Speaking of goals, Cisco has had 3 2025 goals that we have achieved. The first one being elimination of single-use plastics. This is huge. We've now also reduced the use of foam and packaging down to, or we've reduced it by 75%. So see this old foam packaging over there? That is something we don't use anymore. We actually end up using these recyclable packages right over here. This is made out of cardboard and much better for the environment. The last thing I want to talk about is the Take Back program. If you come over here, look behind me. Pat, you can see this. They are actually participating in the Take Back program. Anything with the Cisco logo is provided either a second life or can be recycled. This is just another great example of our commitment here at Cisco to sustainability. Z, I want to take it back to you now. This was just an awesome opportunity. We'll see you on the show floor, and now back to you, Z.
Thanks, Michelle. That is super amazing. Rob, what were some things that you received from that?
Well, one of the things is I'm always amazed. There's so many things that go into being a hardware company on a global scale and all the different things that go into it. And packaging, for some reason, has always fascinated me in the sense that, because it's very customized packaging to wrap that stuff up, ship it, and all that, and you care about getting the product there. But no, you've also got to think about, well, how are we going to recycle this? What's going to happen afterwards? Because our customers receive, depending on if they're staging it or if our partners are working with them on this, that stuff's got to go somewhere. We would like to put it back in the system so we're not drawing upon, of course, raw resources to do that. And so I like the commitment to sustainability that we also show here in the interactions that drives for people on the floor. So I do encourage people to go by and check those things out because it's a hands-on activity, which is always a little bit more fun.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we are invoking our customers, those that are here, to participate with us. We want to partner with people that share our core values. That's important to us, and I love that about working here at Cisco. What are some other things that's top of mind for you, or that really pulled on your heartstrings as you was listening to that from Michelle?
Well, from that is, one, just Michelle's doing such a great job, you guys being new hosts and such here, and it's such a pleasure to work with both of you. I keep thinking, I'm going back to what we're doing with AI and some of the stuff that's been announced, and the fact that we've been building our own security models and the way in which every demonstration on the show floor and the stuff that I've come across has got, there's certainly a base level of integration, but we're getting better at understanding how do we make sure that the right data is in the right place and only the right data so that we can prevent hallucinations and different things that can send us in a different direction, because we, like every one of our customers, is not only struggling to say, not struggling is not the right word, but striving to say, how can we provide this for you, but also how can we provide it for ourselves, because we all are going to move a little bit faster than we're comfortable for the next great while, I think. But we've got the tools and the people to do so.
Rob, double down on that hallucinations. Break that down a little bit for me, a little bit more.
So one of the challenges when it comes to generative AI, is what I'm speaking of specifically here, is generative AI is unique in the sense that it's and this is why it's scary and something needs to be understood from any other technology revolution we've ever had. And it's the fact that it creates something from nothing. Or not nothing, but it creates something from whatever you give it. And it's trained on who knows what, depending on what's been done. So you have frontier models and such that we see publicly, like ChatGPT, Gemini, many, many others. But then you have what we're seeing now, which is companies are saying, this is the important assets of my company. I'm going to feed this in, but the training has to include some additional kind of worldly intelligence. And the trick is that these GPTs, the way they're built, they are designed when they generate answers to always give you an answer. And darn if they're not a confident answer. And so you really have to say, you're a smooth talking friend, but I really need to recheck what you're giving me before I go put my neck out on it, as we're seeing with attorneys. I think multiple have gotten in trouble for calling on cases that never existed.
Yeah.
And they're dealing with volumes of text, so you got to be really careful with these technologies.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to fact check the fact checkers.
Yeah.
You got to do that in these day and age.
A little bit you can do with the LLMs. Ask it again, and you'd be surprised how it can improve upon itself when questioned. And it's actually very polite about saying, hey, I think you missed something, and it apologizes. And then I go, hey, and then I'm like, don't feel bad, which is probably unnecessary. But I'm like, we start making this emotional connection with this inanimate object, and it's a challenge.
I do too. I'm always please and thank you.
Yeah.
Please and thank you. Can you
Why
please?
not? Because when the machines turn against us, not that that's the score that any, and that's not really happening, but
Somebody's taking
I just
notes.
want to say he was at least nice, you know?
Perfect, perfect. Well, I love it. It's, you know, I could sit here with you all day, Rob, and just yap away because it's such great content. You know, there's so much that we could talk about and so much that we can say, so much that we're hearing right now. And we're about to step into a deep dive. We're about to go back to center stage. And, you know, I want you to really lean in because this is going to be something critical that's really going to, I think it's going to really change the trajectory of what you were thinking before you got here. Not just what we heard in the keynote. We're going to hear so much more in this next deep dive. I want you to get ready for to dive into what we have next. You're about to listen to these other people that's about to enter the stage. And look, let's go to the main stage right now. I'll quit talking. Let's go.
Things and maybe agents work together in the future. I'm going to start with, I think, what Jeetu started main stage, the proliferation of agents. And you look at this picture and you're thinking next year maybe an agent, you know, some sort of autonomous agent is making this presentation, right? But I'm going to paint a different picture, a picture that happened 6-7 months ago when I went to ER. And they suspected appendicitis. Did an MRI scan, and you know where you wear this gown where you tie in the back? So I wore that gown, and I did the MRI scan, and I'm lying there for 30 minutes, waiting for the doctor to come. And it's at that precise moment my brain thinks, what if the agent on my phone could talk to the agent on that MRI machine, do a quick digital pathology, and tell me very quickly if I have something wrong or not, rather than waiting for the doctor. That's the kind of agent we are talking about. Agents that make things productive in everyday life, not just robots. But the network was not built for that. To do what I just said, you need a gig of throughput, 20 millisecond latency for uncompressed 8K video to transmit between these agents. We haven't built a network for that, have we? And with that, look at the security risks with what I just described. Privacy risks, right? What if there's a rogue agent? And these are very sensitive environments. And we haven't built it. Guess who's going to get all these questions about the network, about security? Any guesses? It's all of you. And there's a profound skill shortage among IT and networking folks. You're a rare species here, ladies and gentlemen. Not going to have more of you, but you're going to do more work. And that is why we had to require a network that's purpose-built from the ground up for AI. That is why I think you need a new architecture for this AI-ready secure network. And we're looking at 3 pillars: scalable devices ready for AI. I know Jeetu had operational simplicity. I flipped it because, of course, I love hardware. You start with hardware. And security fused into the network, and operational simplicity for AI. A new era of networking begins today. I love the video that Jeetu played, so let's go ahead and roll the video again.
Introducing a new lineup for the AI era. Smart switches. To scale networks simply and securely. Secure routers to protect data and devices across thousands of sites. Intelligent Wi-Fi 7 to delight even the largest crowds. Cloud-native campus gateways for seamless roaming in the campus. Wi-Fi and URWB for ultra-reliable, zero-loss access everywhere. Advanced firewalls for distributed threat detection. New rugged switches to power AI-ready factories. The secure network for AI-ready campus, branch, and industrial IoT.
That's cool. But the video is cool, but I like steel. How about you all? So I want to call to stage the man of steel, Lee Pedersen, VP of Product Management for Routing. Let's do a steel unveil and look at these devices, Lee.
What's under here? Should we open
Yeah,
reveal?
let's go. Right? And here you are, the brand new switches, wireless access points, and the routers. Sorry, let's go. 1 second. I thought, Lee, like, this lineup of smart switches, secure routers, campus gateway, Wi-Fi, we've never refreshed everything together through the campus and branch, have we, Lee?
Never seen this much launched at once. It's amazing.
This much launched. The complete portfolio, reinvented from the ground up. So I thought, let's take a few minutes to go through each of these a little bit in more detail. Give me 2 minutes for the switches, William.
Please. Only 2?
Yeah. Yeah, just maybe more than 2. So the Cisco 9000 series, what can I say? Vikashia would say it's the beauty and the beast. The beauty can transmit 1 billion packets per second, and the beast, 4 billion packets per second. Bring on ludicrous mode. Bring on digital pathology. Bring on remote factory. We got you covered. We are building these switches for the future, right? But 1 billion packets per second is fast, but not smart. What is smart is it figuring out among those billion packets, the few that have security issues, and directing those to a coprocessor. What is smart is figuring out that the 1 billion packets per second can go to 0 in a second to save energy and hibernate and wake up in a second. What is smart is that 1 billion packets per second, an AI small language model right there in the switch to filter out what data to actually send to Splunk or the management tool so you can troubleshoot these switches. I mean, all of this could sound really futuristically, and you might be like, this is great. I'm going to wait a couple of years before I see the robotic agents. And this is what I'll tell you, and all of you are thinking like that. I'm going to quote Paul McCartney and what he said to Julian Lennon. Hey, dude, don't be afraid. You've gone, you're made to go on and get her. The minute you bring her in the network, things will start to get better. The Cisco 9000 series, made from the ground up to make your network simply better. And the smart behind the smart is powered by Silicon One. High scale latency, internet scale deep buffering without compromising on the bandwidth. Flexible and programmable ASIC and power performance, right? This thing, if I were to quote a Beatles song again, I'd be like, here comes the Silicon One. I say it's all right. I see the smiles returning to your faces. I could keep talking about the switches and Silicon One and Beatles all day long. But Lee, why don't you talk a little bit about the routers and the APs as well?
Sure, and no Beatles lyrics, I'm afraid. A bit quicker. So I'm going to start with the 8000 series secure router. So I'm a little bit biased. This is my product, I have to warn you, but this is our 8200 series secure router. Just to set everyone's expectations, they do not come with LED lights and clear like that. My son was very impressed when he saw this, but I had to assure him that's not how we actually ship them. That's just for demonstration purposes. There's a number of elements in this that when we think about what we need in the branch, I'll move around the slides. We think about what we need in the branch we hear consistently that throughput is of a high concern. Not just as the demand for throughput, but the availability of throughput. I tell people this to much jealousy. My house in Silicon Valley has a 10 gigabit per second symmetrical fiber running to it. That's a residential connection. So the speed available at each of the locations now is increasing, but as is the demand and the use of them. So Greg mentioned the 8K uncompressed video use case. That's becoming more and more real. The ability to do more at the edge from an AI perspective is driving the demand for throughput, and we need to have devices that are built with that in mind. The way we achieve that with this device is through the secure networking processor. So that is essentially using Cisco intellectual property to accelerate cryptographic workloads. And that has a number of benefits. One of those is being able to reach these higher order speeds, be able to run firewall services at near close to line rate as we possibly can on these devices, as well as being ready for when quantum computing, quantum cryptography becomes real. And we're as Cisco working on this ourselves, we need to have a stronger security posture in the devices, and that has to be done at the hardware level. So the secure network processor is the piece that enables all of that. But the main thing for us is that the secure element of this is also around not just firewall services, which we can run very well in this, but also how we take cloud security. So how do we integrate with SASE? How do we integrate with the components in terms of cloud security? And that's baked right into this product as well. So next I want to talk about the campus gateway, which unfortunately we don't have up here. But this has been a big ask for the longest time, where we want to take the mix of the benefit of an on-prem deployment with a controller and the scale and the efficiency that can be achieved with that, but the ease of use and the ease of deployment that comes from the cloud. So the campus gateway is really how we mirror both of those things together, being able to achieve that scale locally, being able to do those things that are best done at the edge. Let's pick a large, we're talking about healthcare here a lot, so a large campus environment where I'm going to have thousands of users, if not tens of thousands, and the ability to do layer 2 roaming at the edge. This device allows you to do that with a campus gateway, but then also be able to have that simplicity of the cloud deployment, cloud management. And it's a great solution because it can be deployed brownfields. You don't have to throw out your existing cabling or your existing devices. It can be dropped in and used very easily. And that's available today. So that's actually shipping and available today. And then the final thing is that within our so Greg, they told me not to pick this up. Do you think I should try? You did say I was the Man of Steel.
The Man of Steel.
It's not that heavy. Come on, guys. That is our completing our wireless lineup. This is our stadium Wi-Fi. So this is the first time we've purpose-built an access point for stadium environments. I was talking to the CIO of the Dallas Cowboys, and he can't wait to get these things deployed in AT&T Stadium. So these are fantastic because they're purpose-built for those types of environments. Incredibly demanding, lots of devices, the expectations of the users in those levels, and the ability to use this to drive consumer experiences in those sort of locations is huge. So we now have a full lineup of Wi-Fi 7 products here available, and I'm very excited about to round it out with the stadium products.
Thank you so much, Lee. I'll call you. Thank you so much, Lee. Call you back on stage. But let's talk a little bit about security fused into the network, right? Like, what are we doing? I'm going to focus a little on the campus, and Lee will come back and talk a little bit more about the branch. The first thing is it's sort of a layered approach where there's comprehensive security fused into every layer of the network. We start with the device itself, so the switch, the router, or the wireless LAN controller, if you will. And what we always done is secure boot up, right? Like we make sure that you can't tamper with the Cisco devices. Now what we're doing with all these next-gen devices is making it quantum-proof. So even if you use quantum computing, you can't hack in and tamper with that. That's the first level of security. The second is securing the network. So we did line rate IPsec, line rate MACsec, but this morning you heard G2 speak about Live Protect. I'm going to double click into what are we doing with Live Protect to protect the network traffic. The third layer is obviously the zero trust, right? Like least privilege access, users, endpoints, and app, all the way from IoT device or your phone or your laptop, all the way to the app. What are we doing to do security, right? So that's this. At every layer, we're going to have network play a key part. First one I want to talk about, which is net new, is this Live Protect. So the concept is simple. I'm not going to do a demo, but I'm going to talk through what you're seeing here. The concept is simple. If you have a pcert vulnerability, right? Last 2 years, we had 20 of those. Not all of you upgrade immediately, do you? Like you're waiting for a couple of months. Unfortunately, state actors, like in the Salt Typhoon attack, know this, and that's the precise moment they attack your network. So what we're now doing with the Tetragon agent, the eBPF technology we have with Isovalent, we're embedding it into the kernel of the IO6C code and seeing if it can compensate for those pcert vulnerabilities till you get to upgrade it, right? Of the 20 pcerts in the last 2 years, 15 of those we could compensate. So what we are seeing here is a future view, it could be in Meraki or Callacenter, where you have all the pcerts, and it's first telling you which pcerts are more relevant for you. So that's point one. Given your config, is this something you should upgrade? And then it says, we don't presume you want something in the kernel of the code, right? It could destabilize. So then it says, hey, do you want to put it in observation mode? So this is, let's put it in. Let's see if it can observe if that vulnerability is being attacked. So then it's observation. And you can see like, yep, and then you can actually deploy it. So all of this is possible. So we're thinking through, given it's something that could destabilize the network, thinking through how we do this gradually. So that's one. As regard what's net new in the branch with SASE, I think Lee's going to go deeper into it. But what we would like to do is bring in our best-in-class SD-WAN with secure access that's getting amazing reception together to create a secure branch with SASE, a unified branch that Lee will come and talk about, where we can see, protect, and perform without compromising performance everywhere, right? So we have zero trust in the branch. And for zero trust in the campus, what's net new is you heard Jeetu talk about these switches being Hypershield compatible, right? We are doing that first in the data center. What this is the switches have powerful CPU, I spoke about it, a coprocessor, that can host the Hypershield agent, and that agent basically is integrated with Cisco Security Cloud Control, and the same policies that you put in here can be applied. Initially, we'll start with L3, L4, right? And then hopefully go on to L7, so that you're getting to a point where you have every switch port become potentially like a mini firewall, right? And you have this distributed hybrid mesh firewall capability that Jeetu and Tom spoke about that's there in the campus environment as well. So that's what's happening with security fused in the network. But above all, I think operational simplicity. We spoke about that skill shortage as I kicked off. That's probably the most important thing we need to nail to help you get ready for this AI-first world. And we are starting with something that you asked about a lot, bringing together what was a Catalyst full stack, Catalyst hardware, Catalyst Center, and the Meraki full stack now with this next generation of switches, APs, and routers, common hardware. So the same hardware can be used as a Cisco switch, a Cisco access point, can be used for both Catalyst and Meraki with a common license and a unified management. So this is cloud on-prem. We'll meet you where you are. So we are not coming up with yet another management tool. I want to be clear. It's just we're bringing together Catalyst Center and Meraki in a way in which you can consume it from where you are. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. So what we are doing, for example, and especially in switching, this is a big leap from where we were a year ago. Cloud can now manage all of the Catalyst fixed access switches, right? Shortly, so your Cat 9K is completely managed in Meraki dashboard. We have an end-to-end assurance, so that's, I see Joe sitting here, so 1,000 eyes integrated with owned and unowned infrastructure, we have that. And then we are bringing to life AI Assistant. But rather than talk about it, I think I'm going to invite someone special to do a demo. So when you think of artificial intelligence, you want to bring someone who's naturally intelligent, Vimash, to talk a little bit about our management demo.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, everyone. So now that we have unveiled our switches, our wireless access point, the routers, let's bring up the HQ hospital. So what I'm going to do is, here the installer is going to go start racking and stacking the switches. The switches are going to come up. He's going to get a cloud ID. And as they get a cloud ID, they're going to add the cloud ID into the dashboard. This will add the device into the inventory. Now you can go and add that device to the network. What you are bringing is a flexibility to our customers that you can add a device in a way where the configuration is managed to the cloud. And in some cases, the ER, you already have the ER set up. You want to keep the business continuity there. We are bringing the capability where the configuration is managed from the device itself. So here I can onboard and bring the device with that hybrid mode where the device configuration is there. Now I'm going to add the username and password for that. The device will then connect to the cloud where it'll start sending the configuration, start sending the telemetry, and will be onboarded to the network. So now that tunnel is set up, you will start seeing that it is onboarded. I can see that 9200CX is onboarded. I see the cloud connectivity set up. I can see the cloud port status. The other capability that we have added is Cloud CLI. This unlocks all those iOS XC enterprise capabilities to be used by the network admin from our dashboard. You can log into the terminal and start configuring any of those enterprise capabilities that we have on the iOS XC platform. Here I've just made a host name change, but you can make any of those configuration change. Now that we have brought up the device, let's actually see how can we secure and segment our network. With those enterprise capabilities, now we are introducing Fabric to our dashboard. This is where we bring those segmented networks to our customers through operational simplicity. Here, I'm going to be setting up a fabric. You will have a workflow where you can go and start configuring the fabric. I'm setting a San Jose fabric. That is the HQ that I'm bringing up. I'll select the devices that needs to be participating, selecting the role. The new thing that we are bringing in our dashboard is the ability to stage configuration. So as the network admin is configuring, they can look at what devices that need to participate, what should be the role, the VRF that should be there, the border configuration for that external connectivity to be there. And then they can go and deploy. Now those configurations are being pushed down to the devices, and they come up. And right there, in the same place, you are looking at the health metric. It just simplifies the entire life cycle where you are pushing down the configuration and looking at the health. I can look at the entire topology of the spine, the border, the health of the VXLAN tunnel. This is how we are redefining assurance. And the topic of redefining assurance, let's see now how, with 1,000 eyes, we continue to do that. We don't just tell you if the application is down, but why the application is down. And more often than not, that why is hidden in the network. And 1,000 eyes has the power to pinpoint those network-related issues deep into the network. Whether it is your public infrastructure or third-party infrastructure that you don't own. Here, 1,000 eyes has the ability to pinpoint those. Here, let's take an example. An application was down. Here, I'm seeing a 500 internal server error. We don't just tell you the symptom. We actually tell you the entire story. When I click on this service map, this is where things get interesting. We are bringing data from Splunk Observability Cloud that we are telling the entire trace from the client to the network, to the front-end application, to the back-end services. This is distributed tracing, end-to-end. And wait, there is more. I can look at the availability down correlated when the issue went down. I'm going to pause here for a second. What you see, this operational event, this is where things get interesting. It is not network pathing anymore. This is cloud infrastructure intelligence. Here, Cloud Insights is actually correlating the application down with the cloud configuration changes. I can go down to look at my backend service where that change was made. I can look at the entire configuration change. This is end-to-end assurance. I'll see that when I'll go back to the service, you will see that it is completely correlated. When the application went down, that is when the configuration change happened here. The service went from healthy to unhealthy. This is end-to-end assurance. But we know that it's not always just the application. It is also the part of the owned network where the problem happens. This is where we bring some of the wireless troubleshooting capabilities. More often than not, you are constantly told that the wireless is not working. The client is not able to connect. What we are bringing is intelligent packet capture that actually captures the packet the minute the client is experiencing issues. Here, we are not just putting intelligence in the software. We have deep hardware ring buffers that are capturing those packets the minute the client is experiencing the problem. And as that client is roaming across different APs, each of those APs are capturing those packets and stitching it together to tell the entire story. And then we give it to the AI to give the outcome. Here, you can see that it is giving in a description. All that it has done, it has just fed to the AI. And it is giving a simple description that a client was attempting to connect to the wireless network using a WPA3. And initially, the authentication and reassociation was successful. The four-way handshake, timed out, and the client tried again. And AP temporarily rejected it. The way it is able to understand the AI model, because it knows at every packet transaction, it is looking at every packet transaction and it is reasoning with it. And as it is reasoning, many times you tell us that I have a skill shortage. How do I train? we are giving the entire chain of thought that how it came to that conclusion for each of those packets, how it reasoned with it, so that your junior engineers can again be trained and get the right skills. And what you see here in the PCAP viewer, in the interest of time, I'm not showing that, but you can actually go down and look at the individual packet, which packet it was looking at. And here, AI is going to highlight and tell you that was the packet that resulted in that conclusion. So we are bringing entire visibility. This is not packet capture. This is packet capture on steroids. This is end-to-end visibility, correlated end-to-end assurance. This is client experience, network path from owned and unknown, secure segmented network. This is the power of unified platform. And there is more to come. Greg, it's time to talk about more.
Thank you, thank you. That was awesome. The question that gets to mind as Vimersh was presenting is, what if you're not naturally intelligent like Vimersh, but you still want to troubleshoot as well as he could? And that's where the AI canvas is coming to life, right? So first is the new networking skills for AI Assistant. We'll start there. And you can just natural language, ask it the same questions that Vimersh was asking. I'm going to present it because I want to go and talk about AI Canvas a little bit. You saw in the keynote demo. So let's do a collaborative demo, if you will. Someone who is artificially challenged, naturally challenged, and a naturally intelligent person. So I'm going to start the troubleshooting with AI Canvas, and let's go to the demo. So what we have here is the Meraki dashboard. I'm looking at it. It's an assurance org summary view. And
wait, 1 second. There's not flipped.
Yeah, let's flip to the
laptop.
Laptop, please.
Maybe, wait. Is it like you have to?
Yeah.
Okay.
So here we go. So in my case, I'm not going to go and ask about packet capture. I'm like, dude, I have a ticket. This is the ticket number. People are complaining about issues. What should I do? That's what I've typed in here. I click it, and it's like, all right, let me look at it for details. So this is AI Assistant in Meraki. It pulls up, and it says, yeah, looks like 5 folks are having issues. It is in building 23, floor 3. Yeah. It's my floor where I sit. That's where they have issues. And it says, I can tell you more about these issues if you can open AI Canvas. So, of course, I'm going to say yes, Vimersh, is that OK? So I say yes. Let's go ahead and open it. And here we go. And now this gets into, this is part of the Meraki experience. It's not a separate product. It takes you to AI Canvas, which automatically pulls all the data relevant to that ticket. And so what it has done here is pull data from 1,000 eyes. So that's the first one. And so looking at the whole path and telling that there's a problem with LAN. Switches never have problems. Remember, this is Joe Vaccaro's hack. But somehow the switch seems to have a problem. And then it pulls data from Meraki in that same chart, correlating. So this is dynamically generated, showing, looks like that there is a peak utilization, right? Like that's going on. I feel smart already. Right, and it says, hey, you can resolve this issue by doing a QoS change. But this is where I'm like, remember, I'm not a double CCIE like you are, Vimersh. So I'm like, should I do this QoS change or not? And so I like, hey, wait a minute, tell me more, right? Like, could you please provide more details on this? I do that, and it's investigating, and it's saying like, pulling up more information again from various tools. You'll see. Let's give it a minute here. Yeah. And so what's doing is it's saying like, okay, these are the 5 clients, and here is what's happening. These 5 clients are trying to do a server upgrade from, looks like Windows, and that's clogging the network, and it's correlating the WebEx issue that I saw, and it's at that exact moment when the switch utilization is high. So it's not the switch after all. It's the folks in the 3rd floor doing server updates, right? But we found that out, and so if I understand why I need to do QoS, it's saying you should prioritize WebEx traffic if that's what you want. So pretty cool, but I know if I do something, my IT team, I'm not allowed. Right, like my last name ends with AI. That means stop at some point, right? And so this is a point I want to collaborate. So and this is what's I think so super interesting. Where I'm like, okay, this is good, but I'm going to call in Vimersh here, but not call in physically. you know, I'm going to go in and say like,
It's going to come. Yeah.
okay, so
Share.
that's what's happening, and I'm going to write a message. The great thing is normally when I call Vimersh, I'd be like, dude, something's up, please help. But this time it can be smarter because all of the diagnostics I did, I can paste and generate an AI summary. So this is automatically generated. And it says this is what's going on, and I invite Vimersh to look at it. And Vimersh, come on in. Now,
yeah, so just like what you saw. So what happens is, in many of the environment, you have the service help desk, right? They are the first line of defense. They are troubleshooting. So this is where AI Canvas, they are going to be doing the first troubleshooting part, but the same view that Greg, the service help desk, was troubleshooting, now me, Vimarsh, the expert, is able to see and analyze to make that is the right decision or not. Now I can see that, yes, it is right. I can go ahead and confirm. Let me go and apply the QoS policy on this. So here, I'll log in, and I'll look at that entire view. So it gives me an entire summary. I can validate all those changes, look at the data, and take that recommendation that the AI gave and go ahead, apply on the network.
how do you know this change worked, Vimersh?
Because it is monitoring. So it continuously monitors the change. It tells me that it'll take 15 minutes, and I can go back and again look at what was the change after the QoS policies was applied. So here, it'll again give me a graph. I can see that. I can place it as a documentation itself, and then log it in my entire SOP of how we came to a problem. The service technician did the troubleshooting and handed off to the network admin to make that change.
All right, thank you so much, Vimersh.
Thank you.
That was just wonderful. But I think hopefully we brought to life how we are changing the nature of the game in the management tool of your choice. Here it was Meraki. Hopefully soon it'll come to Cali Center, and we're thinking of how we can have this be a unified experience. But we talked a lot about campus, and let's flip to the... Okay, it's there. We can also manage hundreds of clinics and remote sites, and I'd like to invite back to the stage my man of steel, Lee Peterson, to talk about the branch.
Good. I did that deliberately.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just to prove that things go wrong. It's not all perfect. So, yes, we're trying to manage at scale. So we focus a lot on the branch locations, and why they're important for us is that, and why they're important for you as customers, is that these are unique in their nature. There are many of them. You know, there could be tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of them. They're distributed. You typically have no IT staff there, and they're super critical because this is where your customers have their impression of you. If you have a bad experience in a branch, we don't really want to walk into let's say a retail store. We don't really want to walk into a healthcare clinic and the systems are down. It means I can't be checked in. It means I can't do point of sale transactions. These things matter. So what we're very focused on is not just the hardware, but also how we wrap a platform around that that's able to help us get to where we need to. And one of the consistent challenges we hear is that not just the scale and the distribution of these sites, but just the complexity of deploying and managing them. It's very hard to have, you can have the best plans in the world about what I want my configuration in the branch to look like, but actually keeping that consistent and keeping that over time to be the relevant thing, it's very hard to do. So this is really what we're looking at around how do we make this easier, how do we make this better? Now, the beautiful thing about when we talk about a platform, all those things that Vimarsh showed, all those great benefits Greg talked about, all the amazing things that we get with Assurance with Thousand Eyes, AI Canvas, when we take a platform approach, automatically all these products get that benefit. So a lot of the effort has been around making sure that wireless switching and routing are all manageable by a single consistent platform. And we saw some of that there. And that then gives us a layer where we can apply intelligence consistently, so we can do troubleshooting across all these assets, but then also with AI Canvas across other domains as well. Where we've been spending a lot of our effort, though, is around how do I actually take one of these and deploy it in that consistent way? How do I do it quickly? How do I do it accurately? How do I do it in a way that makes sure I'm not exposed from a security perspective? So, talked about the platform already, and what we really want to be able to do is think of that as like a programmable asset. So, just show of hands, who's heard of Terraform? Probably maybe 20% of the room. So Terraform is a really amazing tool where we can look at how do we actually do infrastructure as code. It's very common, used a lot in data centers, and it's open source. It's an automation framework for deploying and configuring infrastructure. And what it really allows us to do is to take what is, today, Vimar showed you the process of clicking through and adding a device. You can do that for a few devices. You can do that for a handful of devices. But what if I'm deploying hundreds of locations in a night? How do I do that consistently without there being error? And that's really the big advantage we have with Terraform, is the ability to treat the configuration as code and be able to have that push down to the device and be managed in a very consistent way. So I'm going to show an actual case of this, and ignore the eye chart there. It's actually much simpler than it looks there with all those boxes. But I'm actually going to talk about a specific case here. So let's imagine a scenario. I've got 3 active sites. Let's say clinics, right? Because we're talking a lot about healthcare here. And I need to deploy 5 more. What would that actually look like? How would I do that? So like I mentioned, the idea is that I want to be able to store my network configuration the same way I store code, right? So having it expressed in code in the way that it is here. So we're using GitLab here to be able to store the code. I now want to go and make a change to be able to deploy 5 new locations. So I'm able to use the same tools I use for developing software and deploying software. I'm able to go and use those here as well. And so inherent with that is the certain things that you do. You don't just deploy software without configuring it and verifying it, but what we're actually doing here is pushing a configuration to the pipeline around adding new branches. So I go back over to GitLab here, and you can see I can actually check in on that task as it runs. And again, because I'm managing it the same way, my CI/CD, continual integration, continual deployment pipeline, I get all the same verification and checks I would. I probably wouldn't allow a low-level operator to push a change at this scale without configuration or without validation. So we're able to use the benefits, again, of both the pipeline from a deployment perspective and Terraform to verify and validate those changes are good before they get deployed out. And so we can see here that that's completed. And then that now gets reflected. This is the logical deployment back in the Meraki dashboard that shows that configuration is completed. So what that would allow me to do is that those 5 branch locations now, rather than having to fly a network engineer on site and have them do all the configuration on the fly, these are now logically deployed, and when you get to the branch, each one of these pieces of equipment, it's a plug-and-play experience. It connects, it talks to the cloud, it gets its configuration, it's up and running, verified, validated, and working. So that's how we really reduce the vectors of attack from a perspective of having config drift, having security holes that I forgot to add a policy, things like that. It's a very consistent way to manage at scale and to manage with the high level of accuracy and efficiency that we need to. So that's enough from us product managers. I would love to actually hear from one of our customers, one of our amazing customers here. So I'm very happy to be able to welcome Aruna Ravichandran, our SVP of Marketing, to the stage, and Greg from Duke Health. Sorry, Jeff.
I'm going to sit on this.
Thanks.
Okay. Very excited to have Jeff with us from Duke Health. I'm Aruna Ravichandran. I lead marketing for the collaboration as well as the enterprise networking part of the portfolio. So Jeff, give us a little bit of more color about Duke Health. Tell us about your role in the company as well as your organization's mission.
Sure. So I've been with Duke Health for 17 years. Duke Health is one of 25 academic medical centers in the United States. Currently, we have 4 hospitals and about 160 clinics across the state. And so our mission is to, advancing healthcare together.
Awesome. So let's get started. So tell us a little bit about your journey into Cisco. Like, what were the challenges did you actually have with Duke Health?
Yeah, sure. So we've got old buildings. We've got brownfield environments, and with legacy equipment, and then we are lucky to have a couple greenfield buildings that we're getting ready to do, and we're putting in the new 9350s, and we're planning for the Wi-Fi 7 as well with those.
So even before you got it started on the journey, I know that you are an EFT customers for these amazing, smart switches which we recently launched. Give us a little bit more color in terms of what were the challenges you were actually experiencing and why did you actually bring Cisco?
So, again, it's the structured cabling that's in the buildings that we have to go and replace because of the speeds and the feeds for the new technology require that. So those are definitely a challenge.
Awesome. Everybody is talking about AI, and you've heard about AI in the conference as well. So tell us what are some of the interesting use cases you have actually seen? I think you shared this with me last week when we talked in terms of how AI is being used at Duke Health in order to basically promote health.
Sure. So I'm excited about this. I worked on an application called Autism and Beyond, which uses a smartphone to look at a toddler's facial expressions and tics to determine if they're autistic or not. And what that does, it allows that toddler to get treated earlier for autism. Another AI-infused application that I worked on was called Sepsis Watch. If you're not aware of what sepsis is, when your body goes into sepsis, your organs start to shut down, and the mortality rate when that happens is very high, so it's a bad thing. And what we did is we took all the data from the vital signs monitors for a patient and used AI to take a look at that data to determine if a patient was going to go into sepsis before they actually went into sepsis, which by doing that, we were able to give the doctor 5-hour head start before their patient even started to see symptoms of being sepsis. And by doing that, we found that we've been able to save about 8 lives per month.
Wow. Wow. That's amazing. You know, these kind of AI advancements, actually require a lot of infrastructure support, right? And give us a little bit of more color in terms of how Cisco's played an important role in terms of bringing these kind of AI use cases to market.
Yeah, so we've got medical telemetry that we use to allow for cardiac patients. And what that does is now that cardiac patient who had open heart surgery, let's say, they need to get up and around and mobile to reduce their recovery time. And so by able to do the medical streaming and have a device on that patient, we're now able to have that patient reduce their recovery time. Another thing that we do is we use Cisco Spaces as a middleware for our, what I'll call a hybrid RTLS environment. And what I mean by that is we've got our traditional RTLS environment, but then we augment that with our wireless to get RTLS across the entire enterprise and not just in inpatient rooms. And so that really helps to create clinical efficiencies, and we also use it for staff duress.
And you were talking about the other AI use cases. I know that you are an early EFT customer for our, the 9350, which we have just launched. Can you give us a little bit of more color in terms of how your experience has been?
Sure. So we're fortunate to be part of the early field trials for a couple products, the 9350 as well as the Wi-Fi 7 APs. And what that allows us to do is to not only test and kick the tires of the technology, it allows us, more importantly, to be able to get ready for a seamless migration of this new technology into our architecture.
Awesome. So tell us a little bit more in terms of what do you think is going to be next for Duke Health, and how do you think you're going to see Cisco continue to help you in terms of your needs and promoting better health for the community?
Sure. So today, Duke Health serves about 1 in 25 North Carolinians. We want to expand that to about 1 in 10 North Carolinians as we grow. So by doing that, that means more patients, more staff, more locations. And so we need the technologies, the innovations, and more importantly, the Cisco partnership to help us reach and achieve those missions and goals and visions that we're looking for.
Awesome. I want to see whether the audience has any kind of questions we want to take. We have a couple of minutes left. Anybody's got any other incremental questions they want to ask Jeff at this time?
Come on, somebody's got to have something.
Do we have another one?
I think you said at the top that I think your infrastructure, you're building a net new hospital and really getting that to state of the art and retrofitting some of the others. How do you kind of balance looking at infrastructure when you're looking at how do you, bring something up to code while you're bringing state of the art?
So, I mean, that's really a good question. It's this dance that we have to do, and it really gets back to, I think, life cycle management and being able to budget and plan for these things to come up, because, we just don't have the budget to do everything at once. So we have to understand what is a priority for us and then budget for that, and then have this life cycle management that allows us to continue to bring these new technologies in to our healthcare system.
I'll ask you another question. You saw the AI canvas, right? And you also saw the demo which Vimarsh as well as Greg did. How do you think AI canvas as well as the AI assistant what kind of a role do you think it'll play? Will it help you simplify your operations? Will it help your team actually manage everything in a single console so that you can get rid of those troubleshooting tickets? Where do you see the value add with the AI canvas?
So I'm really excited about the AI canvas. When I saw that this morning at the keynote speech, my mind just started swirling around saying, oh, we can use it for here in the service desk to help the core network ops folks work with it. And then, it's multi-gaming, so I can have other people chime in. The core ops folks can go out and reach out to an analyst 1 or an analyst 2 if they need to for support. And it's all real time, and it captures all the data and everything. I see it helping us to really get to a point where we're reducing our mean time to resolution.
That was the ultimate goal. When you think about the whole agentic ops lineup, which we launched, it's when you think about AI ops, it's basically probably going from a couple of hours down to a couple of minutes. With the whole thing, with this entire lineup which we have launched with AI Canvas as well as the AI Assistant, it's about mean time to resolution gets down to seconds, right? That is the ultimate goal with insight with people like yourself and your team. One more question?
Yeah, hey, how is your security posture evolving due to the embrace of AI at Duke Health?
So as you can imagine, as a healthcare institution, security is at a premium for us because of HIPAA and PCI that we deal with. As we go on this AI journey and look to, incorporate that more in the day-to-day functionality, I see that it's going to be critical for us to validate that, and it's going to be this journey that I think we go on where as we get more comfortable, as we validate, trust but verify kind of thing, validate it, then we'll see that, okay, we can really use it for security, and it'll reduce a lot of times when things are happening, some kind of security breach. We can just let it go and do it instead of, hey, it detected something, now we got to look at it and make sure it's doing what we think it's supposed to be doing, and then let it do it.
And in addition to that, especially adding on to what you said, with the AI Canvas, you'll now have an opportunity to share that with your security counterpart.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. And an opportunity to, again, accelerate the troubleshooting.
Yes.
Awesome. Please give a huge round of applause to Jeff from Duke Health. Thank you for joining us today. So that brings us to the tail end of this particular session. So you can learn a lot more across the board. So next session is going to be around the unified branch, which actually starts in the next 30 minutes. And if you want to participate in AI user experience research, please scan the QR code, which is on my left-hand side, and you'll have an opportunity to actually win our Bang & Olufsen headset, which we have in collaboration with Cisco. Thank you for joining us today.
Meet AI Receptionist for WebEx Calling, your always-on virtual receptionist that can answer questions, book appointments, and transfer calls so your business can boost customer satisfaction without adding staff.
Thanks for calling Florissa Dental. I'm your AI receptionist. How can I help you today?
Hi, yes, I have a toothache and I'd like to schedule an appointment. But first, I want to make sure that you accept U.S. insurance.
Yes, we do. U.S. insurance is covered 100%. Would you like to speak to an insurance specialist, or are you ready to schedule an appointment?
I'd like to go ahead and schedule an appointment. Thank you.
Great. I'll transfer you to a nurse who will give you an initial consultation and help to schedule your appointment.
Thank you.
Deliver outstanding customer service. AI Receptionist, available later this year as an add-on to WebEx Calling. Take your business into the new era of customer experience with WebEx AI Agent, which answers questions and fulfills customer needs, all while delivering personalized conversational experiences. With WebEx AI Agent, you can engage your customers through the channels they prefer, using natural language and human inflections.
Sounds like a special occasion. Okay, based on your description and our stock, I would recommend daffodils.
Oh, and I want a dozen, please.
Understood. A dozen. Coming right up. Okay, I think we have what you're asking for. I've sent it directly to your phone.
Even if your customer changes their mind mid-conversation.
I've got it. Miami. That's the destination.
Of course. I found several flights that fit your preference.
And with reliable guardrails in place, the conversation stays within the AI agent's capabilities.
Could you also book me a taxi by chance for when I land?
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, that is outside of my scope. Anything else I can help you with?
You can be sure that your customers' needs will be met, their problems resolved, and that all-important transaction completed.
Let's get that payment arranged. I've sent a text message with a confirmation. Have a great day.
Welcome to the new era of customer experience with WebEx AI Agent.
Thank you for calling. You're caller number 25. Your estimated wait time is 37 minutes.
Hi, I'm Blossom, an AI agent.
Hey, how are you?
For your rush delivery, I can help you find the flower you were looking for. We have...
Yeah, it's my grandma's birthday and I need her favorite flower, but I have no idea what it's called. It's bright yellow with like bell-shaped center, very thin stem.
Sounds like a special occasion. Okay, based on your description and our stock, I would recommend daffodils.
Oh, and I want a dozen, please.
Understood. A dozen. Coming right up. Okay, I think we have what you're asking for. I've sent it directly to your phone.
Yes, the daffodils are perfect. Can I order a bottle of champagne as well?
That sounds delightful. Unfortunately, we don't offer alcohol purchases online, only in store. However, we do have artisan vases. Would you like to add one to your order?
That sounds good.
You got it. If you're ready to complete your purchase, I can text you the payment link.
Yes, please.
Let's get that payment arranged. I've sent a text message with a confirmation. Have a great day. Hey, Elizabeth. Still there?
Okay, change everything.
No problem. Where are we going now?
The perfect getaway for my sister and I. Skiing, wine tasting, spa.
Sure. Sounds like a great time. I'll get right on that. I found a number of vacation packages available in your time frame. What day would you like to...
Wait, I've got it. Miami. That's the destination.
Of course. I found several flights that fit your preference. Window, 8th row, left aisle.
You're amazing.
Thank you. I try to be my...
Actually, what about Greece?
Introducing WebEx AI Agent.
What's my account balance?
Is this covered by my employee benefits? I'd like to exchange this for a different size, and color, and style.
Where hold times end and self-service begins.
So 4 years ago, we wanted to change two things. We wanted to change the way we worked, and we wanted to change the sport of golf forever. And the solution to both was WebEx.
My name is Cameron Pollard, and I play golf. When I first started competing, playing in front of people wasn't my thing. Being autistic, it was hard at the start. Then came the WebEx Players Series.
The idea was one tournament, one course, one title, one prize purse, men, women and all abilities together. Golf is a game that's hardly changed in hundreds of years, and it took some doing. WebEx was showing things that we didn't know we could do in our sport, and it enabled us to connect our athletes all over the world to get our athletes ready for the global game, and it's working for them. We've seen athletes such as Grace Kim start in the WebEx Players Series to go on and win on the LPGA.
Do want to show them that you're actually good and you belong there. I'm not just a bloke with autism. It's just because we're good enough to be there. It's a pretty awesome feeling.
Since the inception of the WebEx Players Series, female participation has grown 25%. Participation in general over the last year has grown from 3.4 million to 3.8 million golfers in Australia. That is phenomenal. As for the team, WebEx changed the way we worked, and WebEx's AI has been amazing. People Focus is a great feature for us. It allows for everyone in the meeting to feel included and be seen and heard on the one screen. Real-time translation is very valuable for us at the PGA. We talk with global tours on a regular basis. Things used to take twice as long with our team out in the field. We began this journey thinking two things. We would change the way we work, and we would change the sport of golf. What we never imagined is that we'd actually be changing people's lives.
The best customer experience is the one your customers never have to think about.
Hi, Sam. Sorry about your train cancellation. Let's get you booked on the next available train.
Because you communicate proactively, anticipating their needs before they become needs. Because you deliver 24/7, always-on service with AI agents that offer personalized experiences. Because you can scale with agentic AI that completes tasks and resolves customer issues in the languages and channels customers prefer. Because you empower customer-facing teams with AI tools so they can stay engaged while providing higher touch support. Because you harness AI to turn insights into action and enhance every part of the customer journey. Experiences so effortless and engaging, your customers keep coming back. That's the power of WebEx, an AI-first customer experience. WebEx Calling Customer Assist enables your local and regional employees to deliver seamless customer assistance with AI-powered features in the collaboration app they already use. Click to Call allows your customers to get in touch with one click. No login required. Once they've reached out, any team member can answer and help. With AI Assistant, they'll have efficient tools at their fingertips, like real-time call summaries that can be shared when transferring a call. And with the Call Sentiment for Supervisors feature, supervisors can assist team members whenever they need support. Enable your local and regional employees to deliver seamless customer assistance, empowered with AI, in the collaboration app they already use. WebEx Calling Customer Assist.
Cisco and SAP have agreed on an ambitious milestone for the migration of our more than 250 offices globally. Right now, we are planning on having upwards of 350,000 devices on the network, including IoT devices. We have more than 100,000 employees. They need best-in-class IT infrastructure to work wherever, whenever, and however they choose with the devices they prefer. With Cisco, we've made our network simpler and more secure. Cisco SDA also enabled us to improve our Zero Trust access policy, ensuring only trusted devices can access corporate resources. With the Cisco Spaces, we could leverage this foundation and establish a global platform for smart offices. A first experience confirms our hopes and expectations that we can manage everything in one place together with a professional partner like Cisco.
Tribeca has always been curious about technology. I feel that so much of WebEx and Cisco specifically have done for us is help us lower the barrier of entry so that all artists can participate and be involved in the festival.
We're using WebEx events in order to make the experience of DeNiroCon much more interesting, immersive, and connected for our audience. A frictionless experience was key. We don't want our fans and customers worrying about how to find things or where to find things. All we want them to worry about is how do they have the best possible experience. We want to continue to tap into the broader suite of capabilities that WebEx has, including a lot of the AI capabilities that they continue to build out.
It's important to work with
Welcome back. We are here live at the Cisco Live TV studio right here. Did I say live? Yes, live right here in sunny San Diego at the San Diego Convention Center. I tell you, we just wrapped up a fantastic session with a deep dive with our leaders here at Cisco, Raj and Kevin. They talked about a new approach to digital resilience, get ahead of the issues and minimize business impact. They talked about how our organization and how your organization can explore this thing of digital resilience, how you can strategically manage and prioritize issues. We all want to prioritize our issues to reduce any types of disruptions, any type of latency issues. We want to make sure that we are gearing up our businesses to handle those types of things. And so Kevin and Raj, they talked about some Splunk observability, I tell you, say that 3 times, innovations plus inspiring customer stories. We all love a good customer story. And they showed how teams just like yours, how they're using data integration, how they're using advanced analytics and AI to tackle issues right now, today, showing us how we can triage issues based upon the business need, based upon those needs, and not treating every issue as if it were urgent. You know, there's a message that we have on our email, your fire is not my fire alarm. And so they're teaching us, they were speaking and showing us how we can just do that. And so now I want to go over to my fantastic, charismatic co-host, Lauren. I'm about to say Michelle. Lauren is over there on the showcase floor, and she's not alone. Lauren, who do you have with you today?
Z, I am here with Richard from our industrial, leader of our industrial IoT team here at Cisco. And Richard, please tell me, what do we have?
We got a lot of stuff going on the floor. Z, how you doing? It's good to see you. We have a lot happening. And sorry, my voice is a bit hoarse. We've been talking nonstop. So we'll work our way through this. So really, a couple trends. I'm going to go through 3 trends, and then we're going to go look at some toys that we've set up in our booth.
Amazing.
So what we're seeing in the industrial space, and when I say that, what I mean is manufacturing, the roadside that you're driving on, the electric power grid, how we manage that, ports, the airport, different elements like that. What we're seeing is we're bringing those pieces onto the network, because a lot of those customers, what they want is the ability to do 3 things. One is, how do I build a network policy so I can drive assurance, and I can make sure I can find stuff on the floor.
Yep.
2 is, how do I secure that? So how do I make sure that somebody doesn't hack into my plant and gets the intellectual property of my process that I have? And then finally, what we've got is this developing area of machine learning and AI. So this idea that we're moving back a lot of data, and that's going to be our first demo that we're going to take a look at. We're moving a lot of data basically underneath the core network that liberates the automation network and makes that just operate more efficiently. Because when you drive latency into a production process, these tubs right here don't go around as quickly.
Well, I'm excited. I cannot wait to see what exactly we're doing, because I've been taking a look at this thing while walking through.
It is mesmerizing.
It literally,
so let's take a look at it.
Hear what's really happening.
Okay, so this is just a small segment of a much longer production line. So this was a food and beverage use case. So what we have here is an ice cream vendor, and we're working with Omron, the PLC maker, to really on this solution set. So a couple things here, what's happening. We have 7 cameras that are scanning these tubs, and they're doing a couple things. One is so this whole traceability element. What they're looking for is, number one, do I have a mismatch between my top and the ice cream that's inside and the bottom? So I need to be able to see that because I don't want that going out of the plant.
Exactly.
But then we also can hit this with like a microbial sensor and look for different pathogens that might be on the ice cream. So if it goes out, I can find it, I can do the recall on that.
Oh, from a safety perspective too,
Exactly.
not just the efficient.
But think about thousands of these things moving along. Right now, let's talk about the actual device and where Cisco plays in. So we have 7 cameras, and we're backhauling that data, using our industrial switches that we're showing here. So we just launched these, came on the market this morning, the IE3500 and the IE3500H together, and they're doing a lot of the backhaul of the data. Now, each of these cameras is basically a mini server. Okay, so they're generating a lot of data. So we need like 10 gig to move that data along the nervous system back into the actual containers that tell them what's going on here. So that's a trend that we're seeing across the board. This idea of visual inspection, we'll talk about it again on this guitar demo, but that's a key use case, first mover use case that we see in the industrial world. Second point.
Yes.
These are HTTP servers on these cameras. So for the operator, this device looks like an IT device, right? It's got compute embedded in here. So I need to be able to build a container that can really manage that and move the data where I want to move it. So either into the cloud or a data center or element, and that's what we've got here.
Wow.
So an idea of how we're taking a process and then bringing the network underneath it and then moving that data to the analytical piece.
You need the network.
Yeah, absolutely.
Essentially, the network is the foundation of what we're seeing.
Well, because if you didn't, this would be a completely isolated environment inside the plant floor. It's hard to secure. It's hard when something goes wrong. I don't know where that's happening. So there are a number of things like that we work on.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
But let's do, you ready to step it up?
Let's step it up.
Okay, all right,
Ready to
let's
see
go.
what's next. Let's look at the guitars. I think this is the favorite demo here. Everyone's been looking at these guitars.
Yeah, we put this on the floor. It has been insane, this entire deal. All right, so what we have is a modern production line that we built with these guitars, except instead of making the guitars, we're tuning them. All right, so we got a number of things that Cisco's embedded into this. So long story short, these guitars move around this track, and we scan them for defects. So the same way that I was doing that earlier on that ice cream tubs, that's what we're doing with our guitars. So think about if like you have a car manufacturer and they get like molten aluminum on the chassis and you got to polish that out. Like you need to know that. That way I can pull the car out of the production line and give it special attention. Exactly. Same thing that we're doing with our guitars that have like some blemishes on them, right? So first thing we're doing. Second,
because we can see that scratch even, right? That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
Like, yeah.
Scratched it. We don't want to sell that. Not only that, but we want to figure out like, where's that scratch coming from? Do we have a machine that's like not lined up and it's causing that defect on there?
Great point.
All right. So this is our control layer. So key thing here, right? Normally you would see human machine interfaces and PLCs in this control layer. They're not in there. What we've done, and this is a trend that we're seeing in the industrial environment, is we've virtualized all those applications. So we're running that in this data center. So we have a UCS on this black.
And that's running a virtual PLC?
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, so we run that, and then we can run that as a container, connect it into the I/O devices, and that is powering all the systems on the machine.
Amazing.
Much more. So now if I need to upgrade the software, I'm just doing a single upgrade on that system. And I can either
less
do
touch points, right?
Yeah, exactly. I can either do it on the UCS, or if I need to do a software upgrade on something here like these cameras, I can come right through and do that. And we use secure equipment access. We build like basically a cloud broker and come through on that. So that's our kind of key.
See those 3500s again, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, IT/OT convergence, so key theme for us. Well, who do we have here at Cisco Live? Most of these people run IT networks for these industrial customers that we work with. So what we have is a dashboard that we've done with Splunk. So a couple things here. Number one, we use CyberVision to map everything that's in this production line. Now think of this, if this was a 100,000 square foot plant. You have thousands of IP addresses and devices and sensors. So that all gets mapped. And then we discover that, and we're now bringing AI to offer a segmentation solution set there. We do that. And so we can automatically do that because that takes a lot of time to go through all that data. Now an AI agent is doing that for the use case. And then you can see we've got the production network and the infrastructure network. Great advantage with Splunk, because what we're doing is we're taking all the production stats, all the key performance indicators, the KPIs, and we're matching it with how the infrastructure is performing. Perfect use case for Splunk, where I've got different types of data sets, and I really want to optimize both the production environment as well as the IT network that's fueling that, the security piece that's fueling that as well.
I love it. That's one Cisco right there.
Yeah,
like the
absolutely.
fact that we are really not looking at these as separate technologies, but how do they work together to build this outcome that we see?
Because, our switch, so we just launched our 3100 switch for this machine robot.
Ooh.
These connectors right here, Small form factor, but again, so it can work with a machine. It's not, it's not big. And then we can backhaul it back to the switches you saw there and then to the data center that's on this side. And so when you look at the data center, right, it's hosting all the AI modeling, the virtualization, the IoT segmentation, cyber vision for OT, all of that's on this data center piece. And then you can see our switching here and here as well.
Oh, wow.
To connect all of that. This pace of automation is unprecedented because what we're seeing is, and especially with the disruption that we're, with either the electrical grid or with manufacturing and where things are made, how do we spin up a manufacturing environment very, very quickly? So I need to do that as a kind of a cookie cutter set of policies that I can push out. And if I've got a global operation, I want to build the plant the same every time.
I love it. It's almost like a shop in a box, and I'm just saying that, but it's like all condensed and simplified, and what I'm hearing is just...
We've totally converged the IT and the OT network together, kind of work through that. All right, but a lot of times it's not just about our connectivity pieces. We got to talk wireless, right? Because I can't have wires all over the place. So let's go over here and take a look at this piece over here. So we launched, and we'll stay out of our friend's way here, but we have, I don't know about you, I love like cookies and cream ice cream. So I get a little bit of chocolate, a little bit of vanilla. That's what we're doing right here on Wi-Fi, okay? We have a proprietary.
That's a great analogy, by the way.
Yeah, well, wait, watch, we're gonna blend this together. Okay, so we haven't been making industrial APs, and they use a very specific channel to do low latency, high fiber-like connectivity, and we use that like to connect trains, like the track side of the train, or different types of environments where I can't break that connection, right? And then we have regular Wi-Fi, right? Everybody knows Wi-Fi. I've got it on my phone. I'm connected on that. Well, when you start blending that, or you start thinking about Wi-Fi, you run into a density problem, and because you all of a sudden have a lot of things going on in the plant. Let's use that example I did for the machine, or the car that got the molten aluminum on it. That's typically that might be on a robot. So I need to be able to communicate that and move that robot around. I can't use the Wi-Fi network for that because I got people looking at YouTube videos in the plant.
You need something dedicated.
Right, and now what I don't want to do is do different types of APs. So here comes our cookies and cream ice cream, because what we've done is we've taken ultra backhaul through Catalyst Center, and now we're running that on our Wi-Fi and our Winboo APs. So you can do mix and match, all with a click of a button in Catalyst Center. So it's a much more expansive, so I can get all of my, same APs. Like we're not putting anything new in the plant. Same APs. This AGV, it needs to be on ultra backhaul. Check the box in Catalyst Center. I've got control systems that are on an iPad, and I need to be able to do that as well. And so that may be on the Wi-Fi network. So those keys are kind of what we're working on there.
Well, I am extremely impressed and excited, and I can't wait for customers to see this. I know they're already standing in line looking at this.
Buried up here all day, all night with all of our stuff. So it's really exciting.
It's such a pleasure to be here with you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for your time and for explaining all of this to us. I'm going to send it back over to the studio to Stephen Z.
Bye, guys.
Lauren, Richard, I tell you, Richard, you hypnotized me with the assembly line, and then you woke me up with the cookies and cream, because you're speaking my love language right there, sir. So we're here in the studio. I need you to hold on to your seats because I'm going to throw it over to Steve because he's in the studio with some amazing guests. Steve, who do you have with you today?
Oh, thank you so much, Z. I do appreciate it. It is time right now that we get to talk Intel, which is always one of my favorite things to do here at the show. Intel, one of our longest-term, most deeply valued and important partners here at Cisco. I've got Doran Vanderjack here in the studio with me. Doran is VP, General Manager of US OEM and Strategic Account Sales. Man, you've got a long title, Doran.
Jeez.
So glad to have you here.
Yes, thank you. It's great to be here. Thanks for having me again.
Oh, absolutely. Such a pleasure. And I've got Mike Bundy over here with us. Mike is Senior Director, Global Cloud and AI Platform Sales with us here at Cisco Compute. And Michael, I don't know that we could have put together like a better duo between you and Doran here at this show. It's
awesome. It's awesome.
It's a power play, right? Again, it's all about the partnership. All right, so gentlemen, here's what I want to do. I want to kind of start with data center modernization because it's such a big topic here at the show. We heard about it this morning in the keynote from G2, from Chuck, how we're powering the AI era, and we know the challenge, right? AI becomes more mainstream by the moment, not by the day. We have this pressure to modernize the infrastructure, right? It's intensifying at such an alarming rate. That drives compute costs. That makes sustainability targets harder to reach. It makes agility harder to achieve, right? Yeah. I want to talk to both of you how Intel and Cisco team up to tackle this industry need. Doran, let me go for you, and then Mike, I want to come to you as well on the Cisco side.
Sure. No, hey, first, thanks for having me again. It's great to be here. You know, when I think about how much the industry has pivoted to take advantage of AI and its infrastructure, and the things that you really are concerned now more about, which you never would have thought of, constrained environments. Do I have enough water? Do I have enough power? For crying out loud, we've got nuclear mini mills now that we're putting in the middle of deserts to power infrastructure. I think about the introduction of the new Xeon 6 and what we're trying to accomplish there and what we've been working together with Cisco on for many, many years. And that is, how do I pack more punch into an existing platform? So I think about things like workload consolidation, i.e. data center modernization. How long have we been talking about this? We just have a new name for it. It's packing more punch into the same footprint. From a power perspective, we actually get better, more workload, and you really want that capability in one device because you don't have a larger footprint. You can't afford to put an adjacent GPU in. So in that footprint, you really are running AI workloads. You are, we put in AMX and MR DIMMs to provide the capability to do inferencing, to do do the inferencing and small language model operations within the same CPU. So a lot of capability. I mean, the other piece I think about is like, the optimizations, because it comes back to sustainability. So we've worked with common application platforms like TensorFlow and PyTorch to optimize those. We've looked at what does a customer really need? Like, if I want to modernize my data center, I want to do that at my own pace. This gives you the capability to do it at your own pace. And everything we've done with our partner Cisco has been, let's deliver a future-proof platform on these open standards that allow you to modernize your data center at a superior TCO.
Love that.
In an open fashion.
Yeah, so important, right? It's that whole idea of how do we minimize the footprint, maximize the investment, right, Michael?
Absolutely.
So from your perspective as well, build on what Doran just talked about.
Well, modernizing the data center, we've been doing that together for 15 years, actually.
Yeah. I love that. New name.
Right. We've revolutionized it together back in 2010. And, we look now with what you guys have done with the Xeon 6P processors, like we've had thousands of customers that have made the upgrades in the last 12 months with us. And it's done wonders from a sustainability point of view, from a cost savings point of view. We can get, like you said, more processing power in a much smaller footprint than we've ever been able to do before. Yes. And the innovation that we do inside of our server has allowed us to pivot. How do we want to use the real estate? Is it a CPU-centric solution, or is it something that's hybrid with GPU? We're able to create that flexibility within the platform. And a lot of it's because of what you've allowed us to do with your superior technology. It gives us that affordability to be able to make those opportunities for customers.
That cross empowerment, right? Right.
Yeah, love
Absolutely.
it. Love it.
All right, let's turn a little bit. I want to look at security, right? Because it's got to be embedded in everything that we do, and it has been from the beginning. Whatever we build together, trust here in the age of AI, so important. Hybrid cloud security is. I feel like it's evolving as fast as the workloads that it has to support. They're not separate. So what do we do? How do we address the challenges of secure data, but make sure that secure collaborative AI development doesn't get impeded? They have to work together, right?
Yes.
Security has to be native, doesn't it, Doran?
100%. 100%. And I think, when I think about security, it's one of those additional things that come on board the hardware in this case that we've partnered very closely with Cisco to deploy. So I'll start with the hardware, then I'll talk about the implications from the software and the end customer usage model side. We've talked about the explosion in AI, but with that comes existential threat for security. Why? Because the most important data that I need involves sharing some element of my data. So on board the processor, yes, back to the processor, sorry, that's what we do. We have SGX and TDX extensions. Those are extensions that allow us to create a virtual vault with data in motion. That means your most important data is essentially safeguarded. And so, social security numbers, for very, very sensitive customer or HR data. You've got, national secrets, those kinds of things vaulted away. But very importantly, I still need to be able to do something with that data. And the do something is, hey, search all of these social security numbers and find the ones that don't work out. Those aren't good, right? Or that person, that person doesn't exist in this other system. Well, with confidential compute, which is what we've implemented together with Cisco, this allows us to do things with data in motion while not compromising that vaulted data. It is a very important distinction, and it's something that we've put together to deliver at the edge with value that already exists in the processor.
So vital, right, Mike? Because, again, it comes down to the human. It comes down to the individual getting to the data, accessing what's taking place on the network, and if it's not protected, it can't be connected. I've heard that somewhere before, right, Mike?
Yeah. Exactly. And I think, leveraging what you're talking about at the server level, it fundamentally starts with the network with us, right? I mean, as Chuck said this morning, this used to be called networkers in 1997 or 98. And so, integrated security at the network layer is something we're keenly focused on. And then, we've developed software for things like modeling. When you're building your language models, how do you ensure the integrity of what's being built is actually functioning the way it was designed to function with our AI defense platforms? And so, it's a great partnership. We're secure inside the server. We're secure outside and getting to the data.
Yeah.
So
excellent point.
And I sort of feel like there might not be any other type of partnership that could do it quite in the way that Intel and Cisco can do it together. Am I kind of grasping at straws there?
No, you're not. I think that the biggest thing that we've done is over multiple generations of delivering this, we've kind of figured out the right lane and for Cisco to leverage our technology and Cisco to actually build upon it in their own platform and then deliver to the end customers exactly what they need, more customized. Because let's be clear, we are an ingredient in this play. We want to enable the best technology, and that's what Cisco delivers.
Oh, I love that. I really do love that.
It's super powerful. I just looked at a customer deployment recently, and what we did together, you talk about sustainability, going back to that, something like 45% savings from rack space and power based on what we were able to build together.
Isn't that cool? What a great story to be able to share out there.
Yep.
Let's kind of push this out a little bit. Let's go all the way to the edge on this, right? So if we look at the future of real-time AI, what we're talking about here, right? So we've talked about ways that we can modernize the data center, the ways that we secure the infrastructure, but the edge is one of the fastest growing area of innovation that we're looking at, right? And AI is pushing closer and closer and closer to where the data is actually being created.
That's right.
So how do we see edge computing continuing to evolve in real-world deployments, and what does it mean for our customers, for Intel customers, for Cisco customers, everybody here at the show?
I can start it off, Mike. Okay. Okay. I'm very proud of the fact that we have been collaborating Cisco, Intel have been collaborating on Edge since a little platform not very well known called Moon Island back in 2011.
All right, here's one. You even lost me on that one.
That
Darren.
was
Fill
the
us in.
first time that we decided to drop a Xeon in a Edge device, and at that time it was more of an access point. And everyone was up in arms. Why? Because they were very concerned that the compute capability would shift, oh, Lord forbid, out of the data center. Well, guess what's happened in the last... It's shifted. And so, yes, to take advantage of all those myriad opportunities that exist out on the edge where you have to be able to perform an AI, ML operation, things like invisible fence, which is used in the military, things like predictive maintenance, which is used almost everywhere. Think train cars, think water towers, think critical infrastructure, all the reliability pieces. You need that capability sitting on the edge. Cisco has been absolutely adroit in addressing those specific opportunities point by point with customers, whether it's been whether it's been in the rail, whether it's been industrial, whether it's been healthcare, and I think what we're doing is exposing back to the infrastructure that we provide, Open Vino, one API, to allow these kinds of operations on the edge.
This is so cool,
and it's just something where we have just had an absolutely killer partnership. I'm super proud of it, and I think that's going to continue forever.
This is something to be proud of, isn't it, Mike?
Well, it is, and I think the co-innovation we're doing, we're going to release a new platform soon that will have integrated storage, integrated compute, integrated security, integrated wireless. Very, very flexible in terms of the use cases that customers could have. Exactly. We've got some retail customers that have tens of thousands of locations that are looking at this as a game-changing platform. And it's really goes back to the innovation that we've done, all along, like you said, for the last 14 years, that allowed us to leverage what we have and then add the additional components into it. For us, it's going to be a game changer because, you see in the industry solutions that are focused on secure access or secure edge, and it's got some networking, it's got some security, but not all the other components that a customer could drive so much cost out. And then just the pure savings from an OpEx point of view when they have a problem, it allows them not to have to send a truck.
That's right.
And so, it's going to be game-changing when it hits the market.
And we've got some examples down on the showroom floor together. I was
going to ask you.
There are some in the Cisco booth. There are some in the Intel booth. You got customers, our collaborative customers like Wait Time down there. And there are some just amazing demos. You have to kind of see them to go, I didn't know you could do that. I mean, think about self-checkout, kiosks, monitoring for things where you don't have an RFID or a code. It's these kinds of usage models that'll continue to evolve. You get to walk out of a Sam's Club without have somebody rifling through your bag. It's kind of a good value prop. And so you'll see these kinds of demos.
And that is why you come to Cisco Live, is to be able to walk around, to be able to get to play with them. It's sort of an advanced look, right? Gentlemen, like I said, I really think that the nature of this partnership, it's proven itself out over time, but it's when we get an opportunity to sit down together like this and really deep dive. I mean, I can't believe that you brought us back to, what is it called again? 2011?
Moon Island, 2011.
I'm going to look that up. Moon Island 14 years ago. Guys, thank you so much, Mike. So appreciate everything that you're doing. Doran, really grateful to you for the partnership.
Absolutely.
Great conversation. Please come back and visit us again here in the studio, all right?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jen. Z, let's send it back over to you.
Wow, Steve, I tell you, if you are not here, you are missing it. This must be how Chuck feels all the time. I feel like a proud mama. I'm like tearing up over here with Doran and Michael. I tell you, this is amazing. Coming up next, the branch is evolving. You want to lean in on this next session. 3 things you need to expect. Let me tell you what you need to be listening for. Get back to my notes because I don't want to miss this. Integrated solutions. You need to be listening for that. Simplified management. Advanced capabilities. That's what you're going to hear in this next session. Guys, go get a cup of water. Go get some coffee. Go get some tea. You need to lean in on this next session. I tell you, I can't speak anymore, Steve, about this last conversation. I'm over here and I'm feeling all, sentimental, and I'm like, I work here. This is my company. I'm feeling like a proud parent. I mean, I want to go over here and just hug Michael and Doran, and I know that's so inappropriate. But I tell you, we are getting ready for this next session. We have speakers Chris, Ralph, and Lee. They are going to crack open this nut about branch. Unified branch approach. That's a design to simplify management and enhance performance. Is that what you need as a customer? You need to be listening in on this next session. I'm going to pause right here and just take it all in, the energy that's in this room. Cisco Live, you missed it this year, but I tell you, like Chuck says, we say this every year. This is the best year. But I tell you, next year it's going to be even better. It's going to be so much better. But again, like I say, coming up next, the branch. You want to watch. You want to listen. You want to take notes. You're going to hear something. And you can go ahead and say you heard it and you thought of it yourself, but you really didn't. So lean in. This next session is coming up right now. We'll see you back here in just a few.
Thank you. How's everybody doing? How's the day going? So I fell up the stairs earlier. I've got on stage without falling on the stairs. So already this is a win. It's only going to get better from here. That's amazing. So look, thank you everybody for taking the time. I am here to talk about the branch operations. So my role at Cisco is focused on the WAN edge, the secure WAN devices that we launch. And they're a very important control point for us as we think about branches, right? Branches are super critical to our customers' operations. The ability to meet your customers where they are, to do a job of delighting them, to be able to interact with them, to be able to transact with them. If that doesn't work, that's going to be the number one driver of customer dissatisfaction. And with so many choices for our customers today, you run the risk that that loyalty and the bad things that come from having a bad customer experience, a bad employee experience in those branch locations. So we see some trends when we talk to, and it's very universal. It doesn't matter whether we're talking branches in India, branches in the US, branches in Europe. We hear the same things from customers, but it's getting more complex, right? The things are not getting simpler over time. The amount of applications and where those applications live has proliferated into so many different places that it's not as simple as it's been in the past. So that drives a lot of the complexity and drives a lot of the challenges, and I'm going to get into some of the techniques we at Cisco are bringing to bear in order to try and simplify that, to try and make that easier. Security is front of mind. So there was a view that security and networking were somewhat separate. We are innovating and making sure that we treat those as one thing, because even if somebody is only responsible for the network, I guarantee you there's somebody else in the organization responsible for security that's going to have a great deal of involvement and have strong opinions on what actually happens from that networking device perspective. So being able to make sure we deliver secure experiences is very important. The other universal trend is the skill shortage, right? We hear this everywhere, that there's just not enough skilled individuals. Our job as Cisco is to help make things simpler, to make you more efficient so you can scale, so you can focus on the things that matter, not on the routine tasks associated with running networking. And then finally, AI pressure, and that's coming at a number of different angles, right? There is the application of AI in your own networks and the things that you're doing to service your customers and service your employees. There is the rising threat of AI from a security perspective, right? The AI renaissance is in front of us in terms of the ability for people, the bad actors who use AI, to come up with new attack vectors on our networking infrastructure, and it's very important that we deal with that. So what this all leads to is that we need to start thinking about how we architect our networks, how we architect the branch differently. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about today, is how we're doing that. So I'll cover that in 3 areas, and this was the same areas in terms of the pillars that we talked about in the keynote this morning. But operational simplicity powered by AI, security and the networking being fused together, being one and the same, and how we build devices that are scalable, that are ready for the AI era. So starting off with the simplicity point, within the networking portfolio, we've spent a lot of time thinking about how do we make things simpler. And we don't make things simpler by building new things that don't integrate with each other. So starting with the hardware, introducing a lot of common hardware. I'll get into more specifics of what that means for the WAN portfolio later. Consistent way that we license and that we have entitlement for using these products. And then finally, simplifying the management and converging that as well. So it means that you get the best of every world, right? You want to use CLI mixed in with cloud, you want to do some on-prem. The ability to operate those in a consistent manner is a big part of what we've been working on and what we're very excited to launch here at Cisco Live and be able to talk more about as we go through this event. We are also thinking about not just how do we say, but how do we make it real, right? So the platform is really where it all starts. So the ability for any of these devices, whether they were traditionally what we would have said was a Catalyst device, what would have been a cloud-managed Meraki device, a consistent place to manage those from a control plane perspective, which then becomes the point at which we can expose APIs for interacting with it. It then becomes the place where we expose analytics and intelligence in terms of being able to interact and troubleshoot those networks. And it's also where assurance comes in. So our ability to look at our networking estate, owned, unowned infrastructure, and be able to help pinpoint problems. A lot of the times, the number one thing our customers ask for is just, when there's a problem, just help me find it. Actually, just proactively tell me there's a problem. Tell me what I've got to do to fix it. And that's the things we've been able to build. You know, we have more devices on the planet from a networking perspective than anybody else. We have the biggest data lake. We have decades of experience from CCIE. Being able to take that knowledge and apply it at this platform level drives great things for us. So I'm going to get into branches code in a moment and what we're innovating, what we're announcing there. Unified management, I've touched on that already. So consistent management of Catalyst and Meraki devices in the cloud, and then the end-to-end assurance. So baking Thousand Eyes as an assurance experience into all our devices. Those devices being able to act as endpoints and being able to troubleshoot and be able to be the points at which we run synthetic tests to be able to tell what's going on in the network, to build a very rich picture of quality of experience and what's going on there. So getting into some detail around branches code. So show of hands, who's heard of Terraform? That's more than the last. Percentage-wise, that's more than the last presentation. That's about half, so that's great. That's great to hear. So Terraform is an open source set of tools that are able to be used for automating how we do things with pieces of infrastructure. So think of the ability to take something like a network configuration and treat it the way and save it in the way we do software, right? The code that we do, that's the infrastructure as code. So a lot of our effort has been around how do we take that as an approach. It's an open source approach. It's freely available. You could go use it today. But what could we as Cisco do to make that better? So there's a few things we've done within that. One is that we've built validated designs, Cisco validated designs around how you, not only the equipment you use and how you deploy it in the branch, but also how do you interact with the actual platform itself. We've also worked with our CX organization to make sure that we can help you on this journey if you decide that this is something you want to do. And I'll get into the specifics of what that looks like with a demo here in a moment. But we have a whole service offering around how we can actually train you on how to use this and take all that intelligence. I mentioned that decades of experience, right? We really, really shouldn't let things get misconfigured because we know that the best. We know things that would actually cause network breaking changes. So the ability to actually look at the change before it gets deployed and verify that it's not going to actually cause damage and be able to control that as well. So I'm going to talk about a scenario here. So imagine I've got 3 active sites. I'm operating the network. My boss comes and says we need to deploy 5 new sites. And take your choice. Retail sites, healthcare clinics, doesn't really matter. What would happen in the traditional world would be I would have to go into a user interface and I'd have to make lots of clicks. Or maybe I don't have a management interface and maybe I'm manually configuring those devices on site. So it doesn't really scale because it might be 5 sites today, it might be 50 sites tomorrow, it might be 500 sites the week after that. Right, so being able to do things at scale in a consistent way that is able to reduce the risk of mistakes, able to reduce the errors, we're able to reduce the security vulnerabilities you introduce when you're doing things manually. So I'm going to show what an infrastructure as code and what a deploy pipeline looks like here. So this is in GitLab. This is our branch configuration stored as code in GitLab. So again, the same way that you would manage software. I'm able to use the same tools I would use to manage software here as well. So I want to jump in, I'm going to make some edits to this. I'll go into the IDE here and actually I'm just going to copy the configuration, be able to say, give me 5 more sites that have that same configuration. That's where the consistency comes from. Now, because this is again part of a continual integration, continual deployment pipeline, all the things that are associated with that happen inherently. So I'm going to push that back into Git, and I can see here it's actually running as a task as part of the pipeline. But we can do some very clever things here as we do this. We can make sure that we don't commit that change to the actual deployment to the deployed network before it's even pushed out. Let's confirm that it works, let's test it. We could set up pipeline flows to say, go deploy that in a canary site and validate and verify it first. So let's get in front of that and make sure prior to the change that we just make sure that everything's okay. But then also what we see here, where we've gotten to the end of that, after it's deployed, let's go check and make sure it didn't cause any detrimental impact. And we can go and look at Thousand Eyes and intelligence from other places to make sure that the change wasn't detrimental. So what we can see here is after that pipeline is finished, I can now go into the dashboard and I can see I've now got 5 sites configured. My next 5 sites are logically deployed. What that then allows me to do is that if I've got those 5 sites and maybe they're on the 4 corners of the planet, I don't know. And I can send the equipment that I'm going to deploy there and it becomes a plug and play experience. So the type of person that you have to go and deploy, you don't need a CCNA, CCIE to go on site to do this configuration. You just need somebody who understands low voltage cabling and is able to get these devices cabled up and running in the environment. So massively simplifies it, massively makes sure that the risk of error is reduced, make sure that you're not putting a box that day one is exposing your entire network because a tired network admin forgot to copy the right part of the configuration over. So we drive a lot of best practices and a lot of the intelligence that we have into how we do this. Now, talking about the management plane, so that's clearly very cloud-centric. There's one thing I want to make really clear. I hear this consistently from certainly some of our more experienced network admins, you can have my CLI when you pry it from my cold, dead hand. We're not taking your CLI away. It's not going anywhere. So we want to make sure that we have an optionality depending on where you are in this journey. And if you've got tooling and you've built systems and you're doing scripting and configurations that rely on the CLI, that's not going anywhere. That's powerful. It's massively powerful. This is one of the most established and the most widely deployed network operating systems in the world. We are not taking that away. We also see, whether it be regulatory reasons or whether there's other reasons that customers want to run on-prem, that's still incredibly valid, incredibly important to us. That's not going anywhere. But where we're looking at it is where does the majority of the customers lie? And as more of the applications have moved to the cloud, we believe, and we certainly see this in the data in terms of deployment, that the simplicity and the ease of deploying from the cloud, the benefits of that are huge, and we want to be able to make that's an option. But again, it's choose your own adventure. Not everyone will end up on the right of this chart, and that's okay. We're not taking any of the existing tooling away. It's also super important as we think about deploying in brownfields, right? This isn't throw your whole network away and start from scratch. We want to be able to make sure you can mix and match equipment. Maybe you've got some new sites, maybe you've got some legacy sites. So recognizing that, and as I talked about the CVDs, the validated designs, they're going to be documented in that way as well. Now, quickly on to security, we want to make sure that as we progress, so we've gone from MPLS circuits to SD-WAN, SD-WAN's evolving to SASE. We see the next generation of that being over to universal zero trust, right? So making sure that as each step of that journey, and again, this is not mandatory that everyone's going to go to the right of this chart, that we've secured things in the right way, that we've got the right policies in place so that identity matters and the ability to recognize what type of applications that user is accessing. The network has an incredibly important role to play there in terms of it is the most important enforcement point within that policy. The other part of what we're baking in here is making sure that we have great experience with SASE, right? And we would love that to be Cisco SASE. We'd love this to be secure access. But we also recognize that there is third-party SSEs out there, and other companies that customers may have already invested in, and we will make sure we still enable a great experience for those as well. And then finally, this was talked about a little bit this morning, but the idea around, we think about personas. There's a networking persona, the security persona. Sometimes they're the same person, but often they're not. Making sure that we have an ability to address both those personas. So a tighter integration between the security cloud control and what we do in the Cisco networking cloud to enable the cloud control to be the central point of definition of policy, but the networking component to be an enforcement point as well. So imagine a scenario where maybe I've got some Cisco secure firewalls, I'm using secure access, consistent policy deployed in secure cloud control that is able to be propagated down through the network control to the network devices, so you're not having to configure that in two places. You can also define that policy natively in the network cloud, but we do see, again, as we move more to cloud security, that being important to do in multiple places. Final thing I'm going to talk about here is just the new devices we're launching here at Cisco Live. So we're really proud, very excited to launch the Cisco 8000 series secure router. That's available for ordering now, shipping June, July, August, depending on the device that you order. So it's a full refresh of the range, and I'll get into that a little bit in a moment. So some real innovations we've brought to bear here. We've got the Cisco, we've invested a lot in building a secure networking processor for this device. And that's really important because one of the main purposes of this device, one of its main jobs is to accelerate cryptographic workloads. And so that could be IPsec tunnels, that could be SD-WAN, that could be things like looking at firewall services and having a processor that's powerful enough to be able to run the firewall services without too much of a sacrifice of speed from line rate. So the secure networking processor is a very important part of how we do that. The throughput is very important. As AI workloads explode, people doing more in the branch, more reasoning at the edge. It's important that we have enough bandwidth that's consistent, low latency, reliable in order to be able to support that. We're also seeing in certain industries, certainly financial services, certainly in federal applications, the concerns around quantum processing and what the availability of those looks like. There's some very bullish estimates that maybe we're 5 years away from a quantum chip. We may be more than that. But either way, you need to make investments now that are protected so that when these quantum computers that can do massive levels of parallel processing are launched, and they have the ability to decrypt all the things we're currently doing from a protection mechanism perspective, that you've got a hardware platform that's ready to support that. So that's in there as well. And then finally, just making sure, I mentioned the firewalling already, I mentioned all the things that go on from the perspective of the cloud control, how we manage policy on these devices. These devices have to be security first in posture, and that's exactly what we've built and what we've launched here. Now, we also launched the Cisco 200 Firewall 200 series, and you can go see this in the branch vignette over that direction when you get a moment. So this is a purpose-built box built for certain applications where you maybe want on-box decrypt at the edge. So part of that wider ecosystem can be managed by that security cloud control, and you can have that consistent policy between this and other networking devices you have in your network. And then looking at the full range of products we've got here, we've got the full refresh. The 13 new SKUs we launched from the 8100 through to the 8500. The data sheets and the things that are available now. So there's a call to action at the end of this for you to be able to go check those out. And like I said, please drop by the booth. We've got them all featured on the hardware wall. One thing I want to assure anyone here, though, is that the existing portfolio, this is an expansion of the portfolio. We have no announcement of end of sale of any of the existing equipment. So if you're using MX today, from the Meraki perspective, continue to use MX. If you're using Catalyst 8000 series, continue to use those. There's an amalgamation that will happen over time as we refresh those devices, but the operating modes you use today, the software that you use today on these devices, the SD-WAN you run, those are not changing as part of this. This is just a refresh of the portfolio to bring some of those generational improvements from a speed and throughput perspective and from a performance perspective there. So I'm really excited now, enough from me. I'd love to hear from one of our amazing customers. So I love Cisco Live. One of my favorite things is hearing all the amazing things our customers do with our products. It blows me away every time. And we have Nestle, who's been we've been partnering with for a long time. And Nestle's mission is to unlock the power of food to improve the quality of life for everyone, right? And that's amazing. I feel good knowing that my products are supporting that mission. And we are very, very privileged to have Nestle trust us to be the ones that are delivering that goal. So I'm very excited to welcome up to the stage Chris Rangarajan and Ralph Hubenthal to talk about a little bit more about how they use our technology.
Hey, Lee.
Thanks.
I think we can sit,
yes.
right?
Let's take a seat. Hi, everybody. I feel really, really excited to be talking to Nestle. And I don't know if you guys know, but my goodness, the Nestle brands, right? I looked at this and I thought, hey, if Nestle was to stop functioning for some reason, please don't. Our grocery store's going to be empty, Ralph. This is true.
Pays my salary, right?
And the best of all, I see Maggie on here, and I think you kept me fed throughout my childhood, so really excited. The only thing is that Lee and I had a battle. The Indians feel like the Maggi, the Maggi masala, yes? But he said there's a chicken version. I'm like, I don't know. It's only one good version.
Look, we are the most global local company you can find, right? And we cater to the individual flavor needs, cultures, and nutritional needs. So yes, in India, Maggi masala is massive. However, in Australia, we have chicken, we have beef, and I can tell you my kids who grew up on Australian Milo, they wouldn't drink Malaysian Milo. The difference is really one is granular, one is powder. They also would only eat the Australian version of Maggi. So it really depends on your taste profile.
It makes sense that Ralph is from Switzerland. That was the most diplomatic answer. So the truth of the matter is 2,000 plus brands, 300 plus factories, 275,000 employees, 1,700 production sites. Are you sleeping? Does sleep happen somewhere?
Yeah, actually very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Cisco. But talk to us a little bit about, I mean, this feels like giant complexity when you're going from carpeted floors to manufacturing floors to retail floors.
Yes.
How do you manage all that complexity?
By simplifying, right? Keep it simple. That's where it starts with. In the keynote, we heard from Novodisk, where they spoke about standardization, right? We drive a lot of standardization. We try to focus to differentiate where it matters on the consumer interaction. We do not need to differentiate, for example, on networking, right? Networking is the same. Let's be honest about it. We have maybe different beliefs, but this is more like we are techies, right? We like our ways of doing things, but in general, how I do networking, you can standardize much more than you think.
That's incredible. I mean, at Cisco, and I'm sure all of us really do care about the network. I'm just curious, can you talk a little bit about the partnership you've had with Cisco? How have you modernized your factories? How have you modernized your branch sites?
Yeah, so Nestle is going through an incredible network transformation journey right now. For 20 years, we hadn't done much. And over the last 2 years, we basically took everything apart. And one big piece of it was our wide area network. And we went really to a Lego system where we have 5 regional contracts for the last mile delivery, right? And that's where these are all tier 1 providers, but they really provide the cable, right? We partnered together with Google on the creation of Google WAN, where Cisco is also an important partner to Google, which we announced 3 weeks ago. And then we have a service integrator called Singtel, which is really bringing it all together. And we have across all Cisco providing us the technology to tie it all together. So, and we're rolling that now out. We were before finished with SD-WAN, before we took it all apart. That was one of the reasons we actually can do it. Finishing our SD-WAN rollout, which was already based on Cisco, was an important milestone, which really allowed us to go down that journey. But we also learned a lot, and we challenged all your resiliency numbers you gave us. You cannot have more routes. We doubled it. It still worked. When we tripled it, we had a few outages. So don't do it. Double is okay. Triple is a really bad idea. But now we're going, for example, for multi-region. Something you came up new with. And that's really where we drive the transformation together, where we challenged you, where we use our scale and we work together in a partnership to drive and enhance performance for Nestle, but then obviously all your other customers benefit from it as well.
We did pay him to say this, so no.
No, I'm...
But, you know, one of the stories you shared with me is you had an undersea cable cut that really kind of reshaped. Can you share a little bit of that story?
Yeah, look, around Africa, there is 2 routes undersea cables go, right? One was cut by some pirates. The other one was cut by some seismology, I guess an undersea earthquake. And there was only one cable working, which funny enough was the Google backbone, which we were negotiating at some point of time with them. But thanks together to the simplicity, we were able to reroute our traffic really fast through the Google backbone, and we were up in pretty much less than a day.
I mean, and other people were used, I mean, I'm quoting, but it took others about 2 weeks. There were a lot of people who were...
It depends, it depends on the country, right? Because West Africa, so many countries were impacted. Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about Thousand Eyes? I know a lot of this visibility came from Thousand Eyes platform. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, look, we are constantly driving operational excellence. Outages cost us a lot of money. We have factories, when I'm down for more than 8 minutes, I roughly have to throw away $2.5 million worth of raw material, right? And it's not only about the money, it's also about the food waste, which we really try to avoid. So visibility and availability and resiliency is super important for us. So we have something we call monitoring what matters, which really allows us to see from the business outcome all the way down to the last router and switch to see what's going on across our environment. So if I see there's a drop in the factory production, I can straight away look, okay, this factory is connected this way, and I can go all the way down to the endpoint. And Thousand Eyes plays a major role on it. So we have Thousand Eyes agents deployed in all of our most critical site, feeding into this dashboard via OpenTel, and then we have a presentation layer which we are using.
You know, it's interesting you talk about this monitoring what matters. A lot of you might have heard a little something today about AI Canvas, which is pretty exciting. What do you think?
Yeah, I love it, but hey, lift it up to the business process level. Right? It's pretty much, it's nice on the network layer, but it serves the most important part of my infrastructure, right? The one which keeps me awake most, but also have to worry about SAP, Azure, and all the other stuff we are servicing.
I am texting DJ Sampit. I'll send you the email.
Yes.
And we'll get that going.
He gets our requirement list. It's long.
And I bet your requirement list for Nestle is pretty, you know, speaking of requirement lists, I know Lee talked a lot about branch as code. And when you think about infrastructure for the modern branch, how do you think about that? What's next?
Yeah, look, so we have different kinds of branches, right? It comes with our complexity. I have sales offices. If they are down, you know, go on the route and sell our product, right? Or use VPN, right? That's good enough. But then I have factories, right? So I have to cater for all these different demands. And so the simplicity is then therefore the most important part. How can I manage? We have a categorization in Nestle where we look by site types. So we have manufacturing, we have distribution centers, we have retail through our Nespresso boutiques, we have head offices, and we have criticality levels. And to each of them, we have a reference architecture. But this reference architecture, I really want to manage as code. Right? So one of the reasons, for example, we choose Singtel together with Cisco is that, yes, the cable is important, the last mile is important, but really Singtel together with Cisco sees infrastructure or network as code. And that really is a game changer for us. It helped us with automation, it helped us with efficiencies. Every deployment we do to our new network model, afterwards, every single site, we're reviewing what went good, what didn't get good, and we continue to automate to improve the terraforms and all the stuff we are using during deployment.
Okay. Here's something I want to share with all of you because I was thinking about Nestle and how, and you have some I mean, you're one of the few companies who's like straddling 150-year-old factory and state-of-the-art factory.
Yes.
And as you think about managing both, and as you think about all of this, what lessons you've learned? What are things that you can share with all of us that are like, these are the few things you should think about the future of connectivity?
It's not about the age of the factory, right? It brings complexity. If you have a heritage-listed factory, try to put a satellite dish or a 5G antenna on top of it. You go through a lot of challenges along that way. The key thing is worry about your resiliency. Be smart about your resiliency. That's really one of the key things we have learned. Make sure you're resilient, you can operate independent, and worry about your availability and be creative, right? So be creative, but be also simple.
I do find, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to mention this. I'm prefacing when I mention it, but I find it really interesting that in your latest Purina factories in the United States, they have robotic dogs for a dog. Thank you. And I was like, oh, that's very meta. The robotic dogs in the dog factory. And somebody made the comment, at least they don't eat the dog food. Well, can you share a little bit about how the new age of robotics, IoT, agentic AI is playing a role within Nestle?
It plays a huge role. So Doug, you can talk to him afterwards. He can tell you much more about what these dogs all are doing.
Yeah.
Actually, we even get one into our test data center or test lab in our IT lab where we simulate an average factory to ensure it works flawlessly.
Sure.
Look, agentic AI or AI, we are in that age, and there are multiple things to consider. And I really liked it this morning in the keynote. I also liked it during the Google keynote. More and more people wake up to it. You will not have any success with agentic AI or your shiny toys you can get with it will not work unless your infrastructure is ready for it. So number one, you have to do in parallel your infrastructure and then become your own best customer. So what we are doing is monitoring what matters, and that's why we are so interested in the AI canvas. How can I use for my monitoring, for my deployment, more AI, so that we are the prototypes for the business. To do that, our data in IT and in the business need to be up to scratch. If your data models are not right, if you don't have defined your data strategy properly, if your data are not clean, all your shiny AI toys will not fly, they will not work. You know, it's like the old days in BI where you said garbage in, garbage out. Here you get super garbage out. And only then, if that all is in order, you can work with AI. In between, yes, you can take some technical debt for some use cases, focus on your user community, the training of your user community, because it's a big change for them from clicking to using native language. Hey, I want to create a leave request. But then the really exciting part about agentic AI for me is, yes, in IT it will be about creating efficiencies, do things faster, create more resiliency. But in the business world, it will be a true game changer on improving how we do procurement, not only efficiencies, how we interact better with the customers and generate more sales out of it. That's really where the long-term beauty of AI is.
Gosh, that's really exciting. The last few seconds, this partnership with Cisco, if there's one thing that you've been most pleased about, what would it be?
There's a lot where I'm very pleased about. So like Erkan, our account manager, I'm really pleased with it, how we go about. And it's a, you know, it's a partnership for more than 20 years. It's like a marriage, right? You have your ups and downs. Sometimes you shout at each other. Other times you're lovey-dovey. For the last couple of years, we are in the lovey-dovey part again. Let's keep it there and have the co-innovation together.
Awesome. Well, thank you all. Before you go, I have two things to remind you of. We have amazing demos. Go see Branches Code. Check out all the different spaces. If you take take a picture of the QR code, it actually takes you to Vikas Bhutani's amazing blog about everything we've spoken here. And the most important part, Ralph is available for autographs and photographs right after this. But Ralph, I really, really thank you.
You mix me up with George Clooney. He does Nespresso, not IT.
Yeah. On that, thank you, Ralph.
Thank you.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to the Cisco TV broadcast studio. It is so great to have you all with us here on the real-time live stream, coming to you from Cisco Live here in San Diego. I'm Steve Moulter. We have just wrapped another fantastic center stage session. This time, we got the inside story on Cisco's new unified branch approach, all of the different ways that it integrates routing with embedded security and switching and Wi-Fi and ThousandEyes, puts the whole package together and then managed through a single platform dashboard. Lee Peterson, Daniel Stewart did such a fantastic job showing us exactly how Cisco is addressing modern challenges. For example, cloud migration complexities and increased security threats like unmanaged devices, post-quantum cryptography. They talked about the different ways that we are driving WAN modernization for better bandwidth to meet the demands out across our multi-cloud environments. So cool, so much great content. I want to give you a quick reminder to keep reaching out to us on social media. Please make sure that you use hashtag Cisco Live or at Cisco Live. Right now, we are going to go out to center stage in the world of solutions, right in the middle of the showcase. We're going to be talking in just a moment with the men of the hour. Rob is going to have Daniel and Lee there with him. One of the other things they talked about was operational efficiency. So important, and we had a great conversation about that a few minutes ago right here in the studio. But Cisco helps organizations like yours to automate branch deployments so you get more efficient management, better scalability, maintain that high performance. Right now, we are going to head out to Michelle, who is in the world of solutions, with Jesse Reed, and that's over at Cisco Customer Experience. Hey there, Michelle.
Steve, thanks so much for handing it down to us. I am here with Jesse Reed, the VP of Product for Cisco Customer Experience. I wanted to send it back to you right now with a demo of Cisco Unified Branch. He's going to walk us through this right now.
Hello, everyone. Great to be with you today. Unified Branch. Let me get to the punchline right up front. What are we able to do? We're able to bring a complete solution together for our customers, for all your infrastructure at a branch site, and automate it end to end. So what does that mean? Routing, switching, wireless, security. All the customer has to do is express their intent, and we automate everything from there. So let me talk about why that matters. Our customers are dealing with great complexity. They have challenges with misconfigurations. Those misconfigurations result in security breaches, network outages. They're also dealing with having to perform tasks manually to a large degree today. And so what that means is that the technology is advancing at such a rapid pace, and they can't keep up with the technology that they need their people to understand. So we can help them, and they're asking us to help them in this many ways: simplified management, enhanced security, reliable connectivity, scalability, and automation end-to-end. And that's exactly what this solution does. So I mentioned routing, switching, and wireless, security, all coming together for a branch site. We do that first by using a platform-driven approach, just like G2 was talking about this morning. And we do that with a dashboard interface. Next, we bring to the unified branch Cisco validated designs. Think about all of the experience and wealth of knowledge that we can bring digitally to customers so that they can be successful. We use observability to make sure we're looking at application performance, end user experience, network performance as we look at this solution. We bring in branches code. This is our automation toolkit that allows us to do that end-to-end automation. Of course, no solution would be complete if we didn't have support, and so Cisco TAC, one of our greatest assets, is integrated into this solution. And then, of course, if you want a managed service, we put a managed wrap around it with our partners. So when I said earlier that all the customer has to do is express their intent, that's exactly what we mean. On the left-hand side are all of the inputs. And we see critical apps, customer tells us what they want to achieve, along with service connections, management services, and security. And look at all the elements on the right-hand side that are fully automated for them. They don't have to go in and program them. That happens automatically with the solution. So really, really simplified, and I'm excited to be able to show it to you right now. So imagine that we're deploying additional sites inside an enterprise. We have 3 active today, and we're needing to deploy an additional 5. And so we want to take this approach and simplified approach, and all I have to do is go into the dashboard and I say create a network. And when I go to the next screen, I type in the name of that network that I want to create. I identify the profile for that site, and then I select the create the network. And now all the configuration is being generated for the customer. All of those elements that I said that were automated on the right-hand side are being automated, and the configuration is being created for the customer. They no longer have to worry about segmentation and all of these other attributes because it's automated for them. In here, you see the configuration as code. It's a repository. This is what's in production right now for the customer. And so we're taking this same approach and we're saying, hey, we're going to go in and we're going to pull in that configuration that was generated, and I'm going to add it to the environment. So just like code, where you check it out, I've checked out the code, and now I'm adding the configuration as code that I want to be introduced into the environment. So the next step is, what we want to do is add this to the pipeline. And so we're going to go through a methodical process to make sure that the customer does not make any mistakes. So we're saying, hey, I want to do a merge request of this configuration in production, and I give a little bit of a description, and the pipeline's executing. All of this is happening in the background. The customer doesn't have to go to any command line. It's all happening real time. So we're going through, and now we're doing pre-change validation. This is where we're pulling in that validated design, making sure we're doing all of those semantic checks, those dependencies, making sure the customer is following best practices. When it completes that step, now it's the opportunity to execute it in production. So we're pushing that configuration right now as we speak. This configuration is going into the production network in a fully automated way. Instead of me going to a command line and typing those things in, it's happening all right now as code. And then once that configuration is deployed, what you want to do is validate it. Is the environment working as expected? All of those rules associated with adjacencies and configuration parameters that should be functioning, we've now tested and it's working. And so if I go back to the dashboard, look at this. I have the additional sites that I selected all configured within the environment. So extremely powerful, extremely simple. It's simple, accelerates your time to value, and brings our customers resilience.
Jesse, one quick question. Can you speak to the impact this has on customers?
Yeah, so the impact is actually pretty tremendous. Our customers have always struggled with implementation success, and they're able to get upwards of 100% implementation success 5 times faster. As a matter of fact, one of our customers told us that they were able to achieve what used to take them 29 hours, they can now do in 1 minute.
That is incredible. That speaks to the power of this. One last question for you. This is big changes for the engineers. How are we helping at Cisco to help that transition?
Yes, this is a change for our customer engineers. They need to move to DevOps in order to be able to get the benefit of this technology. And they want to understand the environment. They want to have control of the environment. And so what we've done is we've created assistants that help them understand the configuration, get information back about the state of that environment and how it's performing. Then we get to use that assistant to make changes to the configuration. And so as they make changes, it comes back and tells them, hey, use this configuration for the YAML environment. And then finally, as we're executing the pipeline that I was showing you, there will be errors. Inevitably, there will be errors. The AI assistant troubleshoots those errors and corrects them for them so they can just seamlessly execute it in the pipeline. And all of that is done at a site level based on the customer intent.
Jesse, this was excellent. I learned a lot from you. Thank you. We're going to head back to Steve in the studio. Thank you guys so much.
Lauren, thank you so much. Excellent job there, Jesse. Really nice walkthrough on Unified Branch, on TAC, management services, automation, around validation and deployment. Really appreciate that powerful user story over at Cisco Customer Experience. Right now, as promised, Rob is back out in center stage with the men of the hour, with Daniel and Lisa. Rob, let me go ahead and send it over to you, my friend.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned Daniel's name because I was going to let it be a big reveal. But yes, I've got Lee here, just came off stage, VP of Secure WAN, correct? Lee Peterson. And we're going to have you follow up. You've got a special guest with you, and so I'm going to hand you the mic and let you kind of go through that, if you will. Sir, your mic.
Thank you, Rob. So yeah, very happy to be joined here by Dan Stewart from Ingram Micro. So Dan, we'll just jump straight into the questions. But
Definitely.
We've just finished a presentation about the unified branch and how we help people do things at scale. What are you seeing from your customers when it comes to managing these branch locations and all the complexity that comes with that?
Yeah, complexity. The good thing is with Cisco, you guys kind of remove a lot of the complexity. I do a lot with Meraki, with our customers, and observability and just visibility of everything across the branch is probably their #1 request. So having everything in one dashboard, one visibility component is critical to what they want to do out of the branch office.
Amazing. So then you've seen all the announcements today. Are there any that you think, from your customer's perspective, you can't wait to get out there and show them that they're going to be excited about?
I think the buzz in the street is all about AI. So with AI coming on strong, with the AI agents, with the generative AI you have going on, with the AI canvas, with the unified dashboards, it's going to be a lot to unpack, but really having another way to interface with your dashboards, with your devices, just takes the troubleshooting and effort to the next level.
Yeah, amazing. And then I think that the fact that we're unifying a lot of that experience, bringing it all to dashboard, we're hoping that power of the existing portfolios, the simplicity of the Meraki portfolio,
Right.
we're really hoping that lands.
Oh, by far, yeah. A lot of our customers are on the Catalyst environment, and our involvement is to really try to get them into the Meraki dashboard from the hybrid operating mode and the monitor operations, just to make the best of really both worlds. It's been really exciting for us to test out.
So you have to tell the bad stories. I want some success stories. Any examples of some great things customers have done with the technologies where Cisco and Ingram Micro and the customers have partnered together to do great things?
Yeah, I mean, it's really the ability for us in distribution is to get them excited for more of the technology. We started with these are basic conversations with wireless. And then we get in the next conversation of adding the switching to it. And then eventually we understand what's the outcome you're trying to really drive, right? We unpack it beyond the technology and say, okay, you're trying to solve for this. And we really start exposing into the Cisco marketplace, the ecosystem partners, and then it just really solidifies them as the value add in that reseller partner to their end user, and it really makes them just differentiated across the board.
Amazing. And then anything you're personally excited about outside of the Ingram Micro lens?
For me, it's the security everywhere. With that being in all the platforms, the ability for kind of that next step of saying that we can really secure any point of the environment and then protect you for the future. That's going to be the exciting thing for me with really no questions asked.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. I'm going to hand it back over to Rob. Thank you.
Well, I was actually take his microphone real quick. I was just going to ask you a quick question. Nice job, Daniel. Thank you
Thanks,
so
Dan.
much. But just real quick, you guys did make some really big announcements this week that I think are substantial changes, especially from the management front and the continued integration. Any priority thoughts we should have about where to pay attention to what you're most proud of and where we should be watching you guys?
Yeah, so look, it does start with the idea that security and the network are inseparable, right? Yeah. So the fact that we have a consistent way to apply security policy right across that network, I think is massive, and I think the customers will benefit from that. The networks are going to be more secure, more consistent, more reliable in that way.
Certainly a lot of the devices we've launched we're very excited about, but they don't really sing without the great management on top of that. So the idea of driving more of that to the cloud is something we're invested in very heavily as well.
Love the work you guys are doing. Congratulations. Nice job on the presentation here. Guys, be sure and check this stuff out if you get a chance. Steve, we'll go back to you in the studio.
Rob, thank you so much, brother, and our thanks go out again to Lee and to Daniel. Fantastic job. Great session. We are about a minute and 20 seconds from our next keynote deep dive. This time, we're going to focus on how AI changes everything. We're hearing all about it this week. This is a new blueprint for network security and zero trust and for the SOC. We have got Tom Gillis on deck, Senior VP and General Manager Infrastructure and Security Group, along with Mike Ford, Senior Manager and GP of Splunk Security Product. What they're going to do is give us an exclusive deep dive into smarter, more effective security solutions. All of the different ways that Cisco is helping to redefine security. Everywhere that the network meets directly with AI, Cisco has got decades of experience in networking and in security, and now we're delivering our most significant security innovations in literally 40 years, all of it powered by AI. So exciting. Let's talk very, very closely about what we're going to hear about. Hybrid workforce security. We're going to look at firewall disruption over the next few minutes. They're going to do a bit of a deep dive into more enhanced security analytics, the way Cisco and Splunk are working together to revolutionize security. Customer success stories. We're going to hear from a customer, Cleveland Clinic Foundation. Very exciting. Right now, we are going to send it out to Tom and Mike. We'll meet you right back here in the studio on the flip side. Away we go.
Before we bring on Tom, let's check out this video.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tom Gillis. I'm the General Manager for Infrastructure and Security here at Cisco. We got a full house here, which is great. Can I just do a little sound check? Can you hear me in the back okay? Thumbs up? All right, good. I'm going to talk about some of the things we're doing in security, some of the trends that we're seeing, some of the interesting observations, and maybe we can make it a little bit interactive if possible. But the way we think about networking in general and infrastructure at Cisco is three big buckets we talked about this morning: AI-ready data centers, future-proof workplace, and then digital resilience to tie it all together. Security is infused into each one of these areas. And so during this presentation, we'll talk about how security can be built into the infrastructure in a data center to protect AI-based workloads in ways that really wasn't possible even 2 years ago. But workloads don't just live in the data center. In this AI world, workloads are going to be everywhere, in the workplace. All these robotic AI-powered devices out in a hospital floor, in a factory floor, in a campus. So we can put this out in the future-proof workplace. And then the digital resilience is the analytics that can tie it all together. Now, I've been doing this security thing for a long time. And every time I come to a security show, you hear the same story, which is the threats are getting worse. And it's true. It's been consistently increasing severity and threats. But I would argue that what we've seen in the last year is something that is a bit new. We have seen attacks that are aimed against switches, routers, network infrastructure, and they're aimed at our critical systems, power supplies, water systems, telephony, and you might not know it, but some of the switches and routers in your environment. And the motivation of these attackers is different than what we've seen before. The motivation is to penetrate, get in, and stay in, so that at the right moment, they can turn the lights out. So this is a situation that we have to take very, very seriously. And in the post-AI world, the nature of what we secure is changing so dramatically that security needs to change in ways it hasn't really done in the past decade. So one of the most fundamental changes is the nature of the application itself is completely changing. So we used to think about an app in terms of 3 layers. There was a presentation layer, an app layer, and a data layer. Now, as we begin to AI enable these applications, there's a new layer. It's called the model. And the model sits between the data layer and the application layer. The model ingests all your data. Did you hear the keynote this morning where Kevin from OpenAI was talking about the more data and the more compute we put at these models, the smarter the models become? So that's a very good thing. So your model is going to learn all your secrets. But what you may not realize is that when a model learns something, it never forgets. You can't go in and delete a record from a database like you can in a database. When a model learns something, it gets kind of infused into the model and it never forgets. And so the way that we think about protecting that data, securing the application, is going to fundamentally change. Now, you've heard us talk about our platform approach. So in security, we think about the security platform at Cisco in terms of 3 major platforms. We have our user protection suite, which is all the stuff you need to protect a user. The cloud protection suite, which protects applications, whether they're traditional apps or these AI apps in a cloud. And then the security and analytics and response to tie those things together. And so we're going to go through and talk about each one of these 3 suites and some of the new developments that is happening there. Okay, we're going to start with an anchor of the user protection suite, which is zero trust network access. So the idea behind zero trust network access is actually quite simple. You want to implement least privileged access for your users. Okay, so a salesperson can get to sales apps, an IT person can get to IT apps, but you don't want salespeople getting to IT apps, ever. Now, you want to be able to apply those policies not just to users that are remote, but you want those same policies when a user is on campus. Okay, so you want to have the ability for remote users in campus to have the same policy, and you want those policies to apply not just to users, but to things. And I often say people forget that printers are people too, but that printer in your remote office, it needs to access the print manager, or your telephones need to access the call center, and only the call center. You don't want a printer accessing a customer database. And this is where traditional zero trust really struggles, but Cisco really shines. So in a traditional approach to zero trust, you authenticate and you check the posture of the machine when it's authenticating, and then you allow it in. But once you're in, you're in. You can do whatever you want. So with Cisco's approach, we are using continuous risk assessment. So we don't just authenticate you we don't just assess you at the time you authenticate. We're continually looking at, has something changed on your machine? If a host-based firewall setting gets changed, then the security posture goes down. So it's a continuous assessment of your machine, and it works the same for users as it does for devices. And this is Cisco's great strength. So using security group tags and ICE tags, Identity Services Engine, we can identify that printer or that telephone at the point that it connects to a network, because a printer is not going to log in to a web proxy and identify itself. And so this is something that customers are increasingly interested in, is how can I deploy zero trust solutions for users and for things? Now there's another nuance in here, which is if you have modern applications that fit into a zero trust framework quite nicely because they can tolerate a web proxy or gateway sitting between the user and the client. But many of you have many older applications that were built in the original network model where the user goes directly to the application. And when you stick a proxy in the middle, it can break. And it breaks for a whole bunch of reasons, right? You know the feeling. It breaks if the app is expecting to see the IP address of the client, server-side initiation. It'll break if it's peer-to-peer. It'll break if it's multi-channel. But the most common and my favorite is like, I don't know, it just broke, right? Because nobody ever tested it with a proxy. And so one of the unique things about the Cisco solution is we have a single client that if it needs a zero trust solution using HTTP, we'll make that connection. But if it needs an IPsec connection using VPN, we'll open an IPsec connection. The user doesn't know we're there. So my tagline is the company that bought you the VPN is killing the VPN. We're not actually killing the VPN. We just take it out of the path of the user. So this single client can provide seamless connectivity for legacy apps as well as new apps for users that are remote or on campus, and we do it in a super efficient way. And all of this has what I call the magic of Duo that is built inside. So Duo has added identity. We are a identity client that federates with your identity store. So we're what's called an identity broker. So we store a subset of the data that is in your master identity store. And this is where we do the authentication. And what this allows is if you have temporary workers, if you have contractors, you can put them into the identity store in the secure access, and you're not going to pollute your Active Directory if that contractor is only on for weeks or days. Just a tactical solution that makes it much, much easier to manage identity at scale. So continuous risk assessment, focusing on delivering a great end user experience wherever that user is. And one of the things that reflects the Cisco platform effect is we measure that end user experience. So we integrated the Thousand Eyes client into this secure client access. So if the user experience isn't great, we can tell you exactly why. Is it a problem with their laptop? Is it a problem with their browser? Is it a problem with their Wi-Fi at home? Is it a cable cut deeper in the network? Or is there an outage in the data center? So we give you an end-to-end view, and this is, again, unique to Cisco and Thousand Eyes. So continuous risk assessment that can make a smooth, seamless end user experience wherever that user is, whether they're remote or on campus. Now, more and more users are using apps like ChatGPT and prompt-based AI. And so we've been investing very heavily in building AI security capability that you can use as a point solution. But what's much more interesting, in my opinion, is we've built this as a feature into secure access. So if your users are going to a prompt-based interface, we can understand the interaction with them and look for compliance, for data leakage, and simple visibility into who's doing what with prompts. That's just a feature built into Cisco Secure Access. Now, we further integrate secure access into our networking offering, and this is what the industry calls SASE. And one of the pieces of news is that with Meraki, we've now done an integration where secure access is built into Meraki, so the auto VPN function will reach secure access, and you can provide this on Catalyst or Meraki platforms. And so really the focus here is to deliver an integrated solution that can leverage the power of an SD-WAN solution, the tagging of Identity Services Engine and ICE, and the Cisco Secure Access all in one integrated package that is easier for you to deploy. So to talk a little bit more about real-life experience with Zero Trust, I have a special guest that's going to join us, Sean Clark from Cleveland Clinic. Sean?
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Okay, Sean, so we've been working together for the past year looking at Zero Trust. I find that least privileged access is particularly challenging in a medical environment because identity is so complex. Can you talk a little bit about the clinic, the size and scale, and what some of the challenges are there?
Yeah, absolutely. So Cleveland Clinic, based in Cleveland, Ohio, we have about 85,000 caregivers spread along 23 hospitals, about 280 clinics that cover four countries and 3 continents. Network goes between all of that, and we have somewhere around 1.2 million devices on that network.
And the reason why least privilege is challenging is because you have complex roles and relationships, right? You could have a doctor that is associated with a hospital, but is also a researcher, say, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So identity is really one of our big cornerstone issues, and the doctors are a great example of why, but certainly not the only example within our environment. But when you have a doctor who's in clinic one day, and then the next day is interacting with the executive board because he's executive medical officer. The next day he is working as a researcher, and then the following day he's at home trying to catch up on his pajama time to get all that paperwork and stuff done. Tracking that identity and providing a frictionless access to the different data he needs or she needs is absolutely critical.
Yeah. So you have a complex set of identities, and the systems that they interact with is also very heterogeneous and complex, right? And this is an area that we've worked together to build some integrations there. Can you give us some examples of what we've done together?
There are certainly a lot of examples of that as they work with different systems throughout all those different personas. One of the great examples, though, is when they're in the clinic and working with badging in and badging out as they go between all of the different clinical exam rooms, working with patients. The amount of time it takes to do that, to move between the different exams, and to make sure that it's not just frictionless, but that they have access to patient data, they have access to maybe their executive data, et cetera, is quite challenging.
Yeah, yeah. And we worked together to integration on those tags with a company called Imprivata. And I remember you telling a story, I think it was in a different context, but the difference that 1 click versus 5 clicks, or 10 seconds, a different 10 seconds makes when it's repeated over and over. Can you share?
Yeah, so before coming to Cleveland Clinic, I worked in South Florida at the Bascom Palmer Eye Institute as a PACS administrator. And after an upgrade to our PACS system, I was rounding through the clinics, making sure everything was okay. And one of the top retinal surgeons in the world saw me from down the hall, and he goes, "You come here in that room right now." And as I go in there, he's like, "You added 1 click to my workflow," and then proceeded to tell me how he had calculated out that 1 click meant that he didn't see 4 patients by the end of the year. So that's one thing for one doctor, but when you scale that up to the size of Cleveland Clinic, now you're not seeing a lot of patients, and you're not just impacting patient access and patient care, but the health of the community as well, because you're talking about that many patients.
Yeah. Now, if you listen to my opening commentary, I talked about least privilege for users as well as for machines. You got a lot of machines in your environment, right?
Oh, we have an amazing network. We've got everything from Xboxes in our children's hospital through all of our clinical workstations, all the way up to a quantum computer on campus.
Right, and so having the ability to apply tags and use the network to transmit identity, foundational, right?
Absolutely, because it's with all of those different devices on there, we have to be able to push our policies and our control points as close to our devices as we can. And SGTs are one of the ways that we do that. That integration with ICE and secure access is a critical part of that.
Now, the other thing I like about meeting Sean in this experience is that I've always had a kind of litmus test for delivering a great user experience with great performance. And that litmus test is making the radiologist happy. So the reason why we laugh is that radiology, they have to handle big files, like gigabyte.
5 gigs or sometimes more,
And they're interacting with them. They're going through and looking at the X-ray, the imaging, and they're doing it from home. And so these guys, and every doctor thinks they're an IT specialist too, right?
Oh yeah. Radiologists tend to be very technical. Sure.
So we've been very focused with secure access on using the latest protocols, and we use a protocol called QUIC, which is a streaming protocol. And so it delivers a very meaningful performance advantage for these large files. Are we going to make the radiologists happy together?
We are, actually. We are already making the radiologists happy, just in the very early testing of how to really optimize their connections from home, which are varied. Some are, consumer grade, some are commercial grade. Sometimes they have Wi-Fi access points. It's very heterogeneous.
Yeah. So performance really, really, really matters in delivering that great user experience, and we'll do this, together in the wild. The other thing I wanted to chat with you about is, as we think about streamlining and automating infrastructure broadly, firewalls are particularly problematic to upgrade. And can we share with everyone the firewall upgrade story?
Yeah, so last year we were able to replace some of our aging ASAs with FTD 3130s. And that process was one that took a very long time to get to the point of doing that. And when we finally did the cutover, we had some of our team going through the hospital emergency rooms and, hey, how's everything going? Is everything all right? And one of our team members walked up to one of the doctors in the emergency room and said, hey, we just changed the firewalls. Did you see anything on the internet? And he said, you did what? He goes, no, I don't have time for that. I didn't see anything, just leave me alone.
That's how we want it to be, invisible, right? It just works. Last thing we're going to touch on, as we think about this world of AI and the speed at which it's all moving, do you see agents operating in the hospital, or when I say operating, running in the hospital or in your environment? Is this a concern?
Yeah, it's a huge concern. It's not just a concern from a doctor being in the clinic, but everybody within the hospital is using that, including the IT department, right? Yeah. So being able to understand where it's coming from, who's using it, what data they're putting in there, how it's impacting the network is absolutely critical to us.
Sean, it's been a pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much,
We'll
Tom.
keep the radiologists happy. Okay. So now I want to talk, we talked about the user protection suite, zero trust access. Now I want to talk about the cloud protection suite, what we're doing with firewall. So the industry has a term called hybrid mesh firewall, which is an evolution of where firewalls are today. The idea is you have multiple different form factors that allow you to put firewalls in lots and lots of places. And this is something at Cisco we think we can do particularly well, because we really want to be able to take network security, I won't even use the word firewall, network security, and break it literally into 1 million pieces. Imagine a mesh of 1 million little tiny firewalls. Now, these firewalls could live in a big hardware appliance like you know and love today. They could live in a VM of that appliance, but they could also live in the host itself using eBPF, which is a capability that's built into Linux. And we'll talk more about that in a different form, but it's a very, very powerful capability. But most interesting thing that we've announced recently is we're putting hardware accelerators into switches and routers that allow this little baby firewall to live in a switch itself. And that's what is called a smart switch. And this means that every port can be an individually configured high-performance layer 7 firewall. It can also live in a third-party firewall. So the idea here is that we're not going to ask you to rip and replace existing firewalls, but rather we want to allow you to meet you where you are, and you can age them out. The news that we have is we've introduced both a low-end firewall and high-end firewall. So the 200 series is a 1.5 gigabits per second firewall designed for branch offices. And at the high end with 6100, we'll do 400 gigs of firewall plus IPS, or 200 gigs per rack unit. So very, very cost-effective, very dense performance form factor. And this really rounds out our whole line of firewalls. So we've refreshed all of the hardware firewall, and we believe that we are a significant price performance leader in firewall across the board. Now, the heart of the Cisco hybrid mesh firewall is the security cloud control. It's the one controller where your policies live all the time. The enforcement points underneath that can change over time. The policy doesn't. And so what we've announced, there's 2 new products that we've announced. We've introduced the secure router, where we're putting firewalls into a Catalyst switch and router. And we've also done an integration into Cisco ACI. So from this one policy console, you can push your policies into multiple different enforcement points, including all these different Cisco devices, as well as these third-party firewalls. And this is what allows us to meet you where you are, where you can deploy the Cisco hybrid mesh firewall one workload at a time. Little tiny bits and pieces, and you don't have to do some giant forklift of ripping out existing firewalls. So it's a smooth and simple transition. Now, as we think about that platform effect, we're doing some really interesting things to integrate this firewall into Splunk. And so I'm going to ask my colleague and friend Mike Horn to come up and join. Mike? Mike is the GM for Splunk Security.
Hey, Tom. Good to see
Mike.
you.
Thanks for coming. So, Mike, you and I have been working around firewalls for a long time. In the context of Splunk, the firewall is a critical source of data, right?
Oh, absolutely. Probably one of our top 2 sources of data in Splunk for a lot of folks.
And it's generally one of the bigger sources of data, right?
That's right. How many Splunk customers do we have out there? Just show of hands. All right,
Yeah,
pretty
it's
good.
a bunch. Yeah, it's pretty good. We want more.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Well,
yeah.
we're about to make that easier, Tom. So for those that didn't hear in this morning's keynote, one of the exciting things that we wanted to announce is that we are providing security analytics for Cisco firewalls in Splunk at no charge. So there's a new program coming out, you can see in August this year, where you'll be able to bring Cisco firewall data into Splunk and get the analytics, the detections, the visualizations, all those great things as part of being a customer of Cisco and Splunk.
This is a big deal, right? For many customers, firewalls can be a third of the total ingest. So we won't charge for it. And as we continue to work together on our vision for bringing Cisco and Splunk closer together, we'll be able to federate with Splunk's distributed search capability directly into the firewall log console. And so you, in the future, you won't even ingest it all.
Yeah,
right?
It's super exciting. Lots of good things coming on that.
Now, the nature of the firewall is also changing with these smart switches. And this applies to the same program, right? So having the ability to inject a firewall into a network device, you can think of this as one device that has 2 personalities. One personality is around packet forwarding. And that packet forwarding, you want simplicity, stability. You want this thing to run for years without a reboot. And in fact, many customers have Cisco switches. Remember the 6500? That can run for a decade without a reboot. On the other personality, it's about security. And security wants to update.
Yeah, as you said, all the time because
all
of the
time.
changing threat landscape, for
Right.
sure.
And so what we brought together is the security is processed in the DPU, and this is lifecycle managed independent of the switch. This is super important. So the security team has an interface where they can set up their security policies, they can update the firewall code, but it doesn't touch or modify the switch. So 2 personalities living in one box. And we think this is going to be a huge part of your security arsenal going forward. So the idea here is that the network processor is free to do what it does, which is move packets from A to B as fast as possible. But then this advanced processing that we do with the DPU will help us identify friend from foe. Is this packets legit or not legit? And that telemetry, we continue to find new ways to bring that into Splunk for additional insight.
Absolutely. And Tom, what do you love to say? Where do you find and see lateral movement?
By definition, on the network, right? And I think this is, Mike and I, our mission is to continue to unlock east-west traffic, so the combination of Cisco plus Splunk can identify lateral movement better than anyone else, and really, who else can do this? Yeah. So there's another more practical aspect to the value of a DPU-based switch is that when you're injecting a firewall into a network infrastructure, you typically use 2 switches, 2 firewall appliances, 2 more switches. That's 6 boxes. When the firewall's built in, 6 boxes becomes 2 boxes. Oh, and by the way, they upgrade themselves, right? So operational simplicity, lower cost, just less cables, less power, less stuff to think about. We think the value proposition of the smart switch is really, really strong, and it's going to really transform the industry. Now, I talked in the beginning about the nature of these threats. You can read about this in the paper. Volt Typhoon, Salt Typhoon. These are very, very serious challenges, and something that we've spent a lot of time looking at. And one of the learnings from Volt Typhoon and Salt Typhoon is that when you look at both applications, but also the infrastructure itself, you got to recognize patching is hard. And this is something you and I have been looking at for a long time, right? How often are vulnerabilities found in the enterprise?
Exactly. I mean, in the speed that a vulnerability gets disclosed to when we see active exploits in the wild, it used to be weeks, months. There was a pretty long lag time between a new vulnerability. Sometimes it took years.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing that get shrunk down to hours. And, some of that's based on AI and other capabilities that people have. But the fact of the matter is, these exploits need to be patched, the vulnerabilities need to be patched much quicker.
Yeah, with some sort of an automated mechanism, right? You can't patch all of your infrastructure in hours. It's just not reasonable. The other thing that we've been observing, and Mike, I think you have too, is that there's been a big drop-off in 0 days. Have you guys noticed this? Like less fire drills, less panics. We're like, oh my God, the new 0 day. The reason for this is that attackers are realizing, I don't have to find a 0 day. That's hard, right? We still see activity around log4j. 5 years later, right? Half a decade later. And you see the same thing?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Existing vulnerabilities are a pathway in. And so one of the areas that we've been focusing on with this distributed system is, can we take the vulnerabilities that we know about in your application and automatically apply a compensating control? Now, a compensating control is not a patch. It's a shield that can protect that vulnerability.
Yeah. And what's different here than other patching and virtual patching that you've seen before?
Yes, it's a good question because the industry, Mike, we've been talking about virtual patching for like a decade. What's different about this is that with a distributed system, with the granularity that I talked about with Hypershield, where each switch port can be its own little firewall, each VM gets its own little firewall, you can apply the compensating control to that particular service of the application. So web service, a database, a Postgres server with a vulnerability, we know, oh, this is a vulnerability for Postgres. We apply that compensating control right under that individual service. And that's really the key to it, is this very, very distributed nature and the automated management of all this stuff, right? So when the vulnerability is updated, the compensating control is automatically removed. So the hybrid mesh firewall at Cisco is a mesh, which means it can live simultaneously in the operating system using eBPF in Linux, and that's also now coming in Windows. We have that available in Windows. It can live in a DPU and a server, or it can live in a DPU and a switch, and provide those compensating controls for your applications. But patching an application is hard. Mike, is patching a switch easier?
No. Did we just talk about people want switches to run for how long?
A decade.
Years.
Yeah, right? That creates a bit of a security issue. So one of the things that we announced today, which is a pretty big deal, is we're taking the same approach with compensating controls in Cisco switches. So we announced Live Protect, which can apply a compensating control to a vulnerability in the operating system in the switch without rebooting the switch.
This is really cool.
And it's important to note that a compensating control does not eliminate the need to patch, but it's a finger in the dike, right? It gives you the ability to patch in an orderly fashion, and so it's not going to be a crisis. We think this is a really big deal. We think this is going to change the way that you operationalize your network. And so what we're moving towards is a level of autonomy and kind of dynamic updates where this stuff is going to keep itself up to date and protect itself. And I think it's necessary in this AI world.
Absolutely.
So as we think about this AI world, we need to think about how we can understand the behavior of that model in an AI-based application. And here's the way I think about it. We want to think about tools that can help us validate and protect those models, both before you put them out and also during runtime. And if you remember, the model is learning all your secrets, and then the app team will put guardrails in place to prevent the model from talking about certain things. But what we're finding is that an AI-based application is non-deterministic, which means you can kind of trick it. And the way I think about it is, when you were kids, do you remember the game 20 Questions? Okay, I've got a secret. Mike, you got 20 questions to guess my secret? I have a secret, Mike. You go and guess my secret. What is it?
Well, Tom, I already know you're thinking about your social security number right now. I only need one.
He knows. That's not fair. But the idea here is that with AI defense, we're using AI to protect AI. So we have automated the process of red teaming the model, where AI defense will play the game of 20 questions 1 billion times over. It'll constantly keep asking the model and looking for vulnerabilities to see if the model will reveal your secrets. And this is super, super important, because at the speed at which things are moving, I guarantee you, in your environment, people are downloading new models all the time. There's so much innovation happening with DeepSeek and this model and that model, Llama, right? People want to explore these things. It's just not possible to red team and verify the model manually. You need an automated solution like this, and this is where we really shine. But we do it not just before you deploy the model, But if your developers say, okay, we're ready to put this model into production, we can do this by being able to enforce those guardrails into the fabric of the network. So again, thinking about that platform effect, the AI defense is being built into the hybrid mesh firewall so that we can provide those guardrails that are independent of the application. So whatever the app team does, you can guarantee that your security guardrails are going to be met even in this post-AI world. And Mike, we've been working hard on bringing Cisco and Splunk better together.
Yeah, one of the things I'm really excited about is this was the first new Cisco security application that had native Splunk support on day one. So we were able to bring that support in. We can take alerts out of AI defense today and action those inside of enterprise security. And future versions, we're going to have even more telemetry coming out of AI defense, so you can write your own detections. It depends on the things that you're looking for on how people are using AI models. You might have keywords, you might have certain things that are specific to your environment, and you want to make sure that you're protected against those, or you're getting detections when those things are happening. And so we're really excited about what the future holds here.
Now, all of this stuff is managed from Security Cloud Control. So this is the single console that allows us to do hybrid mesh firewall, the third-party firewalls, AI defense. It's all built into one interface. And the idea here, as I said it earlier, for many of you at enterprise scale, this could be a lot of enforcement points, like a lot, right? Hundreds of thousands or maybe even millions of enforcement points. So if you're familiar with firewalls, you might be thinking, I can't manage 100 firewalls, let alone 100,000 or 1 million firewalls. And so we really have to have a new management model. And with the power of AI, what we are building is a firewall that literally writes its own rules, tests its own rules, deploys its own rules, and upgrades itself. Let me explain how this works. So with this distributed hybrid mesh firewall, for each instance of the firewall, we actually run 2. So it's called a dual data path. And we can think about the software upgrade process. So when you're running version 2.0 of the firewall, that goes in the primary data path. When 2.1 becomes available, we put that in a shadow data path, and there's a local AI engine that compares the two. Not in a sample of your environment, not in a staging area. No. In all of your environment, you now have a digital twin. And so think about it. Policy changes. When you push a policy change, you push it into the digital twin. When you do that compensating control, you push it into the digital twin and see, is this going to do something unexpected?
Yeah.
Big deal?
Yeah, totally changes the game in terms of being able to, like you said, hey, have this thing self-develop its policies. But how do I know that they're working? Well, I can apply it in that shadow data path. I can see whether or not all the things that are expected to be connected are able to connect, and then I can apply that automatically. So huge change.
So the reason we're so excited about this is as we develop our hybrid mesh firewall, we're going to be able to provide better protection for your applications, but also we're going to have access to much more fine-grained visibility, and we're finding these efficient mechanisms to deliver that into Splunk so that your security team can take action with advanced AI-powered security tools and identify these types of threats. So to talk more about that, I'm going to invite one more special guest up here, Peter. So Peter Bailey has just joined Cisco. Yes, thunderous round of applause for Peter
New guy.
Bailey. Peter, why don't you introduce yourself and where you're from?
Great, yeah. So, hey everybody, super excited to be here. I just, as Tom said, came from Google, and I'll give a quick spiel on the why, because I get asked that a lot. So I kind of think about, people, vision, impact. Just really quickly, I think you all know the people at Cisco are incredible, great culture, very professional, dedication to the mission. So we all get to choose who we work with, and that was an easy one for me. Vision, I think the vision you saw this morning and the vision you're hearing today is just so compelling. We're at this moment of, like we were back in the 90s, of rebuilding infrastructure for this new era, this Gen AI era, and security needs to be infused into that for it to be effective. And so as a cybersecurity nerd, I can't imagine a more cool opportunity to be working on that problem, and that gets to impact. So, you want to impact not just one customer, but thousands or millions of customers. And so for me, no brainer, sign me up, I'm in, let's go.
So I'm not going away, but I'm focusing on where security meets infrastructure. The torch is officially passed. I'm going to say goodbye to you two guys and let you finish up, okay?
Thanks.
All right.
Cool.
Thanks, Tom. Always a tough act to follow when you're following Mr. Tom Gillis.
Totally. I got to come up with better jokes, I think.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
part
for
of it.
sure. So we're going to talk a little bit about security operations and analytics and the things that we see. And Peter, I know you're out talking. You've talked to lots of customers in your former role and in your current role. So maybe you talk a little bit about what you're hearing in terms of key trends and themes.
Yeah. So I spent a lot of time talking to CISOs and their teams. And listen, you heard the story. Threats are still increasing. They're getting much more sophisticated. I think the other factor you hear a lot about is that the amount of data we're now tracking and trying to manage and analyze is just exploding. So data volumes are going up 30, 40% a year. And so it's getting more and more arduous and expensive to bring all that data back and then analyze it and make sense of it at the core. And so really this idea of, can we go to the data, right? Is there a distributed data strategy we can engage in, which also addresses cost and time and all that? And then can you do that, but still have centralized best practices and workflows to protect your operation? So those are two really common themes I hear.
Yeah, and I hear that a lot. The fact that, hey, I've got my data spread out across a variety of different data stores. We'll talk about that. But I need my analysts to be able to work in one single, how long have we talked about single pane of glass?
Yep.
And I think we're getting a lot closer, and I know that that's a vision that people have for how they want their SOCs to operate, particularly when we talk about AI. So if I look at, this evolution in the distribution of data, we used to say, bring it all to one data store, bring everything to one place. And that was, certainly part of the Splunk of, an era ago. But now we've evolved and said, look, there's a lot of different data locations. So we have what we call data lakes, data ponds, data puddles, right? You have all this data, and a lot of times that data has gravity. There's a reason that you want to keep it in the location where it originated. That might be, it came out of a high volume cloud service, and it makes sense to keep it in that cloud provider. Could be that it's a small little piece of data that's sitting in some application and you just want to leave it there. And so we see that customers have a need to be able to access that data where it lives across all those things, and they really want to do two key things. Right. The first is they want to be able to search across that data. Yep. So we call this federated search. And so the ability to say, from a Splunk interface, I want to search for, an IOC. It might be an IP address, might be something else that you are using as part of an investigation. I want to search for that across the data no matter where it lives. So that's the first piece. Second piece in security, we're always on the lookout for what? We're looking out for threats.
Detection.
And so we want to be able to detect and see, is there any evidence of a potential threat in my environment, again, across all these different data stores. And so at Splunk, we've come up with a solution that we call federation. And at the heart of that federated solution is a updated data management set of capabilities. So if you think about all the different sources that are generating data, cloud, endpoints, OT, IoT. We heard earlier from Sean about 1.2 million, I think it was, Sean, devices on your network, all generating information.
All the legacy applications too, right? And being able to go to those and grab that and analyzing in its existing format.
That's right.
Super powerful.
That's right. And then, so you have all this data. Well, you want to be able to groom that data. You want to be able to filter it, right? You want to be able to redact potential PII. I'm sure that's a thing that you care about. You want to be able to route it to different data stores based on the use cases. Hey, this is compliance-only data. I want to route it to a data store where it's mostly sitting, but it's there if I need it. If an auditor comes and I need to show that I've got it. And then you want to be able to do those things that I was mentioning, which is being able to search and detect across all that. So we call that in Splunk federation, and we have federated search and federated analytics. Lots of exciting things that are happening there. So that's how we're helping customers address the distributed piece of the key theme.
Yeah, and just on that, so again, have worked with lots of multinationals, lots of companies have done lots of acquisitions where everything's all over the place. And so really, really powerful feature to be able to offer, a capability to be able to offer. And I think it ultimately also is going to have a lot of economic benefits too, because you're going to not have to pull everything back and not have to not only ingest it and all the egress costs and all that, but also all the compute to normalize it, analyze it, and all of that. So super, super cool.
That's right. And then the other thing we talked about was this need for a single pane of glass, seamless enterprise or analyst experiences. And so what are we doing there?
Yeah, so listen, I think in the the security operations game, you want to try to unify workflows, drive best practices, drive repeatability. And the more you can unify those workflows, the better results you're going to get out of them. And so really, it's about trying to unify threat detection, right, in the SOC, and then ultimately drive automation.
Yeah, absolutely. And AI playing a huge role in how we accelerate all that. Let's maybe talk about one of the products in the portfolio that helps do this.
Yeah, so Cisco introduced just an incredibly innovative product last year called XDR. And think about it as a detection layer as well as an automation layer for doing investigation and ultimately response. And so again, this allows SOC teams to operate at speed, especially smaller teams that may not have the resources to do the investigation and response work. So super cool, and it's just the beginning. If you think about being able to automate the entire process and ultimately doing remediation across that process, that's the kind of tools we need to be providing when threat actors are acting at AI speed and in much more sophisticated manners. And so it's the kind of stuff we're doing to innovate that I think is really exciting.
Yeah, and tight integration with things like the network data sources and being able to get network telemetry, looking for that lateral movement. And then you can take an alert that came out of XDR or any of the other security tools that you have and leverage Splunk's enterprise security to do further investigation, to do deeper analytics, and be able to write your own custom detections if that's something you need, be able to automate a lot of that workflow in terms of, hey, where else have I seen this? Being able to look for patterns and trends and all sorts of different things. And we've got a AI capability as part of that. We call it an AI assistant. So that'll run activities, things like being able to get an alert that's getting summarized. So, hey, help me understand this threat in the context that I'm looking at it. Oh, there's 5 threats that are all related. Being able to do natural language queries. So being able to say, show me all the servers that connected to the C2 IP address, rather than having to figure out and write the SPL that's required to get that information. So that's a huge game changer. And one of the things, I was talking to Sean about this a little earlier, it may not be quite as sexy, but generating the reports of, here's all the investigation activities that were performed, here's who did that, here's what they found, here's the supporting evidence for whatever the finding was, the determination, a false positive, true positive, etc. Saves teams tons of time. And the people I know, they don't hire security analysts for their report writing skills. They hire them for their creativity, their inquisitiveness, etc. And so, it's going to be a game changer on that front.
Yeah, absolutely. And so bringing it all together, if you think about what we're doing at the infrastructure layer, what we're doing in terms of firewall, next generation capabilities, all the way up to the analytics stack. I know when we asked the question before, who's a Splunk customer, we didn't get a ton of hands in the room because this is more of a network audience, I get that. But what you're going to see more and more is that architectures you're deploying in your organization from a network perspective are going to include security considerations. These things really do need to come together so we begin solving these things actually in the network. And then having Splunk on top of that, it's a best-in-class analytics layer. Splunk is, really defined this industry and continues to innovate across the top of it. And so it's really just bringing it all together. And I think that is really the vision that's so compelling that Cisco is pursuing. So super cool stuff.
Yeah, I'm super excited about how all these pieces. You heard, you saw in the keynote earlier about some of the integrations. We've done a lot of work in terms of bringing Cisco data into Splunk and making that a first-class experience. Lots of things happening in terms of threat sharing and other things. Talos is now integrated with all the Splunk security products, so you get the benefit of Talos security information into your Splunk solutions. And so we're super excited about this. I think the rallying cry is, hey, let's go build the SOC of the future together. Yeah,
absolutely. And so I think we got maybe 1 or 2 more slides here because we have to make an announcement about Tom's next thing too. But to kind of as a closing comment, how cool is it? We're putting AI defense in the firewall. We're putting the firewall in the switch. We're putting the switch in the compute infrastructure that's going to power Gen AI. And you have an analytics layer across all of that for observability as well as security to really analyze, protect, and defend that environment. And so, again, to be good at AI in this new world, you have to be good at security. It is absolutely critical. And what we haven't seen yet are also the fact that threat actors are going to start using these tools in ways that are far more advanced in terms of prevalence, in terms of sophistication of attacks. And so it's also critical that we do make these investments. And so we got a shot at doing this right, introducing Gen AI in a secure way, and Cisco is committed to make sure that that happens. So really, really excited to be here, part of the team, and also excited to work with all of you.
Great.
So I think closing is, one more.
We got Tom.
Yeah. So I'm gonna, a quick plug is tomorrow at 2:30. Tom's going to do another talk about powering the AI-ready data center. So please come and join us there. Beyond that, thank you. We really appreciate your attendance here, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
Tools at their fingertips, like real-time call summaries that can be shared when transferring a call. And with the Call Sentiment for Supervisors feature, supervisors can assist team members whenever they need support. Enable your local and regional employees to deliver seamless customer assistance, empowered with AI, in the collaboration app they already use. WebEx Calling Customer Assist.
Cisco and SAP have agreed on an ambitious milestone for the migration of our more than 250 offices globally. Right now, we are planning on having upwards of 350,000 devices on the network, including IoT devices. We have more than 100,000 employees. They need best-in-class IT infrastructure to work wherever, whenever, and however they choose with the devices they prefer. With Cisco, we've made our network simpler and more secure. Cisco SDA also enabled us to improve our Zero Trust access policy, ensuring only trusted devices can access corporate resources. With the Cisco Spaces, we could leverage this foundation and establish a global platform for smart offices. A first experience confirms our hopes and expectation that we can manage everything in one place together with a professional partner like Cisco.
Tribeca has always been curious about technology. I feel that so much of WebEx and Cisco specifically have done for us is help us lower the barrier of entry so that all artists can participate and be involved in the festival.
We're using WebEx events in order to make the experience of DeNiroCon much more interesting, immersive, and connected for our audience. A frictionless experience was key. We don't want our fans and customers worrying about how to find things or where to find things. All we want them to worry about is how do they have the best possible experience. We want to continue to tap into the broader suite of capabilities that WebEx has, including a lot of the AI capabilities that they continue to build out.
It's important to work with companies that have shared values because it's a partnership. It helps us amplify our voice, and to a certain extent, it's a shared mission of Cisco to be able to amplify diverse storytelling. You need to have global partners if you're a global festival, so we're truly honored and proud to be partnered with Cisco.
Meet AI Receptionist for WebEx Calling, your always-on virtual receptionist that can answer questions, book appointments, and transfer calls so your business can boost customer satisfaction without adding staff.
Thanks for calling Florissa Dental. I'm your AI receptionist. How can I help you today?
Hi, yes, I have a toothache and I'd like to schedule an appointment. But first, I want to make sure that you accept U.S. insurance.
Yes, we do. U.S. insurance is covered 100%. Would you like to speak to an insurance specialist, or are you ready to schedule an appointment?
I'd like to go ahead and schedule an appointment. Thank you.
Great. I'll transfer you to a nurse who will give you an initial consultation and help to schedule your appointment.
Thank you.
Deliver outstanding customer service. AI Receptionist, available later this year as an add-on to WebEx Calling. Take your business into the new era of customer experience with WebEx AI Agent, which answers questions and fulfills customer needs, all while delivering personalized conversational experiences. With WebEx AI Agent, you can engage your customers through the channels they prefer, using natural language and human inflections.
Sounds like a special occasion. Okay, based on your description and our stock, I would recommend daffodils.
Oh, and I want a dozen, please.
Understood. A dozen. Coming right up. Okay, I think we have what you're asking for. I've sent it directly to your phone.
Even if your customer changes their mind mid-conversation.
I've got it. Miami. That's the destination.
Of course. I found several flights that fit your preference.
And with reliable guardrails in place, the conversation stays within the AI agent's capabilities.
Could you also book me a taxi by chance for when I land?
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, that is outside of my scope. Anything else I can help you with?
You can be sure that your customers' needs will be met, their problems resolved, and that all-important transaction completed.
Let's get that payment arranged. I've sent a text message with the confirmation. Have a great day.
Welcome to the new era of customer experience with WebEx AI Agent.
Thank you for calling. You're caller number 25. Your estimated wait time is 37 minutes.
And once again, we want to welcome you all back to the live broadcast, streaming to you from the San Diego Convention Center at Cisco Live 2025. What an incredible, powerful day it has been. I'm Steve Moulter. We just got the expert track on how and why AI changes everything. Such a huge theme of this event, kicking off with the keynote this morning. In this case, we looked at a new blueprint for security, for zero trust, for the SOC. Tom Gillis and Mike Horn gave us the deep dive into smarter, more effective security solutions. Specifically, they looked into hybrid workforce security, how Cisco is securing against identity-based threats and enabling safe AI adoption. They were able to look at firewall disruption, the way Cisco is transforming the firewall landscape with groundbreaking innovations. They looked at enhanced security analytics from Cisco and from Splunk. We heard from Sean Clark, leader of cybersecurity technology detection program at Cleveland Clinic Foundation. Great guest on how all these innovations are transforming their security strategy and delivering really exceptional outcomes. Another fantastic keynote deep dive. Right now, I've got such a special treat for all of you. I don't know how we did it. Somehow we managed to get Billy Hackinson into the studio with us, Cisco's VP of Marketing. Billy, welcome. Congratulations on an amazing event. I'm so delighted to have you here.
You're so kind. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We had a great kickoff today, so energy's high, and we're feeling good about the rest of the week.
It's been incredible. And, you know, we never know. Going into each year, we always say it's the best year. It's the best year. You got to be here now, right?
Of course.
But this year, I think I'm gonna put it to you. Maybe it's the speed of development. Maybe it's the fact that everybody has finally said, I guess we can't wait anymore. We got to dive right in, right?
Yeah. So I'm not biased or anything, right?
No.
That this is the best year ever. But I think there's watching the keynote today, and you started with Chuck and G2 segment in particular. Today was really about having the opportunity to share the speed of innovation that we're doing here. And I think G2 and his team, G2's 11 months into that role. I mean, the speed of which, the intentionality of which we're feeling, right? It's this velocity has picked up. And I think you can say it's the AI chatter and the market, but foundationally, what they got across today is the network, the secure network you need to run that is Cisco. Yeah. And the launches and what we're able to announce and say what's available in the hands of our customers today or next month or in the next 2 months, just that speed. I mean, I've been here 4 years, and for the first time, really, we're at this place where the customers are feeling it in the room, right? And I hope they did, right? That speed and that pace and that clip truly is remarkable.
It
for a
really
company of our
is.
size.
And Chuck, that's really how he opened. Of all the things he could have opened, he said, we used to be Cisco networkers. We know networking. We've been around, but there's probably never been a time where the network is more important than it is today. We've talked about it for years. We've always said that, but now I think we've reached that inflection point where all of our Cisco users around the world are saying, thank heavens I have the network, because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to deploy AI and future-proofed workplace capabilities and AI readiness in the same way, right?
Yeah, and I was sitting next to one of my colleagues at the keynote this morning, and just we're leaning over to each other, and she leans over and she goes, it's almost like we have our swagger back, right? Like just looking at the videos and looking at the story we're able to tell. And I'm so excited because tomorrow's really going to be about actually hearing from customers. So yes, we had CVS Health today, and he was fantastic, but we've got Ford tomorrow. We've got the University of California, San Diego tomorrow. Liz will be on stage with one of our key partners around the agentic side of what we're doing in customer experience. So, if today was around laying the foundation and framework for, okay, here's what we're doing, tomorrow's really about the proof, right? It's
into the dirt,
exactly,
getting our hands dirty.
And showing what customers can do with it and where we can be the trusted partner along the way across the entire set of outcomes.
Absolutely. I want to kind of pick your brain a little bit because you're unique. We don't usually get to talk to people on the marketing side, how we tell that story in an outbound basis, right? I always love to say, here at Cisco, we can talk about Cisco forever. We're really good. Cisco talks to Cisco really well. But when we want to tell that marketing story, how much does that speed of development, the speed of on-ramp, more than any of us can keep up with, how much does that play into your marketing strategy, yours and Carrie's, as you try to tell the big story around this particular Cisco Live 2025?
Yeah, so if you're visiting the show floor, we have an incredible Cisco showcase this year. And it's for the first time where we've put all the business units. Every time you used to hear Cisco talk about WebEx and collaboration and security and the network and observability and we bought Splunk, right? Like it's all in one place and it's together. It's cohesive. It's a singular look and feel. And so that's the marketer in me, but particularly from a messaging side, it's about the use case. It's about what's in it for our customer. So it's not shipping an org chart and it's not talking about our company like it's an org chart. You don't need to know that, right? Like you need to know what are we doing to help solve your mission critical challenges as an IT leader today, as a practitioner all the way up through our CIOs and CISOs. And so I think you're seeing that. And we're on to getting the feedback of what's it for the AI-ready data center, what's it for being able to future-proof the workplace, and then, of course, digital resilience, all bounded by the AI conversation and, of course, that secure network we heard of today.
Fantastic. And I also feel as people are entering the showcase, they stand there and they look around, and right in front of you, you've got the center stage, and you've got the great talks coming there, and you've got your lightning talk theaters and your AI theater, and then you've got your demo, your NOC, and your SOC, and it's all piece of a puzzle. And I think a subconscious story that it tells is that your investment is safe. Wherever you happen to be, wherever you are on your data center journey, on your journey to the cloud, the investment you've made in Cisco is so wise and so intelligent because stand and turn in a circle, it is all available to you, it all communicates, and it is all secure from the core.
Yeah. Being that trusted partner. And I think G2 really hit that home this morning in the keynote. He really talked about fusing that security piece into the fabric of the network. And I really felt that today, and I hope you did too, right? That is something that he and that team have worked day and night on, right? To make sure it's in our hands of our customers, and it's protected and it's secure.
That's what makes it such an exciting time. I've got one final question before I let you go. Now, what do you have to do? You got to put on the hat. You got to start thinking down the line. We got to start thinking of what's going to happen in Melbourne, what's going to happen back in Amsterdam. How do we take this and continue to build this story? Because if we're talking about the speed of development today, imagine where it's going to be 6 months from now.
I know. So, I mean, Kevin Weil, the chief product officer of OpenAI, I saw him speak at an event, and he talked about at OpenAI, they don't have product roadmaps more than 6 months because it's so difficult to predict. And I almost feel like we're in that space too. I mean, don't get me wrong, we have our roadmap and our customers can find out by talking and being here and being with our practitioners. But it's that, we're just, so it's forcing all of us to work differently and to work stronger together to make sure we're just staying 2 steps ahead. And again, having that security piece at the at the center. Now, Carrie did mention this morning we had the limited edition hoodies. They sold out in 3 minutes at the Cisco store.
Oh, I'm sure Kaylee and Brian were thrilled with that.
Yeah, 3 minutes. I know scarcity was a topic this morning, but 3 minutes, and I do believe we're going to try to order some more. So we will, for Melbourne and Amsterdam, we will make sure the limited edition hoodie piece, and maybe they're customized for each location. I mean, we've got to come up with something that keeps them unique each time. So they're a collector's item.
Did you get your hoodie?
I have not.
I didn't get mine
either.
All right, you're right on the same page. Billy, such a pleasure. Thank you for coming in to join us.
So much
this has really been a delight. Please come and do this again with us, and again and again. We so appreciate it. All right?
Thank you so much, dude.
All right, so that was one treat. I don't know how we managed to find the time to do it in his packed Cisco Live calendar, but somehow our own Z. Williams had an opportunity to actually sit down face-to-face with Chuck Robbins for a little one-on-one insight into the mind of our chair and CEO here at the show. Let's listen in on that conversation.
Hello, I am super excited to be sitting here to have a conversation with the one and only Chuck Robbins. Chuck, how are you doing today?
I'm good, Z. How are you?
I am doing great.
Awesome.
You know, we're back here for Cisco 2025, 40th year anniversary. What's top of mind for you?
Well, I mean, first of all, our customers and our partners are all here, and so first thing is let's make sure they have a great week. They're gonna get tons of education. They're gonna get a lot of time with our employees and our executive team. And I think it's probably the most innovation we've ever announced at any Cisco Live that I've been going to. So we're pretty excited about that as well.
That's awesome. We're all excited about it. You know, AI is the top of all of our customers' minds.
I've heard that.
And last year, you know, we talked about taking them through their AI journey. What's new for us at Cisco, and what can our customers expect? How we're going to take them further in their AI journey in this next year?
Well, we're going through that journey with them together. And I think we're all learning as we go. I think the big shift is that customers are moving from chat bots and queries for information to this notion of agentic applications where agents will actually be performing tasks for us and communicating to each other. And when you talk to customers about where they are with AI, there are three things that they're really, that are sort of impediments that we have to get right together. First is they have to have modernized infrastructure. They got to have the right networking, the right compute, because these agents are going to be communicating from perhaps the edge of the network back to the data center. So the performance has got to be real time. So we got to have modernized infrastructure. We have to ensure safety and security, which we're doing a lot of work on in that space as well. And the third area that our customers are looking at is I need the skills. And so we're also doing a lot of education and trying to help as we learn too, and then we're trying to help educate our customers, employees, and just share the things that we know to help them be successful.
Exciting, exciting. You know, the energy in this room is electrifying, and they're all expecting something great. What's the one thing that they can take away from this event? One thing that they can expect to take away from this event?
I think they're going to leave here hopefully believing that we're innovating at a pace like we haven't in decades. Second is we should be a trusted partner for them to build out their AI strategy for what their infrastructure needs to look like. And the third one is we hope they leave here with the belief that we can help them secure their AI and leverage AI for their own security in ways that they didn't know they could when they got here.
I love it. I love it. Well, Chuck, thank you so much again, and we're
great.
super excited for all that we're going to be doing here at Cisco Live 2025.
And thanks for all the work you're doing this week to make sure that we have a great experience for everybody.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure, and I'm so excited to be here today, and we're looking for so much more.
It's going to be fun.
I cannot even believe this, Z. You managed to, I don't know how you did it, how you managed to grab Chuck Robbins and get some one-on-one time. Not that I'm jealous, not that any of us here are jealous that you actually did that, but that was pretty spectacular and great to be able to hear from him. My friends, it's kind of hard to believe we are done with the broadcast day. You've all been spectacular. I'm going to start right away by saying, okay, so our newbies, we have 2.5. So you were with us before and now you're back with us. But Z and Michelle, bravo to the two of you.
Thank you.
You were thrown into the fire, and man, you have just eaten it up like it's been brilliant, and it's so great to have you back with us, Lauren. We love your energy and your dynamism, and Rob, my brother, whatever. What can I say that I haven't said for literally decades at this point of way it is? Here's what I want to do. I want to put a little cap on what it is that we're doing now by kind of talking through what you have found special about today? So not just like a technology highlight, but something where you think, this is why this event rings in the way that it does. Lauren, only because you're standing next to me and looking spectacular here in the pink, I'm going to come to you first. What do you think really made today ring?
So you said don't focus really on the technology, right? And I will say, of course, we overuse this, but it's really the people. Truly, that is the magic. Like being out there on the keynote floor and people coming up to me like, oh my gosh, this is Cisco Live. I haven't been here for 3, 4, or 5 years. Like people are excited to come here in this place. That's huge.
And we feel it, right?
That's
Billy
huge.
was talking about that a moment ago as well. And Zia, I'll come back over to you because I know that is your thing. The way people engage and interact one another. And there is something about getting everyone together in the room, isn't there?
Absolutely, Steve. You know, what really tugged on my heartstrings was when that conversation with the Intel reps, the Doran and Michael, I tell you, I felt the love, and because this what we do is about our customers, those that we partner with to make what they do successful, and to hear out of their mouths, I really felt like a proud parent, and to be part of this amazing organization, you know, to be able to be alongside Chuck, and he's so personable and he engages with his people. He loves his people. We love him. I tell you, that was the best part, hearing those customer stories and seeing how we are really impacting their lives and making a difference in what they're doing. I'm looking forward to more of those, more of those.
And we're going to get a whole lot more of it tomorrow and on Thursday as well. So Michelle, I'll come to you over on the marketing side because again, I just had a chance to sit down with Billy Hackinson, and he's just incredible working on Carrie's team. When you look at the marketing of all of this, how do we tell the story of what not just Cisco is as an organization, but the story of what Cisco Live is and what it actually means to people?
I'm so glad you came to me for that question. I wanted to talk about this. So what resonated with me today was G2's message on Cisco's structural advantage. There are 3 pillars that he really hit home that for me, I was immediately taking notes on. The first one is the platform advantage, how well we do as a one Cisco portfolio. 2 is our own silicone, the programmability of that. That really stood out to me. And last is that AI is not an afterthought. This is something that we have to continue to basically use and build from the very beginning. So that really stuck with me.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. What G2 was able to do today, what I love is when you hear the opening keynote, it's a marketing pitch. I mean, we know what it is. We're here to learn about what's new. We want to hear the new announcements. There's the ballyhoo and the hoopla. I can't remember, Zazzle or whatever it is that they're calling it here at the show. But yeah, we have those moments of technology, but ultimately it comes down to why Cisco and what it is that we do differently, why only Cisco can be that partner for you, get you where you need to go, and why your investment with Cisco is such a secure and safe investment over the long and the wide term. So Rob, you're always... I always count on you so heavily every single year. I learn mountains from you every time you and I get the opportunity. Yeah, you put the grandma glasses on or you put them away. Whatever.
I don't need
These are my favorite
they were there,
things that they were there and like popping up on the head. But you're always sort of my eyes and ears to the insight of how everything interconnects with everything else and supports everything else and makes the customer safe. Does that make sense when I say that? That their investment is safe when they come in with us?
Risk, I would always
Okay.
say. Yeah, because I think, risk is one of those things you never eliminate. You can only reduce and accommodate. You can transfer it. You can do different things with it. And when it comes to AI, I think there was some talk about, pushing executives to make certain decisions about AI and how we move forward. But honestly, every executive I've met at outside companies, and then combined with the messaging I'm hearing here, is that there's no need to push anybody. We're all feeling extremely compelled to figure this out as fast as we can. But what really impresses me is the fact that the old story is always, flying the plane while you're deconstructing
Learning it, as you're in the air.
And boy, nothing really works better than it to describe the feeling of what we're doing, because we're all trying to make decisions about AI. It's obvious what the benefit is. It's obvious that it's nothing like anything we've ever dealt with before. And now it becomes who can execute on the value in such a way that doesn't put themselves in danger for losing track of it, right? Because we're learning about it as we have to execute on it. And to bring this back around to Cisco and what they're doing here, that's kind of what they're doing.
Yes.
Is I'm like, oh, wow, we're laying out a vision for something that's still kind of hard to see. I mean, some parts of it are definitely there, but from a market perspective, it's like, well, that takes some leadership. And I think, and it makes sense to me, of course, we connect data. Data is the gold in this situation. We're going to execute on that.
that's going to put us in a good place.
I love it. And I think it brings us back to kind of those three core words where we talk about agility, we talk about adaptation, right? And we talk about being able to constantly revolve around whatever the demand happens to be, to act in real time. And these days, as things are coming at us so darn quickly, speed is, I mean, we don't know where we're going to be. Billy said it a few minutes ago. We can never plan more than 6 months out. We'd have to just rewrite the story again and again and again. You all are so brilliant. I have had a wonderful time with all of you. I think you're incredible at what you do. I am so excited for our next 2 days together. And I'm going to go on one of these cameras and kind of wrap things up for everybody on the live stream. So you guys just hang here with me. I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to go back over here. All right. We have reached the end of the broadcast day. We have had an incredible time with all of you throughout the day. On behalf of the 5 of us, I want to give a very special, very quick, very huge shout out of genuine love to our incredible Cisco TV broadcast team back behind the scenes here in the studio, out at Master Control, all across this entire event. The people behind the scenes are the experts who make the real magic happen for all of you on the stream and help us do what we love to do. And we're just so grateful to all of them and to all of you for tuning into the broadcast. Have a great night. We'll meet you right back here on the live stream tomorrow morning for an All-Star Wednesday opening keynote. Thanks so much for joining us. Bye-bye, all. Woohoo!